you guys are the final three, right? You know, each of your respective teams are in it, and each one has a chance to win and make it to champions. So that's pretty crazy. What's like the most outstanding moment so far from LCQ from each of you?
I don't know.
I mean, this guy is dropping plus 25 every game.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
This guy's team went 0-9 in the season.
Yeah.
yep.
And now you guys are looking like the favorites, which I thought your team was the favorites, but I'm sorry. After what we witnessed, bro.
Yeah, I also came from a bad performance in the league, and after these elections, was like, whoa, another phase, you know?
Another close.
Yeah, another close.
So what changed? You just like wake up one day, you just like change your breakfast? Like what did you do to become good?
I say like, I'm gonna change. I say like, I'm gonna change my resolution, my sensibility.
Change your mouse.
The Balenciagas?
You got the new shoes?
Yeah, I just got new shoes and say that. The shoes, I just went 9-0.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Was there anything like as a team that you guys did that like you could like say without leaking, you know, too much, that you think actually, you know, was the big change for you guys?
Being a better teammate, all of us with each other, you know, like being more communicating with each other, being more supportive in the game and also out the game. So I think all of that is what matters at the game. You know, when you enter the game, you need to have confidence on your teammate, and that's it. We try to improve on that.
Yeah, I can tell, like in your guys' gameplay, like before it kind of seemed like you guys would always lose these close games. Like, I know you guys were 0-9, but it wasn't like you were getting stomped out every game, you know? But those key differences of like making those team plays and getting the trade and everything, that's what wins you the game. And you guys are all on point with that now, so that's awesome. Kind of a similar story with your team. Like I was talking to King and he was mentioning it a lot, you know? He was saying that, you know, you guys also had a moment kind of like them where it's like, yo, you know, what are we doing, guys? Like, this is it, you know? So, like, what happened with you guys?
Yeah, we have one step out, one step in.
Yeah.
A lot to lose, but at the same time, like, nothing to lose. We are now in this situation, so let's go on stage, have fun, laugh, bro. Like, we have to enjoy the game. Like, if we lose, we have to enjoy the lose. Like, we have to enjoy something, you know?
Yeah.
So we get there, and it was like, come on, guys. We're in this like, together. So team play, good communication, like he said, is so important.
No matter the result, you need to have
result.
Yeah, you need to enjoy the game.
You see the fracture, the Sentinel Seco?
Yeah.
Yeah, we went CT.
You almost lost.
Yeah, we almost lost, bro.
Yeah.
And think about it in terms of. Okay.
We thought that they're gonna like just die to Spike and they start picking and kill 3.
Bro.
No way. 3 kills. And is there time on the clock? Can this be possible? Can this be doable? It's defusing halfway. Distractions plays. It needs to be coverage. Tens is sticking in. No time.
We say like, oh, we're so stupid, bro. Like, we can do that. Like, just take it light and try to enjoy the game. It's the most important thing.
C9 was looking like the best team going into this, you know, LCQ. Maybe you still are, you know, who knows?
Right.
Like, I mean, it's not like you guys lost one game, right?
Yeah.
You know, so, like, how has your team's mental been, like, going into this and, like, after, you know, losing that series to this
Well, it's
man
always
right
been
here?
like a switch up, right? Because going into the season, everyone thought we were going to go 0-9.
Yeah.
And then we ended up being the favorites.
Surpassing your expectations.
And then, you know, being so close to Tokyo, choking Tokyo, and then now coming into LCQ, everyone assumes that we're, you know, going to be the favorites again. So, you know, obviously our confidence is high, but we don't have the, you know, no expectations that we did at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
So, you know, you see Sentinels having a hard time, so much pressure, so much expectations from the fans that, like, is on the players. And I don't want to say we're feeling that, you know, but it's definitely more than what we had at the beginning of the season. So, you know, we're still obviously super confident in our play and what we're doing, but it's not that, like, you know, it doesn't matter mentality, because, you know, you know, we actually have expectations now.
Yeah, yeah, and like you said, not a lot of teams did expect you to do good at all.
Yeah.
And I mean, they expected both of your teams to do probably better than you guys, especially coming in from like tier 2.
Yeah.
Right. So that's kind of crazy. Like you might be in the only situation I've seen where like you set the bar almost too high for yourselves.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah.
You know.
Managed to do it.
And now you do feel that pressure. Like I've never been in that position before.
Yeah. Fortunately, you know, we have the super experienced guys that have been doing it for a long time. But then we have, you know, Jake, he'll feel the pressure. He'll feel, you know, what's coming. And you know, it also affects the other guys. As much as they say, oh, I'm not nervous, they're nervous. You know, everyone is a little bit.
Everyone.
Everyone is nervous at that point. Like, you have, like, if you're, like, I don't know, close to finish the map, you're always
anxiety is gonna.
The most nervous I've ever been in my whole life. We're, what, 7-1, and you guys are 0-8, and I'm scared. That's the most scared I've ever been. I was like, okay, well, these guys are 0-8. They're gonna play like they have nothing to lose, because there is nothing to lose, you know. And we have first seed on the line if you know, we win or whatever. So, like, that was the most. And then, you know, going into the match with Crew, it's like, okay, these guys look unstoppable right now, and everyone is doing whatever they're doing is always working, no matter what they do. So it's like, this is the most confident team that we're ever going to play against.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's hard to play against a team that is so confident in every single thing that they do.
I've always said to my team and everything, like, play like you have nothing to lose. Because if you play like that, it's the scariest thing ever. The enemy team doesn't know what you're going to do. They're worried. You're just running them down like both of you guys did. Like, when you feel that and you can tell that the other team is nervous and you're not, you can just completely take over the entire series and just dominate a map. And then you guys have done the same thing to many teams when you went on that run, when you guys you guys had nothing to lose, right?
I mean, even map 1 against Crew,
it
was like 13-4, and it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
And even then, we're like, oh, it was a little sloppy. 13-4. You know, we're like, oh, we were sloppy.
But you guys went from 13-4ing them on the
12.
first map to almost getting 13-0'd.
Yeah.
Luckily, this guy, you know, I'm not gonna lie. Luckily, he and 2 of his other teammates decided to, you know, give you like a pity round, you know, but because they definitely peaked one by one.
Yeah.
We're not gonna talk about it, bro.
No, I'm so pissed off with that round, bro. I was so pissed off after losing that round. Was like, I wanted that 13-0, bro.
Also, noted that I don't think I've cheered more winning that one round in my whole life.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
That one round felt better than winning, you know, a match. So, like, just the fact that we didn't get 13-0'd, like, I'm sure if you watch it back, you know, you'll see me throwing both hands up, like, you know, that's all that matters.
Go!
If I were you, I would probably feel the same way. Winning in my blood, something that I can't change. If I was you, I would probably feel the same way.
You have an interesting owner that I didn't even know that you guys had, Sergio Aguero.
Yeah.
And he played with Messi, and like, that's kind of crazy, man. Have you met him?
Yeah, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Sorry, I didn't know you had it like that, bro.
He's my bro, bro.
That's your guy.
Not like that, but it's like a friend. I don't have like, oh, he's the owner of the organization. It's like more like a friend with us, and that's it. He is like a humble person, to be honest.
So he's really like hands-on with you guys, and he supports you guys a lot. So do you guys like look up to him because of all like everything he's achieved? Because I know he's like a very like decorated soccer player or football player.
Yeah.
I should say.
He's obviously it's very inspirational, you know, because obviously he's like a legend in the football. Someone like him cheering for us that we are no one, we are no one. He's like in the top, and we're like video gamers, you know? So it's kind of weird to having him cheering for us to win the whole thing. So like I know him from like I was 10 years old,
like your idol, huh?
It's like my idol, you know, and it's kind of crazy that I work for him now. So yeah.
And you said like you hang out with him and stuff, so like he comes to the game sometimes and like shows up like that?
He came in the league one time,
He came.
What?
Yeah.
That's insane. Obviously, you guys went 0-9 during the season, and like as an owner, you know you can kind of feel the pressure. You don't want to let him down either, right? Because he is so decorated and he was a winner. like now that you guys are doing good, like what has he been saying to you guys?
No, we're not talking too much to him right now, but he knows he's gonna watch party the last match, I think.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, but
No pressure.
no,
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah.
he's gonna solve you guys. He's looking at you guys.
Yes.
But obviously, he feel very bad at the time, like in the league, went 9-0 in the league, having like Aguero on your back, like. Obviously, he feels bad because
I gotta win, man.
yeah, I gotta win. I gotta win for him, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
You know, going into your next matchup, you two play each other. You know,
Right.
and the losers. I don't know how did it go last time you guys played?
They don't have a map off of us,
Ooh.
so we'll put that out there. You know, we play them in the season, and then we played them in playoffs, in the lowers of playoffs, and it was 2-0 both games. Obviously, we know they're a very good team. They've been hyped up forever for a good reason. You know, they're always, you know, a solid team, and they can come out bringing, you know, some crazy stuff, and, you know, the LATAM confidence. You know, we all know it. Everyone in North America knows the LATAM style, the LATAM confidence.
Yeah.
Like, if they come out with that, it's always going to be a hard game.
Are you worried about like Taco and his team coming out and just having the same mental as Crew did, just like feeling no pressure and bringing that energy into your game? Or does it not even play a factor?
It definitely plays a factor, but I think that at this point, everyone also is at that, you know, at like our team as well, their team.
I was about to ask the same
Yeah.
thing. Do you feel like you have no pressure now?
Yeah, so everyone knows that like it's do or die. You know,
Yeah.
it's a best of 5. You know, everyone's gonna have a highlight. Everyone, all
Yeah.
10 players in the server will have a highlight at some point during the series, and it's just gonna be what team makes less mistakes. You know, so it's how much confidence you have is good, but you don't want to be too confident to where you're making too many mistakes. So you know, it's always gonna be a fun one. You know, if they're shooting and we're shooting, that's all that matters. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and you guys definitely come to shoot every
Yeah.
single time, especially with Leaf, man. Leaf is
Leaf is-
such a scary player in the server. What do you think you can do? Because you're the main duelist for your team. You know, like going against a player like Leaf. Like, do you have to prepare a certain way, or do you just need to go out and just have that confidence?
Personally, I'm never worried about who I'm against, you know. I don't really look the names, so mainly I try to do my thing and try to be confident, like do this role for my team, like make the pressure, maybe the first blood, or when I have the up and taking that map control. And yeah, I think Cloud9 is like a very good team. They have very good individual skill level. You know, Rooney, Jake, Leaf. You guys had like a crazy gameplay. I like to play against you, and I think it's gonna be like a very fun. And I don't know, I'm pretty excited to play against you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun.
Nice.
Do or die. So
It is do or
That's
die.
the thing too, is like you can never even disrespect anyone. Like when you think you can, and I'll bring a funny moment up from the crew matches. We're up like, I don't even know, 12-4, 12-3, and we're about to win the game. And it was like a 2v2, and Nags was one of the last 2 people alive.
Uh-oh.
And Leaf is going, it's Nags, swing him. Okay? So we swing him, game's over, next game, 20-0.
That was so
That was
crazy.
so
I'm not gonna lie. So Klaus, who you think is gonna win between these two guys? Like, how do you think it's gonna go?
question.
Like, 'cause you're in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here in the opponents.
no pressure, bro.
No pressure. That's a difficult question,
Yeah.
but I think it's like a 50-50 or something like that.
Safe answer.
But I don't know.
I mean, we all know who Kesnet wants to play.
Yeah,
You guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think these guys have crazy firepower. These guys are.
Yeah.
They are very like they do like crazy plays, you know. Like they do a lot of stuff. Like Leviatán is not more like that. They're more like, I feel like they're more like a team play team. But
We're trying. Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to say that you are.
I'm kidding.
You guys are not playing ranked. But you guys pop off more individually,
Yeah.
and these guys are more like a team thing.
Team
you know?
effort.
Yeah.
So who's winning, bro?
Yeah, come on, bro. Who's winning? Give us the
bro.
juice, man.
I don't know. I'm going with my bro.
Oh.
It's because he's scared.
Something that I would always do is I would manifest, seeing myself holding a trophy, with whatever game I played. I've been a pro in a lot of games, right? Do you guys at all, look and be like, oh, like I want to hold the Champions Trophy up and, really imagine yourselves in that spot? And then
It's definitely just match by match. So whatever's next is what's next. You don't look past it. You're focusing on what's right in front of you, which happens to be, right in front of me. So, that's the
literally.
game. That's the game. Yeah. And then after, we win that, then think about the next.
Yeah. Nah, for me it's more like I want to represent all the region, because LATAM never took like a good, like we never like step up in a tournament in other games, we never won like a important tournament or something like that. So I want to be the first of being the like of a legacy, this is the first team that won a really important tournament, so that's my dream,
represent.
Yeah, I share that feeling.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday, when we play against Crew, I dream. I remember wake up and I remember my dream, and I didn't like raise the cup, but I remember getting the last round and getting the 13 there,
Yeah.
And I was so happy. I was so happy. I wake up like, oh, but then I realized I wake up and I was so sad.
Reality set in.
No, it was a dream, and then we play against Crew and we lose. So it was like,
I feel bad now, bro.
yeah, you killed my dream, bro.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
All right, we got 1 minute, guys. 1 minute's alive.
A few weeks ago, we had Valen on this desk. Can you believe he's going to be playing on this stage next year?
Yeah, it's nuts. It feels like such a big moment for him. Like, is this something like you get a card or like a gift for? It feels like a big occasion.
Wait a minute, I have the perfect idea.
What?
Pizza party!
Pizza party isn't the solution to everything.
And the breadsticks.
Girl, look at me. Of course, the solution to everything. All right, let's do this. Let's go!
Buena, weón!
What a shot! Ay, ay, ay!
Yes, Last Chance Qualifier.
Today, two teams are fighting for a chance to make it to the grand final. You get a win or you go home. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas LCQ lower bracket final. Say that 5 times fast. Right here out of the Riot Games Arena in amazing Los Angeles, California. I'm Golden Boy. We're here on the desk. I got Valen. I got Mimi. I got Sean Garris. But most importantly, you made it!
We made it.
You did the thing, man.
Yep.
Congratulations, first and foremost. And also, this is a nice little reunion for the three of us here, because the last time we were able to do this together was with Challengers, right? Like
last
2 years
year.
ago or last year. Honestly, time is elusive to me. But first and foremost, man, congratulations. The Guard takes home the Ascension title. How'd that feel, man?
It felt really good. I would say it was like a delayed gratification because at the moment when I won, it felt good, but I didn't really feel. Now that I'm back in LA, back at the studio, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be playing on the stage. It feels insane. Like, thank God. I can't wait for next year.
Does it feel extra good knowing that you guys all stuck together at the Guard? Like, I know you guys talked about in interviews how people were getting offers. It was a risk to stay together, to play challengers, to finally get that win and make it after making all those sacrifices. Does that just make it so much better?
Yeah, it's so rewarding knowing that my guys decided to stay together, like you said, because we did have offers from like other teams. We wanted to be picked apart because we were playing very good at the time. But we sat down, we're like, yo, we want to build this thing together. We want to get in the league together because we know that we benefit off of each other. We play better with each other. So to say that we made it and to say that we went the full way together is just so special. So grateful.
And you even took out like the key team that was defeating you online a lot, M80. You guys beat them back to back actually at this tournament. How did that feel to finally like have the upper hand in the head-to-head?
Yeah, I mean, with LAN, I would say we had the upper hand because we had the experience going into it. Previously, we played Reykjavik last year. We played Terek X Ludwig Invitational earlier. Yeah, we won that. So we had the experience going into it and the confidence. So we knew that we had the upper hand that whole entire series, and it showed.
What was the Brazilian crowd like? Because they were really rooting for you.
God.
Is it a good taste for what's to come in Americas?
I wish you guys could experience that. The Brazilian crowd was incredible, and it felt like we were the home team back in Sao Paulo because they're all cheering for us every time we went around. I think the biggest dopamine hit I've ever had was winning a clutch on LAN. I felt like the king himself. Dude, like when I came off the chariot, it was like that every time. But yeah, no, the crowd was incredible. I'm so grateful for you guys back in Brazil for cheering for us, and that's a preview of what's going to happen in Americas.
Ooh, I like that. Well, you know what, man, we're really excited, but today it's time to work. So let's go ahead and get to work here and talk about what we have planned for y'all today. Because look at this bracket here. But anyone would have thought that this would have been a reality in this current timeline that we're in right now. Crew in the grand finals awaiting the winner of C9 and Leviatán. Cloud9, a team that we were all convinced was going to be just sailing through this LCQ, and a very game and hungry Leviatán. They will, of course, the winner of that, like I said before, will take on Crew tomorrow. And Mimi, you couldn't have asked for a more surprising, perplexing, yet highly entertaining bracket.
Yeah, I think this would have been a lot of people's finals, looking at the bracket ahead of time for Leviatán to make a run back, for Cloud9, obviously. I think really the strong favorite coming into this one. But today, one of them has to get home. And the thing is that if you win this, you're not even there yet. You still have to beat Crew in that final. So this tournament has just continued to just break expectations.
How crazy is it the way you said it? You still have to beat Crew in the finals.
And that's like a hard thing.
It's like an impossible thing to do, it feels like right now. Beat them in a best of 5 where they have 2 bans, the way they've looked. I've never even seen a bracket like that created where they had to win 2 single elimination best of 3s to even get to the double elimination portion of the bracket, which is where Cloud9 and Leviatán started. Yeah. Look where we find them today.
They haven't lost a match after going 0-10 the entire year.
Yeah, and talking about going 0-10, I feel like when you have that many losses, it's kind of cliche, but you do learn a lot, especially when you have talented players like with the players on Crew. You're going to be soaking in a lot of that information of why you lost those games. And if you remember correctly, a lot of those games were very close, like 10-13 or 11-13 matches, overtime games. So it's not like they were losing by large margins. I was like, oh, this team's just not good. They're getting there, and with how they're looking this LCQ, I wouldn't be surprised if they take the whole.
Well, it's working.
Tell you what, we're going to talk about that and so much more. But of course, we want to hear from you, lovely people back at home as well, and we want you to share your thoughts. Where your sympathies lie, rather. Is it with C9 and their redemption arc? Maybe you're rooting for the LATAM El Clasico as we have a potential Leviatán Crew matchup. Make sure you use the hashtags VALORANT LCQ as well as VCT so we can feature your tweets on the broadcast. Make sure you say nice things. In any case, though, now over the past 2 weeks, we have seen some incredible play on this stage, as well as a few aces. So we sat down with Klaus, Leaf, and a few other pros for their thoughts on those unforgettable moments. Take a look.
Chosen finally opens up the site for a bit. The showstopper out. Klaus also spikes that down. The plat coming down, and that's a 14 ace for Klaus.
Acá Kenny te iba a matar a todos y pobre no pudo. Esa fue ahí ya la gané. Ahí ya no importa más el ace. Ahí ya la gané y no hay mucho que decir. O sea, es un ace así medio normal porque están ellos contra el tiempo y no hay mucho que decir. Me gustó igual haberme arriesgado así y también el kill más importante fue el de la Viper, así que estoy feliz con eso.
Me acuerdo de este porque de hecho esa bulldog que tiene se la dropeé yo. Creo que la segunda kill le corta, fue como lo que aseguró la ronda. Aquí, Tuki. Mata la bomba y luego mata el de corta, que es literalmente el segundo jugador más cercano a ir a plantar la bomba. Entonces, como no, pues mata a dos, con eso asegura la ronda. Y ya el tercero y los últimos dos son literalmente un extra porque pues, la ronda ya estaba ganada, pero igualmente les dio doble head a ambos. Entonces...
Murió, el plan, no se muestren.
¿Cuándo?
¡Fuera, Klaus!
¡Vamos! ¡Amasaste, Klaus, weón!
Hermano, se fue la silla.
Buena, Nico, por esta dropeé la bulldog, let's go!
Him being able to like hit all those shots under such time pressure with like everyone coming at him at once and the time running so low, there's a lot of pressure, so it's hard to hit those shots. So I think that's the most impressive part.
I mean, he's got the reckoning to scale up with, he's got the cover of the lockdown, and he's got a kill onto 10.
I mean, there's miscommunication there. 10's not really aware how far Leaf is.
Yeah, he's already netted himself a second one with a third, possibly. Pancada, oh, it's actually marked, but Pancada may have found a timing here.
This guy's just farming.
He's tucked behind the orb, and he doesn't land the shots. Leaf's on the courts for an ace. And Zekin's on the other side. He's got the op. Last round of the half. No reason to convert it, and Leaf delivers.
Just everything kind of just grew into like one-on-ones and stuff like that. I didn't like purposely do it like that. It's just kind of the way the round crumbled.
You guys want to put something or no? Nice, back up.
Yeah, back up. We have 4 mollies.
I'm flashing.
2R.
One more.
Recording on.
Come back then. Go super late.
I'm sure you can fight with that. Just go crazy, Nate.
I'm just gonna fight her.
Go feel it.
Yeah, keep going, Nathan.
Art.
Nice. Keep going, Nathan.
Flower left. Ace.
Left side flower or secret now. He might have wrapped around.
Assist real quick.
No!
Nice, Nathan, keep fighting.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets the entry. It makes it hard for us. Just being a menace. That's the great thing about Leaf. He just plays annoying, so pretty hard to stop. Plays for his team, you know, tries to be a menace. He knows his job, he knows his role. I've known Leaf for a really long time, ever since Counter-Strike, and he's always been a confident player. Yeah, I know he's confident.
I normally don't get a lot of aces. I usually get 4Ks and then it cuts off right there. But it feels good to get an ace.
There you can see some of the reactions from the players there. We actually have a player on the desk. We might as well ask and get your thoughts on it too, because I mean it truly is an exhilarating feeling, but also you need all the pieces to kind of like line up in order for you to get that.
Yeah, oftentimes with the ace, it just kind of falls into your hands, like how Leaf was saying, how the round just crumbled into his favor, getting the 1v1s. Because oftentimes if you're getting peeked by multiple people or a lot of utility, you're not going to get all the kills, right?
Yeah.
So it falls in your favor, but it's such a good feeling when you get one of those aces because the morale of the team is just highly boosted. You guys are getting hyped up. The individual player has the potential to just pop off and take over because he's just so amped of getting that ace for sure. Especially on stage, like you got the crowd cheering your name, bro. It's so lit.
It's an atmosphere that truly is unparalleled. I can't even imagine it, of course. But let's go ahead though and refocus ourselves on the matchup today, because today's lower final, it's a rematch from playoffs. We actually saw these two teams face off against each other in the lower bracket, and Cloud9 eliminated Leviatán and, most importantly, denied them that trip to Masters Tokyo.
And the lead up to this matchup is the very same as that one in the regular season in playoffs. It was where Cloud9 came in looking like a favorite to make it to Tokyo, and then they crumbled in one of their upper bracket matches, went down, and ended up just barely squeaking out this win over Leviatán. Obviously a little bit more dominant on that final map, but this is what people kind of thought that Cloud9 could be back. They ended up not being able to make the run happen then, but with that elimination, now here in LCQ, the question is, with that same kind of faltering, that same choke in the upper bracket, can Cloud9 actually rally back and make that run into the finals, as everyone I think expected them to do before the event?
I think we did all expect them to do that. When we showed the stats earlier on in the tournament, they were #1 in everything in the regular season. Even like maps lost, their round differential was insane. We expect them to be in the grand finals. But oddly enough, today against Leviatán, this is anyone's game, right? I've heard so many rumors behind the scenes for so long that this Leviatán team, they just play with so much confidence in their scrims, and they're just bodying teams like Cloud9 in scrims. Now, things could go different today in the server, but I think Leviatán, based on what I saw in that last game against Sentinels, they're here to play it. And the players are willing to take risks, probably like they take in practice.
And Valen, I'm sure with that loss last time to Cloud9, there is that extra motivation for Leviatán to make this run happen.
No, for sure. And I think Cloud9 and Leviatán are the complete opposites right now, because Cloud9 was looking incredible previously, and now I'm starting to see them a little shaky, especially when they go down maps. Like, they look like they kind of tighten up. And Leviatán is the complete opposite right now. They've been losing a lot in the past, but now with that win over Sentinels, I think they're kind of getting that spark, that energy boost that the team needs to know that they can make this run happen.
You know, it's just the fact that you walk onto the stage, you've been holding L's for a good chunk of the year, and then you manage to find yourself that first win. It truly is an invigorating feeling, and I think that is what we're seeing right now from Leviatán, from Crew, right?
Crew,
and Cloud9 is definitely going to need to find that here, because Cloud9 has been an incredible pressure, under incredible pressure, mind you, because, you know, the thing is, like, as we noted before, history could potentially repeat itself. C9 could potentially get close. They have to get through Leviatán first and then find a way to get through Crew. But they are right there. And for them to miss another global event would be truly a heartbreaker.
Yeah, twice in 1 year would be brutal for these guys. And the thing is that Cloud9, every time we see them, even at the start of LCQ, they just look so good. That first matchup they played was clean. Their players were on peak form. They were continuing to show us new ideas with their compositions. They're so proactive at adapting. But in some of these big games, they just falter. And I think that's what happened against Crew after winning a dominant map 1. I mean, they almost got 13-0'd.
Yeah. We're just, we don't want to see that happen here. And Valen, obviously, that comes with, as Mimi had mentioned, right? Like, you're playing not to lose at that point, which is not a good feeling to have, right?
No, it's definitely a terrible feeling. It's always the common saying of play to win, don't play not to lose.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big confidence thing for the team, especially a team like Cloud9. When you watch them perform well, when you watch them pop off, I think they are a confidence-based team. You see Zelsis getting super amped, fist pumping his boys. Like, they're a very outgoing team.
Yeah.
And when you're not playing well and everyone kind of shuts down, that spreads like wildfire, because it's one thing to be super amped up and hyped when you win, but if you rely too much on the emotional side, when you start losing, that could start backfiring as well. But I think Cloud9 this time around, with that loss, they kind of reground themselves, kind of reset their priorities as a team, and I think we're going to be able to see a much more clean Cloud9.
Yeah.
I even think that today, it's a little bit different than those other games. You look at their maps played so far, they've won 3 maps where they have game footage of their opponents right before. All 3 maps they've lost, Fracture versus Sentinels, and both of those games previously against Crew, they had 0 footage to work on. You know, Crew previously didn't play Pearl. They didn't play Haven. So Cloud9 had no idea what to expect. I think that changes a little bit today because Leviatán likely has footage. They're a lot more readable team. And this is where someone like MCE can finally show his worth. And that was something we saw throughout the regular season.
Yeah, oh, for sure. And this also sets up, you know, players like LEV as well to potentially become the openers that the team desperately needs, because he has been so great all season long. Actually, here's what LEV had to say when Cloud9 got knocked out in the playoffs by NRG. So this is way back in May, talking about, like, you know, grass number qualifying, sorry for playing so, you know, poorly when it mattered. And obviously, you know, that they're cursed, third time being 1 BO3 away from an international LAN and losing. And that is the thing that sticks to me, Sean, because it is a thing that is like hovering over your head, and that is not a good feeling to have when you take that stage.
Yeah, if you believe in the curse, I feel like it becomes a curse. Yeah, you're actually activating it at that point, because now it's some kind of mental block that your team might have. That does worry me a little bit. How do you feel about that?
Well, I would also say the opposite could happen, where he's just so motivated that he can't let this happen again.
Yeah.
But it kind of depends on the person, right? If you really believe that you're cursed, obviously you're going to be a little nervous when you go on stage. You're going to think, oh, I can't let this happen again, which kind of clouds your vision. But, you know, I think for a player like LEV, he's very confident. He's going to come in today feeling that he cannot let this one slip.
Yeah, well, of course, that is what I'm sure a lot of C9 fans are hoping for. But let's actually kind of go back a little bit to, not necessarily go back to May, but let's actually go back to when they faced off against Crew, right? You know, and funny enough, we saw some familiar compositions as well make its way over here. But Mimi, I mean, to start with you on this, right? It felt as if it was a C9 team that was really just fishing for answers and trying to find it wherever they could. Unfortunately, it just did not come to fruition.
Yeah, they tried to change things up just a little bit, still running a Viper in their composition, but doing something more similar to what you guys have been running, Valen. And their defensive side, I think they really were struggling to get value out of this one. In their retakes in particular, normally this comp is so good at flood retaking in behind a wall, having those mollies to help you fight space in, but it wasn't working for Cloud9, and Crew ended up running them over in this map against a team who's normally so good at implementing those new comps and instantly having the right read.
Right, and so for some insight on that composition, it's really good, like you said, for flooding because you have the extra smokes to be able to get into the site and then just brawl. But the thing is that Cloud9 was doing, which in my opinion I felt like was wrong, was a lot of set retakes. They kept giving up A or letting the team walk into B for free. And I think that, that was a problem that we were facing in scrims a lot, but because we went through the issues, because we were playing the comp for so long, we got our fixes. But for these guys, they swapped the comp, so they didn't get to go through that stage of like figuring out their mistakes. Yeah, all the nuances on the composition. And I think that was the biggest reason of why they didn't look good on it. But with time, and if they rewatch the VOD, they should be able to fix it.
That's interesting that he says that, because in the post-game interview, the crew member, I think Davies actually said they scrimmed against Cloud9. A lot of these teams are scrimming against each other leading up to this tournament. And he said that previously, I believe they ran like a harbor comp. So but they kind of just translated that play style into this. And that's how Crew approached the game, as if there was a harbor on the other team, just as like a second controller.
It's quite fascinating to see how all this gets broken down, and of course how the coaches are trying to like really get the one-ups over one another as well, right? And obviously, Coach MCE, you were talking about him a little earlier on, actually has been quite open about what it's like behind the scenes during these tough losses. This is actually an excerpt that we have from an interview with esports.gg's Brandon Moore. Shout out to Brandon for crushing it as always. And it's like, you talk to different people in a different way when sometimes, sometimes in matches, when we're playing like, poo, and not awake, I have to be that person where I'm like, what is going on? And that is an important part of it, because a lot of times, I think that there's just a general misconception, Mimi, in the community where people feel as if they understand like what the coach's role is, but sometimes the coach's role is just to motivate those players and get them ready.
I mean, the final two lines of this one, that they need to wake up, that he has to be the guy to light that fire under them because the players aren't finding the solutions by themselves, is really, really quite open for him to say. And Valen, for the whole first year of the Guard, when you guys made it all the way to Reykjavik, you played with this guy. And from the outside, it seems like he can be really harsh on his players. And do you think that's kind of like a strong suit of his coaching or a weakness? And what was it like for you playing with him?
Yeah, for me, I would say that it was definitely a strong suit from Matt, because as he may tear you down or be it like kind of aggressive towards you, he also builds you back up in a way that he believes a proper player should be built. And to wake his teammates up and to get aggressive when they're, when they're down by maps or down a lot of rounds, I think it's because those players are forgetting a lot of the key fundamentals, and that's what really ticks off Matt. I know him pretty well. We've played for a while, and if you're messing up the key fundamentals or just the little things, he's going to get frustrated, and he's not a person who's going to sugarcoat it. He's going to tell you straight up. And if you're a player who can take that in, regardless of how he's saying it, you're going to come out a better individual, because he's telling you straight of what you need to improve on.
And the way I perceive a team seems like kind of similar to what MC is saying there is there's going to be ebbs and flows where you're more strategic and more loose, right? The more confidence you get, the more loose you become. And eventually, something like this happens, and the coach just has to reel it all back in. Like, what are we doing out there? Like, it's time to reel back in more structure. So I'm expecting Cloud9 to look way more polished today than they did last week when we saw them in that game, just for that sole reason, right? He's trying to pull it all back in and get control and get more structure within the team.
And I think especially for those two young players on this team, who this is their first big shot, their first tier 1 team, having a coach like that who really knows how to build someone back up can be so important. That's what he did with you guys. You guys were rookies, and you made it all the way to an international event under his leadership.
Yeah, I wanted to add, for players like Jake and Rooney, first time playing on stage, I think that pressure of your coach being hard on you and kind of just airing you out and letting you know exactly what your mistakes on helps you in the future when you have these big pressure matches, when the crowd is against you, when you're down, 12-9, and you got to make that comeback. Like, you've been through hardship, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, your coach has been grilling you. You're ready for this. You understand the moment. I still remember one time at Reykjavik, like Matt at the end of the huddle was like, look, I'm so hard on you guys for this reason. Now just go out and have fun. And once he told me that, like, all the pressure felt relieved, you know what I mean? Like, we went through a lot, and now it's just go time.
That is a good feeling, of course. Now, obviously, as we flip it on the other side here, let's actually talk about C9's opponents here, the number 2 seed Leviatán. And we actually do have Riv standing by with King for a quick word.
King, can I grab you for a second? Here we go. All right. This is quick. So, only a handful of time at the end of the season to kind of look at the faults from the regular season here. What does the team fix behind the scenes to make sure you're going to make it to the grand finals in the LCQ?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest mistakes we made is that, first of all, we had a lot of pressure in us. It was kind of the first time that we stopped being an underdog team. Like, everyone was hoping us to be a top 3 team with energy and loud. And I think we never felt that, so I think the pressure fell on our shoulders, and we tried to work like 10 times harder in such a long-term competition, and I think both those things just, I don't know, all the energy like started to fall down, and yeah, I think that was one of our biggest mistakes, and now we're taking things way more relaxed, we're feeling good. So yeah, I think with all the things we've changed, I hope we can make it to grand finals.
It's the best time to fight your stride. King, thank you so much. Back to you.
What Leviatán seems to have found there, I think, is almost similar to what Cloud9 is striving to find. Being able to balance that pressure of being a favorite, having high expectations, and also being able to be flexible and come back from these losses really well, as Leviatán did in their game versus Sentinels after starting so poorly into the season, or into this event, I should say.
And I actually found it quite fascinating that he was saying it's actually nice to not be the underdog for a change, right? You know, and that's actually how it felt like watching them play against Sentinels. Sentinels obviously coming to this one a heavy favorite, Sean. But it was all anyone could talk about was Leviatán because so many players were stepping up, even when it looked like they were on the brink of, you know, crumbling again.
Yeah, and I think it's the opposite route of Cloud9, right? The coach owner gave them a air of like freedom to the team, right? These double duelist comps like on Split and Fracture. And the way they ran it just gave so much power to the players for peaks like this from Taco, where we saw him an entire season feel shelled and boxed, afraid to peek these angles. I didn't see that at all in the Sentinel series. And once he came to life on Fracture, I feel like there was no putting it back. Like, it was over at that point when Taco came to life.
It seemed like there was two sides of Leviatán. Like the early stage, like last year, they were all about the chaos and these individual plays, taking a risk to break from their structure. Whereas this year, it was all the structure all the time, which works up until teams have VODs of you. But it seemed like in that series, they were starting to find a balance of that style that they'd been lacking for so long. And that little bit of freedom, I think, really helped propel them to that very dominant win.
Oh, it most definitely did. And you know, we'll of course see how this kind of works out for them as we get ready for this matchup. But you know, and kind of talking about that, right? Like, you know, King, Taco, these are names that we always talk about on this team as guys who step up. But what ended up happening was that Mizzino and Shy has been exquisite this LCQ, by the way. It took over, and that has to be like a really wonderful feeling, right? When you have, you know, your duelists aren't necessarily doing the things that they need to do, but the supporting cast stepping up, that has to feel great.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's what makes teams great, is when your duelists aren't stepping up, when your players who are normally expected to kind of get a lot of the key kills for you aren't stepping there. I think it's big for players like Shy and Mizzino to be able to, you know, step up and get a lot of the key frags, a lot of the trades, close out post plans. Like, they look like stars out there. You know what I mean? They look like the main duelist.
Yeah.
I mean, those two duelists started off on Fracture. I keep saying it, like 1-9 and 2-10. How is it possible that they walked away from that game with that score line that they had? They blew Sentinels out with both duelists starting like that.
And they lost both pistol rounds in that map as well. It was ridiculous. And it was like these guys, the half that Shy had in particular was incredible
he's been amazing.
Fracture. Like, it feels like the entirety of Leviatán individually has leveled up while also finding a much better balance in their style.
Yeah, and something to add is that when you're playing the double duelist comps, oftentimes you are going to see the support staff step up because you have all this entry power in front of you, and your teammates are creating so much space, like with the Ray Satchels and with the Jet Dash, that when you are supporting your entries, you have so much space to work with, and your util is just to set them up and get the key trades. It makes your life kind of easy as a support.
Yeah, as long as you keep that good spacing, which honestly we've always praised Leviatán for it, and they seem to be like all over it right now on these maps.
Yeah, and if they continue to do that, we could end up seeing an all LATAM grand final here for the LCQ, which would be bonkers. But our coaches are actually standing by, MC and owner, as we are going to get ready for the map picks and bans. So let's go ahead and find out where we're headed.
All right, we're back with the VCT LCQ map pick ban. We have C9 against LEV for a best of 5. C9, you guys are further in the winner's bracket, so you have team select. So C9 selects Team A, which means Lev, you guys are team B. So we'll start with the bans. C9, can you ban a map?
We'll ban Fracture.
Fracture. Okay, and Lev, can you ban a map?
Ban Ascent.
Ascent? Okay, let's go to the picks. So C9, pick map 1.
Lotus.
Lotus. And Lev, what side on Lotus?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, for map 2, Lev, what map?
Big Pearl.
Pearl. And C9, what side on Pearl?
Attack.
Attack. Okay, C9 for map 3.
Big Split.
Split. And Lev, what side on Split?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, Lev for map 4. Haven. And C9, what side on Haven?
Attack.
Attack, which means map 5 will be bind, and C9, what side on bind?
Defense.
Defense. Okay, we can go over it again. With bans, we have C9 banning Fracture and Lev banning Ascent. Map 1 is Lotus with Lev on defense. Map 2 is Pearl with C9 on attack. Map 3 is Split with Lev on defense. Map 4 is Haven with C9 on attack. And map 5 is Bind with C9 on defense. Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, guys.
Okay, so we saw what the maps are. Sean, I want to get your quick reactions on this. What do you think?
I'm a little scared for C9. I'm not gonna lie. I was saying, I thought Leviatán played Crew pretty well on Lotus. It's just Crew had all of the right decisions in all of the right moments and completely shut down Lev. But they actually picked Lotus, I believe, in that series. So they're comfortable on that. Their Pearl is definitely their go-to map. And I think people have been terrified of it. So that's why we haven't seen it. And honestly, I'm just a little scared for Cloud9 right now. I'm just a little scared.
I think a lot does hinge on this Lotus, because through the whole season, this was like their best map. They were kind of innovating the comp that everyone started picking up here. But I think there could be a world where Leviatán upsets there. And then at that point, I think Pearl and Split look pretty positive for that Last Chance squad.
Yeah, for sure, especially Split leading into the double duelist that they like. I mean, that could be a big upset. But I also want to talk about C9 picking attack on the first 2 picks because they're starting attack on all 4 maps, and what that does for a team is, because I like the same strategy, basically you're just controlling the pace of the game. You get to, as an IGL, you get to call the pacing instead of playing on defense and having to react to the other team a lot. So I think that's a new strategy for Cloud9 to start attack for a lot of these maps, especially on Haven. I like that pick. So they're coming out with more confidence this time around.
I do like it as well, because starting on attack, you can kind of dictate that like 3-on-1 on a defender, right? So aim is less important in that moment. It's more about the tactics, so you can kind of settle into the games if you start on attack.
All right, real quick, let's get some brief predictions in. I'm curious. Mimi, you haven't talked for a while. Who you got?
Cloud9, I think they've had some time off to look back on the mistakes they made, hopefully get that mental under control. Last time in the same situation, they beat Leviatán. I think they will again.
Alan?
I'm going to say 3-2 Cloud9. We're going to all 5 maps. It's going to be a banger.
Sean?
I'll go against the grain. I'm going Leviatán 3-2.
Ooh, okay. Well, this is going to be awesome. I can't wait. And it seems like our top 2 seeds are ready to go. And they have one shot at making it to the grand final tomorrow. And champions Los Angeles is on the line. It's Cloud9 versus Leviatán, a best of 5 as VCT Americas LCQ lower bracket final starts right now.
The goal this year is to be able to go to Champions.
The pressure is on.
Let's go!
Parece que ganarle a todos.
Skills do capitão ele quer mais! Oh, looking for the transfer! And he's gonna get it! What are you guys fucking doing? First miss from the second does not!
Para você ser o melhor, você tem que ganhar dos melhores.
Buena, weón!
Anyone can take any game off one another.
Saucy gets 3! And the B-slider's now open! What a shot! Ay, ay, ay! Sensacional!
Desde el último partido que jugamos no entramos con la mentalidad de Last Chance, tipo el partido nos hizo realizar en dónde estábamos parados y yo creo que la victoria demuestra mucho de lo que volvió a ser nuestra esencia de equipo.
Si no me equivoco, va a llegar, no llega. ¡Llegó! ¡No swear!
Martino te pone 3 felicitaciones.
I think we still have the advantage. We just have to go into the next match with our heads high and ready to, play the game.
3v1 Leaf to hold off the 13-0.
And Leaf's just playing with him. Celsius still dancing around. Celsius with the Red Bull clutch. Boys! They're so aggressive! Looking for the fourth to put him away, and he does.
Estamos dedicando al 100% a esto, es el tiempo que no estamos con nuestros amigos, con nuestras familias y que realmente poder recoger el fruto de eso sería súper importante.
I mean, hopefully we can show up the next match, lower finals, and it's LCQ, last chance for everyone, so who knows who's gonna win.
Riot Games Arena, put your hands together for your first seed. It's Celsius, Jake, Rooney, Zeppa, Leaf, and Coach MCE. It's Cloud9!
Are you ready for this? Ready to take chances? Will you push and break your limits? Are you ready to be a legend? It's time to storm the fortress. It's time to fight on the battlefield. Are you made for greatness? Writing history? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Standing in front of the enemy line, you gotta be a soldier. Your soul burns like a wildfire. This fight is not yet over. You're adrenaline.
Y en el otro lado intentando llegar a una final 100% latinoamericana. Tacolilla, Nosware, King, Shai, Massino, Coach Onur, Leviatán!
Push through the pain, cause really that's how you build muscle. I gotta stay in my lane, I gotta stay in my zone. You know I'm paving the way to make sure my people are known. Known as some fighters, ain't nobody higher. You don't need a lighter, I'm bringing the fire. Nobody better, they feel in my presence. I'm known as a legend, but you call me sire. I'm too legit, man, I overcommit. Oh no, I never quit, but I'll make you retire. Say you a winner, but man, I don't buy it. Addicted to grinding, man, you gotta try it. I don't want nothing for free. I'm here to work. Only one spot for me. I gotta be first. I'm who they all wanna be. Come to your worst. I've been through the dirt. I've been through the dirt. I don't want nothing for free. I'm here to work. Only one spot for me. I gotta be first. I'm who they all wanna be.
This was a matchup that we all thought we were going to see in the grand finals of the LCQ, Cloud9 versus Leviatán, but instead they find themselves in the lower bracket final and fighting for that last spot in the grand finals, that last spot in Champions Los Angeles.
If you looked at the regular season, having these teams at an international event representing Americas seemed inevitable. Cloud9 was on a run. They looked like a favorite into the playoffs, lost out there, and they slip into the lower bracket again in LCQ. And the question is, in the same situation as last time, against Leviatán, in the lower bracket, can they rally this time, make it to the grand finals, or will Leviatán have their first shot at an international event since lock-in?
It all seems so similar for Cloud9 right now. Going against the team that's on the heater. Back then it was EG, now it's Crew. They find themselves in the lower brackets against a very, very strong team that has made many international appearances in Leviatán. Last time it was NRG, it went 3 maps. They lost 14-12 to not make it to Masters. Today, again, I feel like it's going to be tested deep in this series, deep in the games. This is not going to be a blowout in Cloud9's favor, and I think their mental needs to be strong.
Right, but because the last time they were so close versus NRG, I think they have the mental resilience this time around. They learn. Every time you go through these losses, you learn on, okay, what was missing? What do we need in order to come out on top? And we need to see if Cloud9's going to start strong or if Leviatán is going to come out with the heater they've been on.
Leviatán, though, they they have rallied in this lower bracket. Their game versus Sentinels very dominant, and they too have had their share of losses to learn from. Throughout Americas, they were too structured, really. They lent into the same things over and over again and got punished by better prepared squads. But here they have had a chance to reinvent themselves and found this balance, adding more on-the-fly plays, more risks into the equation, and I think it has made them look much better. And for Cloud9, I think my biggest question is, when they get punched the first time, you lose a map, something doesn't go your way, how is the mental going to hold out? Because in the last two situations that they were in, it didn't work out for them. They ended up snowballing out of control. They have to show that that mental is far more resilient now.
Yeah, I mean, this is, look, at the end of the day, right, it is a video game, but when you're playing at this level, and these players are all equal in as far as their skill, it becomes that mental game. It becomes that much more profound as we jump into the agent select here, where we got a few raises out. Not a shocker there.
It's Lotus, though, so this is Cloud9 moving away from their composition that really defined their season. I always loved watching Leaf on the Neon here. I felt it was so adaptable, rotating on their defensive side, but it seems like they might go towards more of a Fnatic-esque comp. This Fade raise seems like everyone's starting to play it, Valen.
Yeah, they went to the Sky raise, which Sky provides you more active information throughout the round, so I think
that is what they were playing before with the Sky.
Right, and I want to say that the raise is more static on defense, because with the Neon, what Cloud9 love to do and what other teams love to do is show aggression in one area and rotate that Neon using the sprint into another side for another engagement. I think this time around we're going to see them play more static, maybe a couple pushes here and there, but the raise has so much stopping potential for both teams. With the Astra suck too, so they're going to have so much synergy within each other.
It's weird. There's different synergies for each team. Like the Fade raise combo right now, starting on this defensive side of Lotus, you can easily see a lot of paint shell seize combos. There's so many things that Leviatán can do.
All right, well, we are all set to kick off our lower final. So let's go ahead and get the action going and send it over to your casters. It's Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yeah, you look at these compositions for Cloud9 and you go, wait a second, that's weird. They were so dominant on Lotus. Why make the change? And it's not until you realize they're 5-2 on it, but their last two the two losses that they had were their most recent appearances on the map, and it was in playoffs.
Yeah, brutal. And I just have to continue thinking about what the Death touched about MCE and how brutal he was on the team in the last one. So going through and making a change, I think everybody's fired up when you see something like that. And they've also been changing quite a lot on other maps too, bringing a lot of Viper. So not that this is anything super different in terms of that here, but the raise is such a different tool.
And then again, as the desk was touching on, they then have made a couple of changes to how they want to approach this as well. So we'll see how the Fade does with the raise. I think it was Valen who was saying that on the desk. It should be a very good matchup.
And in perfect Leviatán style as well. This is the comp that they brought into LCQ too. So let's see how much change we get throughout this series. And look at this immediate B pressure coming in from Leviatán, who's starting on defense. The Prowler, they take it down, control everything, put deep alarm bot.
Yeah.
And I like this from Cloud9, trying to punish that. Actually forces Taco by himself.
Wait, Leaf went through. Leaf went through the rotating door. Now they're going to want to fight for mid.
So that trade could have been a lot worse there for Leviatán. The fact that Taco gets one is super important. They're not following this Trailblazer right now. Still wondering what's on the rest of that site. Is there any traps? Are there the mollies? Did we clear everything out? And instead they walk through.
Oh, it sounded like they made noise too, so they should know that C is the hit. Tap on the spike. Leaf is already in such a forward position. As soon as smoke goes down, a couple of kills are exchanged in favor of Cloud9 though. And it's only getting better.
Can't use that yet.
That's falling off there. That was such a good call. Twice there you went for contact on Cloud9. And both audibles that they called in this round were perfect. The first one to trap Tacolia inside of B main there, and then the second one to catch this spawn push unaware. So nice.
Yeah, you're already seeing a lot of fluidity, a lot of like game time decision making, adjustments on the fly that are netting them some success.
I'm super curious if both of those ideas were protocol or if it was something that they're calling on the fly. To me, it looked like protocol, the fact that they walked through that orb, or that smoke at the beginning of the round together there, Zelsis and Rooney. And that's a pistol for Cloud9, something that MCE talked about was lacking for them in that series against Crew that they lost earlier in the week. They started off strong in that series as well, though. On Ascent, they stomped Crew out. It was only the next 2 maps where things went bad. This is what I'm talking about. Both Zelsis and Rooney, they're walking through at the same time. It's very, very nicely handled. This secondary push, too, where they Trailblazer all the way up. They push him into spawn behind the smoke, so he can't confirm the information, is so key from Cloud9. And, again, super well played.
Seems like they're expecting some aggression from Leviatán here. See how slow they are to getting out of spawn. And maybe it isn't pacey, but Leviatán do seem intent on taking some A main control.
And funny enough, they've been farming orbs for Taco on defense, which it's not something that you're used to seeing. And they're going to actually push through this Viper wall here in a second. Wait for the fuel to come down, maybe. Here it comes.
Everyone is just so closely pitched up. You see it. I mean, look, the haunt there. Leviatán were able to get 2, though, and that nade from Leaf was gorgeous.
Got a second one. Forces again Mazzino to be by himself there. The rest of his team can't join him.
Do they commit to trying to get out on B? There are 2 remaining members of Leviatán here. That quickly turns into 1. He falls as well. That's the second round going in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, but despite the success that you're having there, with the nade, with the first engagements there inside of B main as Leviatán comes through, yes, they get the first kill, but everything else after that felt like it went Cloud9's way. It actually didn't. They lost 3 guns. And you're actually getting a canceled bonus here from Cloud9. They're investing 2 rifles into this one. 2 players are not going to be able to buy up in the next. King a deep orb lineup for C while he's playing on that B side. So he can help cover up. You just saw it land right there in front of Shy.
This is now the second round that they try to creep out towards C. There are 2 nanos just beneath them. Once they clear the first, that's a Q. The flash up top, and Shy has to give the space back.
And I don't think Leviatán was expecting that deep Viper orb. It was so deep in. You're allowed to pop way further into the site than you normally are.
The Prowler just split a couple members of Cloud9 without latching onto anyone. And once again, you're seeing this, like, Cloud9 putting deep utility out. That nano up towards C, and they're going to creep their way around it.
Surely you can't go contact in another time.
I mean, they've done it so many times, and it's gotten them this far.
Still no spike plant.
Oh, that looked rough. Shy getting the best of Leaf.
Spike planted.
Spike finally going down. Numbers in favor of the defense.
And normally this would be a situation where Leviatán, if they were down in numbers in this case, if Cloud9 was successful, they'd be off saving. Instead now, they're going to go for this 4v3 retake.
Paranoia to make sure there's no one playing up close. But they still have to wait for this utility before they can make a move forward. And Rooney and Jake are there to greet on the other side. Falls down to a 1v2. Rooney's so weak. Zelsis isn't much better off. This is winnable. Mazzino just has to make a play here, and it's got to be fast. That's a play. Another one right beneath them. They're wrapping right around each other, but he turns around. It's just the wrong time. You're right. There was just not enough left on the clock to pull that off. Cloud9 get the third.
And consider the fact that Cloud9 waited for so long to put that plant down. Leviatán was literally wrapping around the site with 5 players up, and they still were not planning. They allowed the rotation to come all the way through, and it's because of things like this. They're really trying to eat into these retakes before they can strike.
Yeah.
And that's not a strategy that's going to be consistent as time goes on, because Leviatán will keep their guns out, will not get ready for the retake until they can clear out the space close to them. But it is a nice idea to come up with a bonus win like that. Leviatán buying up a couple stingers here. They're going to push B again. Maybe with a flash if there's contact. And Cloud9 want none of it. For the first time, they're going to approach this A side, and it's dry to see if they're pushing up towards Rubble or anything like that. Is there going to be aggression here with the fade raise? No? All right, we'll take the space.
You wonder if they pivot back too, given some of Rooney's utility, including the warp that's towards C.
I mean, wow. Both teams are playing incredibly scared, is what I would say so far about this game. Cloud9, again, they got information here. They peeked all the way up into this A side. It's only now that they're pushing up. And still, they're not going through. It's only Leaf on the site. He might get trapped up. They're pivoting back into this B side. This is the first time they're actually going to hit it without any Leviatán players being able to get this information early so the plant will come down faster.
Shy is going to be the first on the scene, but he's kept back by the Viper wall. Going to have to rotate around and try to approach the site from a different area. You already see the Astra Star starting to go down, courtesy of Jake, to deny any entry. And there's really not much here. I mean, Taco has his ult. But Nazar doesn't have any utility to really set him up, to really get him going.
And that wall is just so good against NEB retakes. Got to make an attempt here for Lev, but not going to find anything. And it is important that they keep trying to chunk down at that econ for Cloud9 as they go up to 4. But I'm a little concerned here. As the first 4 rounds, I'm seeing Leviatán continue to deal with the same game plan. That's twice now that they pushed down B on the eco round. And twice now that it's not garnered anything. Now we finally do have Taco's ult, but it's met with a couple from Cloud9 too. And you also have for this gun round that extra Astra wall as well. So you don't have to fully rely on just the smokes and the Viper wall too. Early Trailblazer clears a lot, but they're regrouping again. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Prowler here if it contacts to see Taco send it.
That's 2 guns that have been fired, and there it is. There's a showstopper, the flash. Taco was just on the other side. Zelsis gets cleaned up.
That's a really nice play based off of what we've seen in the last couple. That's the sort of pick you want to go for, rather than fully overcommitting yourself. And you're seeing the same type of response that we saw in Pistol from Cloud9, just not able to catch anybody in this case.
They've done such a good job around playing through Rooney's utility.
The alarm bot's down right now. Nosworth. Oh! No, that's Taco, actually. Just as the wall goes up, he finds the timing to spray.
Jake just tapped. It was just a threat. The second time is much more committed. So with the nade in his lap, he's got to reposition. There's really nobody to cover King's approach here. He can creep his way forward, but instead he's waiting. Choosing not to venture out onto the site while Leaf takes plenty of space back behind him. Note, he has ult here. Jake has his ult too. But they're so close to each other. Rooney's in such a good spot, but it's going to 1-for-1. Leaving Leaf in a 1v3, and he cannot convert.
There's the advantage garnered by Leviatán there. Taco being aggressive and then them falling into passive positions, getting extra value out of that too, while spraying safely. But you've got to love that little trap there, at least the way that Taco's able to pounce off that Prowler's information. And remember, Taco had slow starts in the past. Today, absolutely not. 4 first kills already in 5 rounds.
Very reminiscent of what we saw the last time we saw Leviatán play. They did a really good job of using utility to set up their duelists, to take aggressive angles and to make plays. Something that was lacking the majority of the season.
And this is unfortunate though. There's 3 ults now online for Cloud9. Still Taco finds the kill though.
Off of the haunt, that's so well done.
And they had the Prowler and Paranoia to fall back on. Cloud9 in trouble. And this is super important because this is a huge round here. Leviatán's economy will get completely reset, and Cloud9 might end up going up to 6 if they just win this one, and they have many ults to actually challenge, very strong ones in that. And the fact that they've denied this C space completely forces Zelsis to reconsider and Cloud9 to reconsider as well. I like this fake pressure going on by Jake though, which might pinch Mazzino.
He's gonna play up into the smoke, isn't he? Clearing the turret too. They've already drawn 3 members from Leviatán over towards A. How much more do they invest? A second tap of the door, but nobody's moving. Meanwhile, Mazzino swinging back out, and surely at this point they understand it's all a ruse.
It's a great way to even things up. They are going to spend the lockdown. Earlier in the game, you might have seen them actually just go through, but they don't have that Trailblazer to follow up and see exactly what's on site. Is there going to be a nade? There's going to be a nade. Here comes Taco. No. Just the C's.
Jake is about to get... Oh, he turned on Shy! He invests the wall and turns around, takes care of the lurk, and they get the pip control on C. Now he's in a position to where he can hit a late flank through spawn and blow the round up.
Look at this position though from Taco. You're absolutely right about Jake. He's coming through spawn, but Taco has advantage on top. He can't see in the pit though, and there's a great pit out here. Rooney can just stay outside mound.
And the benefit is that nobody can see him either. So while he's dissuaded, he's incapable of taking anyone down with him. He should be safe. Jake, what? He had 6 HP.
Safe, but can he escape here?
Is this
Absolutely not. Way too much to look at. And that's what I was talking about. This was a tough round here for Leviatán to lose because it's a reset economically. They go back down to that 1.9K from losing this one. So the buy is going to be really tough. And again, they did get success here, but they hold on a little bit too long to the C mount. And Cloud9 does a great job bringing the pressure towards A so that they rotate and leave Mazzino isolated. And you saw the double ult cascade there. That lockdown into the Viper Spit is so difficult to deal with. Taco might be playing insane right now, but the strategy from Cloud9 is completely nullifying that explosiveness from him.
Zeppa grabbing that orb there, gets the Seekers online. Lagging a little bit behind on this hit towards C. Meanwhile, Leviatán intent on pushing A. And there is some help here, courtesy of Zelsis. He's able to cover the flank, gives some room for his teammate to breathe. Cloud9 are just doing such a good job of remaining fluid. They're not really committing to either which side. They're just waiting to feel the push and pull of the map, how the round is going, and what Leviatán are showing them, and then being opportunistic and advantageous on the other side of that. Oh. Well done by Mazzino.
I'm still loving the gusto, though, from Leviatán. The fact that they're still going for kills after their initial plans fail is not something that we are normally used to seeing from Leviatán. And look at this. Shy's getting really deep, almost goes down drop, and they've got advantage here.
That's huge. He should be able to upgrade a weapon.
Healing over here.
Tough to pick up, though, when they're watching the cross.
Yeah, Zeppa is 1 HP.
Recalling my bot.
Zelsis is, for all intents and purposes, here alone. Unless Zeppa can pull off something insane.
There's still not that much util anymore here from Leviatán.
And they don't have really guns. I mean, they've got 2 Stingers and the Sheriff.
What they're doing is just waiting for that Killjoy turret to find something.
Well done by Zelsis, finding the right timing to take down Nosler. King upgraded the weapon, and it's the last one that remains. King in a 1v2. He was so good in his previous series, but he doesn't just have to deal with Zeppa and Zelsis right now. He's got the clap that's not on his side either. 6-1 for Cloud9.
This has been a snowball.
We move as a unit, okay?
Cloud9 surprisingly have only
some hero messing
won
things up.
one of those gun rounds. Outside of that bonus conversion, which definitely they invested into, so you could also count that. But everything else has been anti-ecos, pistols, those sorts of things. And they've gotten close here for Leviatán. They're just not able to bring it through. And in this round, you could clearly see the deficiency as it falls down to some of that utility missing there. They didn't have anything else to take initiative. This is initiative, though. Odin spam and a pit as well to completely contain this A site. Think about what Jake was doing in the prior round where he was bringing a lot of pressure. That's not available anymore. And Cloud9, let's see if they just go straight for the jugular elsewhere.
Do they dare tap the door? Do they push out towards B? You see his satchel out. And 2 members of Leviatán have already fallen.
That's massive there, out from Leaf. Whatever you saw off of that Trailblazer, I heard it from the stage. Hit, 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 hit. They weren't planning on doing it, but he was very happy with what he saw. Instantly satchels in.
At this point, Leviatán are at such a deficit in the round, even with the utility that they have, it's going to be so difficult to work their way in. And there are layers to this. Zelsis is still playing pretty far back. He still has 2 nanos. There's a lot of safety to this round for Cloud9. Even with that, the 3v2 Shy flashed. Has to take a step back. Jake is once again on a vintage Jake flank, finding just the right timing. Spotting the last. Nosler has to tuck. He's got to run away to try to save this weapon, and it seems like Cloud9 want to hunt.
And they're gaining confidence here.
I mean, they've got him surrounded. They've got him surrounded. Oh! How does he survive both?
Even that, though, it's not the biggest punch into Cloud9 there.
No, it's just more about Nosler being able to save his.
Right, 100%. And I'm saying they're gaining confidence here because you're seeing Rooney make plays like walk into his Viper Orb that he's not sure it's clear.
Yeah.
There's a Prowler on the other side, so he's going to get cleared out when they go for the execute, but he's dropping it right as the timing is perfect for him. and making a solo play, which I 100% love. It's a risky one, but one that can catch Leviatán off guard by so much. And what you want to do is disrupt those retakes before they happen. And that's been the game plan for Cloud9 the entire time. But then as well, earlier on, you saw them be really slow. The Trailblazer clears the entire site and they walk in.
Yeah,
you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
This time, you see nothing and you realize that they're overextended on both sides of the map. Really good call from whoever on Cloud9 made that one. And this has gotten out of control here for Leviatán. We heard a lot about how they weren't playing like it was their last chance earlier on in this event when they played against Crew and they got stomped in that first match. And then they felt like they got their bearings against Sentinels. But now you're up against a different beast. This is a team that's beaten you twice now. And when you get off to a start like this, those thoughts creep back into your head. Are they just really going to do this again? Are we cursed against this team? That's when it starts really taking effect.
Maybe the timeout is enough for them to stabilize and try to right the ship.
Got the fade raise over here.
It's been all Cloud9. There's the paranoia, there's the C's, there's the nade.
Well, that's a really interesting position to throw it, given that there's no Omen on this side. And Leaf hasn't really gone for a satchel across too often.
Yeah, and Mazzino has been very consistent in taking this space. We've seen them post him up here a couple of times, but you're right, there hasn't been a ton.
Nice, love this. Getting in front of the wall right now so he can actually play with this one way, which he just refreshed, by the way.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time on this.
He will eventually have to fall back, but they're going through drive.
And Taco's the one who gets a kill. He ults. He's going to spot another, and he cleans him up. Rudy's down.
It keeps Jake isolated right now. Can they actually use this time to take him down?
I wasn't sure if they knew where he was, but the swing out from Taco confirms the suspicions, but the kills get traded back and forth, leaving Zelsis alone. A 1v3, a rifle in the hands of Noswer too.
Coming back.
And he's not far off.
That's a fantastic read there from Leviatán.
Zelsis has to make a play. He's got to isolate this 1v1, and he got what he wanted, but it was still too much.
Right out of the timeout. That used to be places where you would fear owner getting involved in the conversation. And there's an example of why that used to be the case. Can he find that form again in LCQ? And you can tell, I mean, they went for a denial on the A side. And that's not necessarily even because they're really expecting Cloud9 to go for some crazy thing, but they do, you know, prevent that so that their secondary follow-up can be good. And that's now twice where they've had such a good plan for Taco's ult. And you can see why earlier on. You're putting a lot of emphasis on getting him some of those defensive side orbs, which again, be control here. This smoke again. Taco's gonna get the orb up one more time. No, that's Noswer.
Now has the Nightfall to play with, so they get the orb, they get the alarm bot down, and they give the space right back. They just retreat, reset around the rest of the map. You want to hear how Froggy King decides to get? You see what the setup was? That's so pretty! Playing in the orb, expecting the Haunt to tag, and then being able to spam from it.
And this is where things can get scary if you're Cloud9 against this Leviatán squad. When their prep is working like that, it's very difficult to try to counteract, especially when it comes to getting first kills, which Leviatán has been dominating on, by the way.
Hey, even look at the guns that they have right now. King is the only one with a Phantom. The only one who could have safely made a spam play from that position. This is just so well considered.
That ults. Mazzino's going for info. Could have been dangerous because he didn't spot Jake inside of the smoke, but
30 seconds left.
that Nightfall comes through. Doesn't spot anybody. Now they spot two because of Taco jiggle peeking on stairs here.
I wonder at what point they're going to start to realize that once they find Jake, they know that the hit is more likely than not elsewhere on the map. Perhaps they start getting a jump on these, but either way, Cloud9 committed to having some presence A, but the spike is C, and it's there by itself.
Yeah, and you're hoping that those two players could have gotten something done, but yeah, I mean, QB sneak has just been pulled. They're asking his team, they're asking Zelsis for a 1v5 here, is what Cloud9 just did. What a position, too. It's a complete one and done. And he might just get one, actually, and he might be able to get a lockdown on the spike. Oh!
There's still just so much to do. I want to believe and I want to get excited, but he's so far from it. Mazino's just going to stick to defuse.
Yeah.
There's nothing that Zelsis could do to challenge it back.
There was a chance there. I'm curious if he had actually planted a little closer to himself. If he gets just a completely free lockdown there, he has to cross all the way across to put that down. And obviously, with the pressure on the defuse, way too much. There was actually a chance there. I wasn't expecting one to actually present itself at all, but either way, Leviatán get to 3, and they're really needing the next couple here.
Yeah. And Cloud9 have 4 ults to work with. Leaf is not too far off from his. He's had a quiet game so far. And you see how they are prioritizing getting the mid orb from Leviatán. So it's not just getting Leaf one step closer to having the showstopper, but denying Leviatán the resource that they've so heavily invested to throughout this half.
Well, in this case, Leviatán doesn't have any ults left to really cascade up, except maybe Mazino's, and that's not going to find that much use. So you completely fall off of the idea of getting these orbs, but you're right, it gives up that resource to Cloud9, who just got 2 orbs for Leaf to go crazy with.
Well, will he go crazy? Oh! 61 HP. The guy was melted. They invest the Seekers, the Showstopper, and the Cosmic Divide, and the Pit. They've thrown almost everything they have at this round. Zelsis' ult is the one thing that has not been invested.
And normally you're able to use the lockdown to get yourself in position for this pit. This time they use everything else.
And there it is, the final part.
It's so nice. They have the lockdown to counter the other lockdown, and there's even a nade going in too to cancel Leviatán's.
Mazino's. Okay, he's got to be careful here.
Oh.
Yeah, he got detained. He's not under threat.
There's no time anymore here to get through this pit.
Yeah.
There's no resources either. Nelsor still has actually a Prowler, but I think this is going to be...
It has to be explosive. It has to be now.
They're saving.
Yeah.
It's only King who has 5.7 who's staying around. And remember, this would have been a reset, so some players here would be losing the opportunity to buy in the next, and they might even do a lot more damage than just that. No, the 3 players who might not have a chance next round to get something up are safe on that A side.
And that brings us to the very last round of this opening half of this best of 5. Again, lower finals, crew waiting on the other side with 1 spot left up for grabs at champs.
It'll be the last spot too. Pacific will be done. EMEA, we already know the 2 LCQ qualifiers.
And that leaves all eyes on us. All eyes on these 2 teams to see who gets to qualify, who gets to dance with crew for the big one. It's interesting, through all of that previous round, King is, and he would have to get every single orb, or 1, 2, and a kill to have his pit online.
And you need, when the Viper, you need something that comes up really early so you can actually consider the strat. You saw it earlier.
Oh, you're right. Whoa, Zelsis.
There's a double peek attempt there from Zelsis and Jake. You've been seeing that. One of them working through the orb while the other takes down the turret.
Toxins going up.
But he gets punished this time by Shy.
I mean, they almost got punished by both of them falling. Zelsis was down to 61 HP. He's got healed up by Zeppo, but Cloud9 are falling apart here.
And look at this, Cloud9 as well. Have to trailblazer through the one-way from Mazino, who's been doing such a fantastic job at keeping mound control. They do leave him alone, but right now he has a flash too. So much delay.
Yeah, he's been very good here. Him being alone might not matter, and now Taco's shown up. Mazino's already gotten the first 3 bullets to get the second, make that 2. Ultimately falls, and once again, Zelsis in a 1v impossible.
30 seconds left.
These sites open right now. Will we find that opportunity? King is coming back just in time to deny the plant potentially.
No armor, 91 HP. Remember, he was the one who was beaten and pattered at the opening of the round.
Noswar and Shy even have a high-low here.
Yeah, that's raps.
So well considered. I mean, a good recovery here from Leviatán. They were winning a lot of these first engagements, which I thought gave them a lot of advantages. But Cloud9 strategically was winning these battles. And then as well, just getting the cascade of really important key swing rounds, making it impossible for them to really get into the game, and they've done it anyways. So an 8-4 half is definitely very doable here for Leviatán.
It was really off of the owner timeout, right? They'd seen loss and they seemed a little discombobulated, but off that timeout, they put together a couple of rounds and get them to a 4-8 half. Cloud9 still up. Golden Boy, what do you make of the first half?
Well, what I make of it is that we at the very least have ourselves a competitive matchup with Leviatán managing to get themselves right back into it. 8-4. It's not the craziest scoreline for Leviatán, but, you know, a few rounds, you're right back into this one. But C9 showed that they are a deadly squad here at the beginning, Sean.
Yeah, I love the approach out of Cloud9. I mean, from the get-go, they were willing to kind of dry walk into C in these mid-rounds. Third round, they did the same. And Leviatán didn't really have answers. I think Cloud9 took a little bit of a page out of Crew's book, because this is how Crew took out Leviatán. But then Leviatán settled into this game mainly on that thrifty hold on long A by Mazzino. I think he came up big for them.
But it's really interesting to see how their comp changed without this Neon. Previously, it was a lot of these really fast C hits. Here, they're slowing it down. Still mid-rounding the same way they did with the Neon. But on these site execs, it's a lot more of those contact plays you were talking about. And also, what's interesting about the comp change is who's playing the agents. Because Zeppa has switched over to the Sky. Normally on Raze maps, he's their Raze player. But instead, he stays on a roll. He's played a lot in their old comp, and he is looking so good, especially compared to his last match versus Crew.
Yeah, Zeppa's been turning up this game for sure. I want to add to the mid-rounding aspect that you talked about. Shout out to Rooney, because he's inserting people front B, oftentimes himself or Zelsis on Killjoy, and so allows them to push-pull between C and A without worrying about that B pressure, which is very key for Cloud9. A lot of times, they like to over-rush and go too fast, but now they're inserting players in areas that they know you can't get pushed from, and just push-pulling back and forth. It's looking great.
With their last comp, Cloud9 was the best team in Americas at defense on Lotus, but they're going to change the way they play with this one. It was previously defined by fast rotations with the Neon. Here, watch instead how they're stalling with that Raze nade. I'd expect a lot more of these set retakes that they've shown to be really good at throughout LCQ.
Yeah, there are going to be some change-ups here, and we're interested to see how this all plays out in the second half. I'll send it back over to Doug and Bala.
Thanks so much, GB. 4-round lead for Cloud9 on their map pick. Pearl on the other side, which has plenty of history on its own, and we'll talk about that when we get there. But for now, really the onus on Leviatán Bala to get this pistol and to start some momentum on this attacking side on Lotus.
Absolutely. I think they did a great job getting Taco involved in some of those first engagements, but they started to falter when Cloud9 threw some of these curveballs at them. Now that Leviatán is in the driving seat in terms of giving information and trying to push on these sites, they might take the pace up a notch completely.
You see Zelsis is having to run away to try to preserve life. Rooney's there with him, and the rotations from the defense are starting to arrive already.
Yeah, they just used a lot of their initiation power there, though. Mazzino used his paranoia through, and he actually puts a smoke on top of the site, too. So once this orb goes down, they might have a way to just walk through. The alarm bot's deep, though.
Remember how much value Cloud9 found on contact plays onto the site just like this. Leviatán trying to do a bit of the same, give them a taste of their own medicine. Zelsis having to reposition and stay alive, and does.
They actually miscommunicated where they wanted to throw that C's nade. That could have caught the pillar there, but both the utils went in different spots.
Look at how close they are up. The sky flash is so high, and they all swing out at the same time, but it's tit for tat. A 3v2 now in favor of Cloud9. Zelsis weak. Shy on the swing. The first shot not landing. Second one doesn't either. Meanwhile, Nas, we're not missing. He tried making outrageous play, and he got dangerously close. So that's another round for Cloud9.
It's very important that situation stabilized from them, because they started running it down when it became a 3v1. We've seen many mistakes be made just like that on crucial rounds like the pistol. It'll cause an explosion backstage of rage. Right now, though, Leviatán needed that to get back into this easily. They've made it hard for themselves now. And you could think just a little execute difference, and that could have been a massive, massive win for them. Instead, now look at this. They're buying up full sheriffs, even on the characters who won't have util next round, just to potentially get spam damage on this A side right now. You hear the shots being fired off.
Spike's not even in tow currently. But they've crept pretty far up towards A main.
There.
You see the Prowler from Zeppa so that Rooney can take some of the space back.
Leviatán just tried to use the gap of smoke timings there to try to find a kill on Leaf. They didn't get it, though. No damage found at all. Rooney up close. Famous Cloud9 Stinger buys up here, too, on their anti-eco. Which again, Sheriff seems like a good proposition, but can also be quite dangerous if you start giving up some of those stingers in close range engagements.
Dude, through all of this and the 30 seconds left in the round, they haven't taken any
30
damage.
seconds left.
And this is where the gun difference that Cloud9 have proves to be even more and more powerful and more difficult for Leviatán to have to navigate.
And Leviatán need a plant here. They absolutely need a plant.
I don't think they're going to get that even.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, that might have put him. That might have put him away.
After all of that, you mentioned it was like a minute of working the map and getting a lot of space from Cloud9. They got all the way up B heaven before they really took a real engagement there. And they should have had a plant because they had all that space.
Yep.
But instead, it's late, labored. And now they're going to be relying on a lot of people with no util here. Shy, no nano swarms. King, no mollies. Post plant's out the window entirely. They still get the light armor Vandal, though. So it's a dangerous situation still. But Cloud9 won that bonus in the first half. If they do it again here, the game is over.
Look at how much help they already have. Cloud9 with the revolving door. Zeppa's there with the flash, pushing them back. And they're so intent on drawing a line in the sand here for Cloud9. Not only do they invest the flash and tap the door, but they dropped multiple stars to keep them back.
And it looked like they were trying to commit into that. But Jake was a little late, and they end up canceling anyway, so he recalls the stars. Leviatán uses a lot, though, to get back through that nade. Paranoia. Again, a Prowler as well. Taco gets up an orb. And it does pull the rotates here. This is where Cloud9 is in uncomfortable territory given their last comp. The Neon was able to get so fast over towards C and back to A if they needed to. It could cover up the gaps of over rotation. And right now they have. It's just Zelsis alone here.
That's such a good point. You can see he has a couple things considered, though. The Nano at the door to buy some time. He's going to push into it. Boy, he wanted to go. May have been for the best that he didn't fit. But the second time through, the spam cleans him up. The thing is, the spike is still not out. Zelsis has done a good job to delay because the members of Cloud9 are already here.
This orb is falling. King's in a weird position. Leaf is out backside.
They've already got two. Leviatán have. They're going to get them all. They do. A great response from Leviatán at just the right time.
And Cloud9 had an opportunity there. If that call was slightly later and they got the timing right on that C mound crunch, that could have been devastating for the state of the game. Instead, Leviatán uses really good misdirection. And they hold on strongly. Look at this position from King. This is where I was saying it's precarious, sure, but it's also a nasty off angle. You never expect somebody right behind the smoke there on that box.
Exact same setup for Leviatán, or at least pretty freaking similar to it. The Haunt, and then they try to take the Spade Sword C-mount. But this time there's no Cloud9 presence at door. Taco's going, he's going in aggressively. He's spotted Rooney, but he somehow managed to dodge the ult. Zelsis is here to help. How is Rooney still alive?
They're trying to spam him down.
He hasn't taken a single bit of damage.
He literally walked into Jake's own grab wall, and here's the flank from Leaf. They still got more here, though. Zeppa's here to cross with Jake. Oh, and it goes the wrong way.
They have no idea Jake is here. Do they consider it? How patient is Jake? He swings out at the right time. Cleans up two, expecting a third. Shy is just so weak, but he doesn't have time to really think this one through. He's got to swing out and challenge, take the fight. Mazzino did not help him. Zeppa gets them both.
And look how quick the Cloud9 players there are to join up against each other, too. Zeppa takes that Prowler contact, makes a lot of noise for Jake. That's a bait setup. Jake rakes in the 2 kills. And then instantly Zeppa is joining right behind him, hip to hip. They know there's no flashes in this comp other than Mazzino. And they're happy to stand in an angle like that to collect the last 2. Beautiful stuff. This moment right here, Zeppa getting in this position with Jake is something that I highly commend. The fact that he's able to do that within the 3 seconds since Jake's kills.
We're going into this one fast, and for good reason, too. Everyone's already here. It's just Rooney who's on the opposite side of the map, and through the flashes, through the walls, they then walk away with 2. They invest in Nightfall, too, and they're going to get on to A.
And Rooney did get here in time to really understand what's going on. Despite everybody falling away from B, deafened up there.
Dude, this is what I'm talking about, man. King is just so bold.
It's been a quiet game from him
Player standing.
up to this point, but as the Leviathan players start to heat up, you definitely look towards King in every single one of his games so far. In every single one of his series, he's had a massive monster game. He had almost 300 ACS when they were getting stomped against Crew. Moments against Sentinels as well. Probably one of the most consistent IGLs in terms of individual level as well.
He's gonna have to do so much more though if they want to take this Lotus map. It's interesting here, Rooney has normally been by himself towards C, but there's a lot of help this time.
Trying to punish an orb pickup here. Is what's going on with the flash through. Great movement.
Excellent movement. All it does is buy some time though. It delays. Mazzino's there though from the back providing cover.
Yeah. And Rooney full blind has no way to escape this situation.
The paranoia and then the prowler in his face.
And I am loving as well Mazzino's extra smoke that he's throwing before actually engaging into this on top of C so that nobody can actually assist from range. And with this turret not spotting anything right now, they have information across back. Zelsis does get the info too, so Leaf will be here. And you're wondering what follows. Cloud9 love to invest ults into eco rounds just like this, but in a 2v4, you're definitely not expecting it.
He has 2 satchels.
But 1 kill, that's all it takes for him to spring.
There it is.
He popped it! He popped it! Nade back up!
It's a 1v2. Oh, he tried going for the gun. He was just so weak.
And imagine that situation too. Shy is weak. He's isolated from Nosworth.
Yeah.
That Stinger's instantly making mincemeat of him. And then you pick up the Vandal and you can take a 1v1. That is just crazy. But they've wasted key pieces. It's been one of the reasons why some of these games have gone completely out of reach for Cloud9. Some of the maps as well has been their insistence on investing important pieces of utility in the form of ultimates. And it might let Leviathan back into this game too. Those sort of power ults are ones that you want to keep to get towards those key rounds, and you were deep into this. Everybody on the other side of this wall, what is Taco? Right through it.
As a couple of members fall, both teams reset. They take a step back, and there's a Killjoy fight across B. Going in favor of Zelsis. They invest the Seekers too. Cloud9.
Oh, he's stuck, he's stuck.
And I'm drawing a line in this map, really, off of this round. Leviatán with very few options here.
Tough position to be in.
Yeah.
And against the Leaf, he's still fully kitted and completely understanding what's going on. Look at this reclear that they're calling right now. They're going to be way faster into that B link than you expect to.
Oh. They're committing to this. Leviatán have to win this round.
They're holding on.
They've
Both
got
of them going up
down.
heaven right now.
That's, oh my gosh, they've already gotten 2. Rooney's gonna get spotted by 1. Leaf is the only one who hasn't been detected, and he gets King.
That's the pit down.
That's all of it. Rooney saves it. Holy smokes, that was way closer than I thought it was gonna be.
Oh. That was insanely tight there. Cloud9 up to match point though, and it's off of a fantastic round from the players holding on A. But it's also Leviathan trying to force through that wall. Taco had a little bit of initiative there by himself. Went completely against 3 people on the other side of that wall because he was trying to punish and tunnel vision. He still got that kill. But because of that, Leviathan had to try to save him. And they lost 2 more for it.
Let's flush them out.
Potentially final round here. Cloud9 have the ability to close out this map.
With 2 big ults on defense too. And Zelsis is locked down, and then Jake's Cosmic Divide. So they have some serious tools. Just gotta be able to convert. Is that gonna clear out any of the utility that's set up by Zelsis? No, I don't think it will.
So good from Zelsis to reposition it here too, because Leviatán has been doing a great job getting up close on C. So that Molly's intended to clear out Zelsis' Molly's so that they can go for a double satchel play in. Instead, they have no information on what's happened. And there's still 2 Molly's up on site to deny this plant completely on the site.
Taco might still commit to this. He just got his ult off of that orb, and he says 1 satchel, and there it is. That's the go, and it's traded 1 for 1. A commitment of the ult to get back site, but Zelsis is still alive. The utility is still at play here. It's still going to be really difficult to get through this.
With this KJ ult too, they're going to have to push it. There's only 1 player right now. The flash coming in from Zelsis.
Oh, good! The timing of that flash was gorgeous! Semple from downtown secures the round and secures the map for Cloud9.
Right in front of their faces. And there was definitely a gap there. Leviatán was trying to take down that lockdown. But it's a strong start here in this best of 5. A long way to go for Cloud9 still. But impressive when you switch up the comps like that and you have everybody still on. I mean, Leaf in particular, so many nice little nade spots, really comfortable on the agent, which we know he's good on Raze.
Right.
That's not even a question. But still also getting the same impact in terms of rotations and ability to adapt to what Leviatán is doing. Very nice game from Cloud9.
For Leviatán too, they continue to show some grit and some fight. They had some really cool ideas that we're starting to execute. Again, I think about on the other side of the timeout in the first half, how they were able to rally and keep it competitive. And you can't help but wonder, given how we saw this end, had it been a more competitive opening to the first half, likely a much closer game, but...
If they got the pistol.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
If Noswer takes that 1v3, if they don't miss the nade Molly or the nade C's combination, this could have been a completely different start to that half by themselves. And I think it's important that we've seen multiple times now, Cloud9 starting off really strong on map 1 can absolutely falter in the next one. So just because one team or another is having good form, you can tell in this game in particular, the pistols, those anti-ecos, the bonuses, those conversions matter so much in appearing like it's a stomp when it's really not.
Well, and again, to consider, again, it's a best of 5, right? So even as you see kind of the ebb and flow of how these teams are playing over time, that's ultimately what it comes down to. We also have to remember, Pearl is what's on the other side of this. Throughout the regular season, Leviatán were undefeated on Pearl. The one nuance is that Pearl, it's had some changes. Leviatán have not played the new map yet on the stage. We'll see how it turns out on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. He's already netted himself a second one with the third.
This guy's just farming.
And Leaf delivers.
Genera un fake defuse. Las 2 eliminaciones. El clutch para Shai.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT LCQ here as Cloud9 managed to pick up a pivotal Map 1 win and looking very, very good in the process as they get ready to take on Pearl. You can see C9 all huddling around Coach MCE as they go over what the game plan is going to be for that one, of course, and we're curious to see how this is going to unfold as well. A lot of questions, but before we get into that, let's reflect on what we just saw. Golden Boy here alongside with the guards Valen. We also have Mimi as well as Sean Gares here. And, well, Sean, let's start off with you first here and talk about that map because it really just felt like at a certain point, it just looked like Cloud9 got really comfortable and then they ran away with it.
Yeah, there was a point in the game where I thought Leviatán stood like a really good chance, right?
Yes.
They actually had so many First Bloods going their way, but they could not convert them. That was the true problem here. They got 7 out of 13 conversions on those First Bloods. Meanwhile, Cloud9 converted all 7 of their First Bloods into round wins. So just playing from the 5-on-4, I think, is who won this game.
And for Cloud9, they went back to what made them good on Lotus before, even with this new composition. I think despite the change, we still saw Leaf being super proactive on that race, finding these great rotation timings for C9 to play these really fast flood retakes. They were super punishing against Leviatán. And on top of that, for this squad as well, they started off on a bang. Both of these pistol rounds got picked up by them. They win the bonus in the first half, and it really seems like Cloud9 is getting back to their form from the regular season and playoffs of Americas, where their thing was, hey, every map they're winning the pistol, they're going up 3 rounds. They seem unstoppable. Seems like we're kind of seeing glimmers of that again.
Yeah, and to look at this pistol round, they just had 4 people in water just pop flash with the sky flash and run out, and I think that was setting the precedent of how they wanted to play the defensive side entirely. We saw a lot of 4-man fights coming out of Cloud9 at C, at A, and they were just moving around as a pack, leaving either the Killjoy or the Viper as the anchor on the opposite side so he can try to stall and deny the choke, while the other team just either pushes through or has a big team fight and rotates out. I think it was a really good game plan coming out of Cloud9 and from MCE to just have those big team fights together, knowing that Leviatán loves to pack in their defaults as well. They're not a team that loves to spread out like 2-3. They do a lot of 4-1s with King on the opposite, so they're trying to either kill King or find the pack and just bring the fight to them. Great team play from Cloud9.
And that's one of the reasons I really like watching this team, because a lot of the time the game plan is really simple. Go for, honestly, what people were doing right when Lotus came out. Go for these really brawly forward fights for extremities, and then just play off of that, whether you punish your lurker or find your opponent. But it's the little things on the fly. It's the adaptation. It's the ability to slow down around when they need to that makes Cloud9 good, and that was missing, I think, in their last match.
Yeah, well, of course, before we, talk more about it, let's actually do what we always do. We got a little aim lab shoot around for y'all this time. We're going to be following Shy, but it gives us an opportunity, as I always say, to continue this conversation here and see what Leviatán can do to get themselves back into it. Because if the game plan, Sean, seems that, I don't want to say transparent, but if it feels like it's that readable, then there definitely needs to be something that gets changed up here for Leviatán.
Well, this game will not be readable for them because they've yet to play Pearl in LCQ. And if you were to ask me, I would say it's probably their strongest map. Their overall approach to it has always been really strong, but I don't think I've seen them on the new version yet. The new version.
We haven't.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see how they approach the map. Before, there was a lot of B takes, set plays with Taco, even making it up into like Tower over at that B site many times. So I don't even know what comp they're gonna bust out right now, to be honest. And they have footage on Cloud9. So I think they're in the driver's seat for this particular map.
Yeah, and even before when they played Pearl a lot, it was kind of just like the B spam meta where they would just go B a bunch with like a set play here or there towards A. So I think it's going to be really hard for Cloud9 to understand the pacing and how Leviatán wants to approach this map, because they might have more A emphasis if they run like a double initiator. If we see the KO Sova come out, you get A control super easy. The art is also a free space with Sova, so we'll see what Leviatán.
People are still running that Harbor Viper. Cloud9 is one of them, so honestly, they could actually just keep the same comp and kind of just keep going at it, just a different approach.
But it didn't go too well for Cloud9 last time. They lost their defensive half 12-0. But they are starting on the attack here, and this is where they picked up 8 rounds before losing that map, and I felt looked really good. A lot of the things we always talk about with Cloud9, being proactive in the mid-round, having a really good job of checking off that checklist of clearing mid-control out, and then late round going for these splits that were super punishing to build a bit of a comeback despite the rough start to that map. So I think I'm really looking towards the guy we were just watching in the aim lab shoot around, Shy, and what he can do, as it will be that same composition, and it will be him on that Killjoy again to try and stop Cloud9 from having that that freedom in the mid-round.
Yeah, so it is the same comp, and I want to talk about Cloud9 being proactive, like you said. I think coming out with a huge map 1 win kind of activates those players and keeps them confident going throughout the series to be more open about making these plays. Yo, let's come double push this, let's rotate out here and make a push. Like, people are more vocal when you're winning, and I think we're gonna see a really dominant Cloud9 moving forward because of that first map.
I'm curious what you think the adjustment is gonna be for Leviatán here. They used to go into that B spam meta, like you said. How do you adjust with the changes on Pearl, the changes to Viper since the last time we've seen them here?
I think you need to split B a lot more because it's so easy to stall that choke at long. Or if you're still a really strong team at taking that B long control, popping through that tiny choke isn't actually that hard with the Sky.
The map has changed, but Leviatán, they have a perfect rate on this map. They've won 6 maps in a row. This tends to be their home. Let's see if they can bring this series back.
Yeah, of course, that is the question on all of our minds. Can Leviatán bring this back and tie the series up 1-1? Let's go ahead and send it right back over to your casters, Balla and Doug. Have fun, boys.
You know, I wasn't going to, but since he said, the least we can do is, I suppose, we'll try to have some fun. Yeah, it actually should be a really good time. We talked about the map changes and how Leviatán have not played on this new map, even in the face of the dominance that they showed in it historically.
Yeah, 8-0 in their lifetime. Like, it's a undefeated map for them. Yeah. So it's somewhere where I think people were scratching their heads and wondering, why aren't they just picking this outright in some of these series? And, well, we'll see how it actually turns out here because Cloud9 have so much footage. We heard the devs talk about how much they've already played this map, and Leviatán, you really didn't know whether they were going to change comps. You didn't really know much about what was going to come out here. So Cloud9 came in with the dark, but I think they're super happy about the fact that it's the same comp, so we can just kind of make little adjustments based off of how the map has changed as well.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about crazy things like Taco on Chamber, for example. How would you navigate around it? Different things like that. There aren't any wrinkles. They can approach this the way that they would like to, and we'll see how things play out. Cloud9 on the attacking side, up 1-0 in this best of 5. Grand finals up for grabs as crew waits and watches.
I'm really curious now. We saw Raze v Raze on Lotus between Leaf and Taco. Now these two players are on Jet.
And they're trampling down towards B. There is some Killjoy utility here. The first nano has already been popped. They have the turret up top too.
And you can see this swap as well on this defensive Viper wall over towards A rather than this little spot right here so they could use the orb instead, but it gives a way for Cloud9 to get in there. Oh.
He dashed right into him, slammed into Shy, and he cleans him up with the ghost. His pistols go all in favor of Leviatán.
B.
And immediately, I'm thinking that dash was not planned whatsoever from Leaf there. He needed a way to get through that Viper wall before it actually went down to maybe catch him by surprise, but you're dashing into a corner. That is very, very commonly played.
And the interesting thing is he procced that dash well before he cleared both walls that he crossed. He crossed the Harbor wall, he crossed the Viper wall, and he had set that up beforehand, and it seemed like he was trying to go, how much further can I get before having to invest it?
I think Leviatán needs to be scared, though. The fact that they're disrespecting that defensive orb already.
Sure, yeah.
Is something that I don't like to see as a defender. I mean, obviously you can take huge advantage of it, but you want to be able to take liberties away from that. And they are relying on this setup, right? This Viper wall across A main, Art, and B Link as well allows them to just use an orb on this spot instead. That's how this map changes. Affects this, and King, that shoulder peek, there was a timing there that he missed the player crossing, so he almost got punished for it.
Does take a little bit of damage. No armor, 86 HP. He's going to get healed back up.
Big question right now. Yes, Taco's taking a lot of space, but look at the alarm bot placement by Shy.
It's so deep.
Why are there players playing in front of this in sewers right now? Eventually, you can fall off of it. As time ticks.
Nice little horseshoe setup.
Walled off his team in Art, though.
Yeah, the utility's still on the other side of it. And now you see Nazwa showing up. Does have a flash. They can pop through this if they want to take the fight, or they just spam and clean things up anyway.
I'm curious if they left gaps on purpose there for Leaf to try to find shots through, and they will get the spike anyways.
Oh, dealt some damage there. That was a ding. Shy with 20 HP, but Leaf is left alone. It's a great start from Leviatán.
That's a very clean round. Oh, once again, I mean, 2 flawless rounds in a row, right? Pistol.
Yeah.
No kills found from Cloud9. Here again. And you're starting to see the same sort of
Flawless.
approach that Cloud9 had on that attack side Lotus as well, where they would throw out their wall and then they would walk on the site slowly. I think in this case, walling off the player's art there, I don't think that was intended by Celsius, and that might have slowed things down. But if it is part of the game plan, eventually you need to start being able to seize that moment and be able to push out through your wall and punish players who are trying to spam like Shy.
It's the same setup from the previous round defensively from Leviatán. They've got the wall, but they have the deep alarm bot, and they're playing in front of it.
I noticed Leviatán playing multi-stage setups on defense, on split in particular. In mid, they rely on that orb for so long. I'm thinking about a different map right now. Hold on, Taco.
Oh, good shot. Ooh, almost lands a second.
But even moments like that, where you find a first kill, that allows you to fall into the deeper protocols and fall behind that alarm bot now in middle. So you hold on to it, and it's there in case. Now we're watching all the Leviatán players rotate over to help Taco as he spotted an extra player. Cascade even coming to reinforce as that orb comes down.
And the Trailblazer, yeah, they've invested a lot, and a flash.
And that flash is maybe eventually misinformation, but with that Trailblazer, it should still give them enough to guess that there's nobody. Seriously considering pushing up B. And the jiggles just came through as the wall came down there from Jake, so you got a lot of information. That's why the rotate's coming in right now. Molly's not broken here.
No.
30 seconds, that's gonna be able to deny it for quite a while.
You're starting to see it. The clock's ticking away. 5 seconds have passed. Now, I mean, just really over 20 seconds left before they even get to the point where they tap the spike and threaten it. Zeppa trying to cause problems from backside, but that's another round for Leviatán.
And they flipped it completely. Think about how Lotus went. It was multiple rounds just like this for Cloud9. They convert the bonus and they go on a streak. Leviatán doing the exact same thing here on this defense side. And I know this is, I'm not even considering it, but in my head, I'm thinking, my goodness, they almost got 13-0'd on this map.
Now,
and it's looking rough so far.
Very early, opposite sides as well, but you're right. That is something to consider. King is at 8-0. Remember how much we highlighted him in the previous map with the outrageous series he had last time we saw him.
Taco's been farming in these first engagements, almost gets another one. Only one kill so far, but it was crucial in that last bonus.
And you know the crazy thing is we'll talk about Taco a little bit more as Cloud9 are trying to make a play around the Reckoning, but it's a 1-for-1 again. The Stinger's proving to be worthy.
They need to control here. This is an eco round for Cloud9. There's no business winning this, and they've already given up a gun. Maybe two.
Yeah, 2 rifles in the hands of Cloud9 here, and Leaf and Celsius. And the spike planted. This is a difficult spot for Leviatán to punch back from. They do have plenty of money, though. They can navigate this. Leaf flash, no armor. Oh, but that second flash is pretty shy still. What?
And this is an odd situation now. The spike is not planted for these Cloud9 players.
Yeah, but this is taking too much time. So much time has elapsed. King a 1-for-1. Celsius weak. Is Shy gonna find a window up here? Is he gonna find the gap? Oh, he is!
One enemy remaining.
Oh, doesn't check it.
No, and I thought for a moment he saw it. Maybe he thought it was the barrel of the turret or something.
Absolutely, when he first peeked over that wall. And they do finally respond with an eco round win.
It's always the unexpected ones. We'll take a look at it one more time. You mentioned Taco and how good he's been in those openers, found some value, but the Stingers here in these up-close and personal situations were too much. Yeah, wow. What a play by Celsius.
I mean, consider the fact that this is Pearl, right? This is Pearl, the map where it's super long range. You really don't expect Stingers to be able to get value that consistently, but Cloud9 finds it every time.
Oh, interesting here approach from Cloud9. They've been putting the turret right outside of spawn, but they reposition it because they've been getting cleared out and then covered by the Cascade from Harbor. So they repositioned it. Now they have that for a little bit longer.
Firing up the orbs as well. Here's Zeppa as his Seekers. And the important part here is he has multiple layers now too. He still has a Trailblazer. Curious whether they go down B-Long or just through B-Link. And they're gonna find Taco with his op right now. Oh, You're trying to have Mazzino there break the Trailblazer for him so that he could still get an op shot if they do decide to follow it up. Instead now, Zeppa falls down long to use his Seekers to try to take this engagement.
Interesting. Oh my goodness. What a bold challenge. But King from backside still finding value. Mazzino's not finding the same as Zeppa. It's just cracked the site wide open.
Given the fact that Leviatán had lockdown here, I'm surprised to see them commit so many forces to holding on to the site here.
It's interesting, too, to see Cloud9 having the bravado to challenge this, knowing that they had just seen Taco at double doors. They knew he was going to be close by. And they take the fight to Leviatán.
And look, Nasr was all the way back in spawn here. He's going to rejoin the fight now that they've given up 2 kills. This is very doable.
It is a plan and for them. Shy was the one who had a shot, who had a position of it. Nasr dancing around the pillar. He's gotten it down to a 1v1. But he's got to push Rooney, and he's got to do it fast. He's got to do it now. There's just not enough time.
There's an op somewhere here.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
There he gets it. We'll give up the round, but pick up at least an op. And Taco can probably drop next round, so this might put Leviatán in a position where they end up forcing despite not having great economy. Taco can drop one. Nasr can still buy up.
That fight is just so bold from Leaf. I mean, the approach for Cloud9 is too, but for Leaf to be the one to just alpha Taco in that situation.
It's interesting to see him have 2 faces in a sense, right? You remember back on Pistol where he's diving into that smoke very strangely. And then here he gets that shot. It's nasty. Hold on. Updraft. Not going to find anything. It's completely irrelevant here when there's no op posted up on top of the box and nobody peeking art either. But then you see him in that last round, he dashed top screens and completely isolated himself for a fight against Shy when he's not ready to actually take that engagement.
The duality of Leaf. He's got blades here too. Nothing found on the opening engagement that you mentioned, but there certainly is a shot at it here. King is playing down B long.
And an update on the economy situation, by the way. Leviatán did not end up forcing. They just light bot.
But that light buy has some weight behind it.
Absolutely does.
A little bit of presence mid from Cloud9. Seems like they're going to split out onto A.
I suggest you move.
Reckoning there. And Taco has to give the space up. He was up first with the op. He stays and lands a shot on the Leaf. Right between his eyes.
This guy is so confident all of a sudden in LCQ. All 3 kills he has is first engagements.
Hey, where was this? Sideshow asked us in the previous time that we saw them, where was this confidence? Where was this play? He's got heat-seeking bullets.
My world.
This guy's probably gonna find another in the pit. You talk about confidence and aggression, look at how he's digging his heels. Of course, Dax just back as I say that. Mazzino's gonna get it. Oh, Rudy stopped it!
Player standing.
And Shy's low HP. Out of the decay.
It was to half, though. It was to half! Shy snaps! What a shot!
Cloud9. What has happened there? Taco with some incredible shots. Yes, the situation was not favoring them once these 2 shots come in from Taco, but they have the pit. And the kills come in from Rooney too. Once this happens, once he gets 3 right there, you think he's getting everything.
Oh yeah, you would think the round is over.
Yep. And Shy continues to be a rock too.
See him waving across the stage? Cold-blooded. Up 2 rounds.
Again, through the cascade. He is farming. He's been so strong in these moments all of a sudden.
You know, the interesting thing is too is it wasn't primarily him in the previous series. Yeah, he was more confident and more loose, but it was Mazzino and King who got them across the finish line. But now it seems like Taco is awoken.
Oh, Shy almost goes down there to the span. But again, Cloud9 never wanted to hit this site. They call a pivot again.
They're about to find the alarm bot that's been there every round.
I think he's just going to sit in sewers right now, wait for somebody else, maybe find a flank through Art as this B hit comes in. Wait for him to become active.
You saw a ping on the minimap. I wonder if he hears it with how close he is.
Got to be able to. Yeah, otherwise he might have committed already through it.
Yeah, he's going to find the timing. Not able to land the shot on the second. It seemed messy for a moment as Mazzino struggled to steady the crosshair. Leaf on the swing. On the kill of the king. Woo.
Seekers pop too. These situations have not been really great for Cloud9 so far. They've been great on Lotus. But here Leviatán has quite often been able to bring this back.
Player standing.
Celsius with a great response there. Leviatán had a window, but the numbers that Cloud9 had were just too much.
Jake on these flanks, on these lurks, has been really good so far in this series. If he's not at least getting a kill, he's providing so much pressure and safety for his players to play either a little bit more aggressive or based off of the information to play a little bit more passive.
Right.
And that resets Leviatán. I mean, every single time you see these one of the situations, Leviatán back down to Eco.
But another bold play from Leviatán early on to take some space, get the orb in the hands of Nazwar. I didn't make it back up.
Cheeky from him, though.
Yeah.
To try to make it sound like he drops down. Instead floats back on top of the box. Could have been cool.
You should be finding out just about now that this is where the hit's ending up. Shy should have been spotted, I believe. Yeah, they know where he is. He's done.
Yeah, that Trailblazer goes so deep. And the Spike King getting one. Lockdown will keep everybody back.
Taco still has blades.
Flash.
Think about how good he's been. He's gonna have to be better. Oh, he ran right at him! Still cleans him up. How is this a 2v2?
And they've isolated the fight here against Zeppa.
And they have Seekers. They know where he is. They're gonna drop down on him. They're gonna surround him. They're gonna overwhelm him. And they're gonna drop him. Rooney left in the 1v2.
One molly for him. Just popped.
Full health, full armor, and a rifle, but none of the bullets are landing. They've all gone far left. He's gotten into half, and he only has 3 bullets left. He's gonna have to get them all like this, too. Oh,
no more bullets.
No more bullets. He's gonna switch to the classic, but he's so weak. Nazwar, 12 HP. I don't think he can do this. I don't think he has it in him, but Rooney does. The Red Bull clutch to tie us at 4.
With 3 bullets. 3 bullets for Cloud9's IGL, and they put him in a situation like this earlier. Not quite the same result, but here, I mean, you could tell that nerf coming in huge right there. It's specifically for moments like this against a Cove to give it a little bit more value, and it does force down maybe the situations the devs intended.
Thank you, devs. That was much more exciting that way. Op rattles off from Taco. So they find some of the presence of it. And once again, he's in a position where he can re-establish his presence, and they push into it. They almost drop him. Leaf is already so far up. He's playing on the other side of the cloud burst. The flash for him to swing out, and the Reckoning, excuse me, to provide problems. That gun barrel's gonna go first. Oh, dear. Yeah, I'd be confused too, Leaf.
I've seen rounds like this from Leaf before.
Oh, how is he still alive? Mazzino finally puts an end to his antics.
These rounds are pure chaos.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Mazzino having to push forward because of the utility right into the lap of Celsius, right into a 1-round lead for Cloud9.
A 4-2 start from Leviatán. And multiple times they get in these situations at Cloud9 are light buying or ecoing and still winning. And by the way, Celsius has gotten 3 Reckonings already. 3 Reckonings. And you can tell the pace that he's able to play at with the rest of the team after that. And Leaf is just absolutely happy and hungry to get into it. I mean, we're looking at classic Pearl being played right now on this attack. Leaf's actually spent his dash already.
And Cloud9 was a bit more concerned with, I think, the presence of Taco. That cascade was much more shallow than you normally see. Leaf going up top, finding some space behind the wall. 19 HP, but he stands boldly in the face of the spam. Unfazed by the threat, unfazed by the damage. King only able to take one Taco on the swing, gets another, and the Stingers once again causing problems. It was previously Cloud9's that secured a round. This time it seems like it's Leviatán's. A thrifty round win to tie us at 5.
I think everybody right now watching this game thinking, my goodness, the Stingers are back.
Oh, don't say that.
We thought, no, and I'm watching it and I'm 100% convinced right now. Leviatán, every single time they buy up like that, they're getting really close rounds. That Rooney clutch, that was a Stinger round from Leviatán. Remember, King got isolated by himself, just took down 1 kill. Yeah. I thought it's like, okay, yeah, sure. But then again here, it's just back and forth for these guys. Cloud9 earlier with a Stinger round of their own.
Look at that pit.
Covers up so much. Not only art, but also double doors.
It's a wonky shape. It even provides room for them to creep out if they want to challenge mid. Plenty of pockets to play around.
And also completely denies that lurk from Jake that I commended earlier, but Leaf gets in position to flank the pit.
And this was what I mean, that pocket where Jake's right is where he could be playing right now.
Oh no! The worst position to follow up from Leaf. Is that a...
Spike planted.
He's pushing into it. Jake is going into the pit. King drops it. There's the swing. He cleans him up. Numbers Cloud9. Jake weak though.
Really felt the pressure there. That's why he drops the pit. He thinks they're coming back through art right now.
Op in the hands of Taco. Shy on the swing, cleans up Rooney.
Oh, this lockdown will push him so far out, and there's no way to break this right now.
It's late in the
he broke it!
No way!
It's just in the open. They don't expect Rooney. They still got this though, 3v1.
Leviatán still managed to stabilize. Celsius would have to pull off an insane moment, and he cannot.
That lockdown is so ridiculously exposed there from Rooney, but it would force them so far back in art. I didn't even realize Rooney was still playing in that position. It felt like everybody collapsed on art there. And Leviatán thought the exact same thing, but thankfully they're still able, like you said, to stabilize in that situation. This is
that's unlucky.
He's following up on the secret right there. He's about to spam on his own, and he gets spammed first.
Well, that gets us to the last round of the half. You see the op has been dropped back for Shy, while Taco has one of his own. So they're going to have a double op set up here.
Taco is definitely on top of that box. This double up draft, he's not looking forward.
That way, yeah, he's been peeking towards art and he spots King.
Oh my goodness. I do have to point out as well, Celsius right now with his 4th reckoning of the half online. He's been farming up these orbs like crazy.
And it's provided value. It's been very successful. I love this high tide. It provides so much pressure towards B and towards art. Remember, there's still a double op setup from Leviatán. There's the reckoning that you were just calling for. They're going to push right past them. Mazino's on the other side. Only gets one. Nas were not able to follow up on it. Look at how far up Taco is. He's right next to him. They're going to pass right by each other. And Jake, aware, cleans him up. The other op has been dropped too. Shy opting for the Vandal. Look at the buy for 2 members on Cloud9. They've got 2 Spectres. But they've managed to get this far. Leaf and Rooney both taking serious damage off of spam. 15 HP between the both of them.
There's been multiple moments here where a kill just escaped Shy. Leaf has picked up the op, by the way, down long too.
He can play this from pretty far back.
He's also giving up support for his teammates.
2v2.
There's a pocket
behind the wall, but they know they're aware. Shy tried cleaning him up. Jake's got 3. He's got the pit.
Whoa.
Can he play around it? He's going in aggressive with the Seekers, and Jake gets 4.
What is that? I'm thinking that pit's not even covering what is going on. Instead, he predicts the Seekers coming out and gets the decay off on Nasr as he comes through. I'd love to see the HP of Nasr before that situation occurred.
One
Look at
enemy
this.
remaining.
The Seekers and Pit popped instantly. And it's just random spray.
And the random spray works. Jake with a monster play. Sean is standing by at the telestrator to break down a play. Sean, take it away.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Doug. So right now I have the bonus pulled up. This is the round Leviatán won, and they kept winning these buys where they had such inferior guns to Cloud9, and I'm gonna show you how they did it. So right at the start of the round, you can see in mid, we're gonna have the Cascade come from Link right here. It's gonna block off top mid. They throw a Sky Flash. The Viper swings out, so that way she can break the turret. That puts tons of pressure on mid. That makes Cloud9 feel like, okay, B is the safe play now. So they group up, they go out B. Taco's in this great spot where he can get a first engagement with a Guardian. Dashes away. And right away, you can see Mazino is starting a high tide that cuts across all of A site and mid. And in addition to that, they have a Viper wall. Instead of the old B Viper wall, they're now using the orb to block off B because the distance has been reduced. So you can see their util right now is fully in play. They start grouping up into the B site. And this is where Nosworth sends a flash out long. That's gonna get info that the rotate is leaving the B site right here. And you can see them shift. King is moving towards spawn. Nosworth's gonna group up, and the stack is already coming towards this A site. They have that deep alarm bot that Doug and Balla both pointed out for these late round rotations. And Cloud9 unknowingly now is going right into the teeth of Leviatán. But the point is that there was several moments in this round where Cloud9 could have made terrible decisions. And I feel like Leviatán had great rotates throughout this entire half. And this round really shows why. I think right now Cloud9 is going to have to exercise a lot of those demons against Crew if they're going to look to win this game, because Leviatán do look very well prepped here. Back to you guys, Doug and Balla.
Thank you so much, Sean. Always good to hear from him. Yeah, just a couple moments away from starting off the second half. Tied at 6 apiece, a far cry from the last time we saw Cloud9 play this map. And we even talked about it, right? It's like, oh no, this feels very familiar. But they managed to stabilize and keep it competitive. It's been a wild first half between these two.
Yeah, it was that bonus that really at first made me question whether this map is a good place to play for Cloud9. But do appreciate telestrator from Coach Sean. And now the situations have flipped. Look at Cloud9 getting aggressive here, using this turret to at least communicate the timing of whether they need to fall off or even overcommit to the safe push. And Leviatán's doing something interesting. Trailblazing up through and taking B-Link from the backside.
Yeah, it's just really nice too, because they don't, if they commit to B, the space that Cloud9 have taken in A main, it is worth nothing.
Yeah. And they've actually inserted 2 players now inside of sewers. You got Mazino up here, and then Taco as well, all the way back down B-Link. And they're going to be able to regroup. Cloud9 at the same time, they use that Trailblazer all the way through A, and they're pushing into Art, so this flank could come onto top of Shy immediately here.
There. He might be the one flanking with given Cloud9's pathing. I mean, I like this from Leviatán. I like how they've approached this, but have they overdone it?
I mean, right now their positions look like phenomenal post-plant positions.
No, Shy as a ghost.
He's avoided the turret too. He's going to be able to get behind that. There's no way they're going to expect this as they come through all the positions that they feel like they've been in.
As is the case with VALORANT, timing is everything. The turret was just recalled too, but it's a deeper alarm bot towards Link, so now Cloud9 can focus on taking the site back, and that's exactly what they've done. Just one left on the site, and it's King. See him dancing around, trying to stay alive. As Shy has to get pacey. He's got to push forward. He's got to find the timing. And he finds one, looking for the second. It's slow, it's cautious. It's another round for Cloud9.
And it's a different story than what we saw on Lotus, where we split pistols here on Pearl instead of going for a full sweep. Which makes this game much more competitive. It's so interesting to see these teams inject this difference in approach where it's not full XX all the time. It's just slow walking with your controller util already going up. It's really putting question marks on the side of the defense. Leviatán, you're right though. That pistol really overdone. Not necessarily to net them a disadvantage or anything like that, but
they're gonna do it again. They've taken A main, but this time they drop Leaf.
Is that through the wall? No, the wall was down. They have a one-way here. But Jake's in a lot of pressure. If they were coming as well down B long right now, he would have nothing to play with.
Trailblazer to reestablish position for Rooney to fill behind it.
And note as well, they went for the same type of buy that they went for on Lotus, where everybody's buying up a Sheriff here. It did not work at all on Lotus. Here, they've already got the advantage.
There's really nothing from Cloud9 here to get some early info
Placing swamp
on what's going on.
It's full dry here. They're going to walk right into Rooney. He has to be ready.
Presence spotted. You see the controller utility go up. It's up on the swing from back in secret. Finding some more space. Leviatán make their way through.
30 seconds
Haven't
left.
committed to the spike though. There's just so much delay from Cloud9.
Yeah, that high tide as well coming in from Zelsis. Cascade to block off Church gives so much room here for Zeppa to get up on top, but actually nets a kill for Shy instead, and they're going for a plant.
They've succeeded. Taco has a Marshal and a Sheriff. See both of them playing here. Zeppa understanding that there's got to be a swing if they want to clean up. That's what they do. 2 Sheriffs left for Leviatán. Spike planted. Time is now on their side.
Player standing.
But Shy is not. Noswer gonna have to do this by himself. He's gotten it down to 1. It's on Jake to swing. Noswer just gets a little antsy and swings out. Ever the showman is the Big Bean as he secures the round for Cloud9.
Gotta be careful here, man. This is the half you got 12 to hold on. I'm not gonna lie. I love it from him though. And in this situation, I think Lev came out with a pretty big win here.
Player standing.
Remember on Lotus, I said they must plant in this situation where they're buying up the Sheriffs. This time they get the plant down and they also get infinite damage done. The thing is with Cloud9's anti-ecos, they're constantly buying Stingers. They're constantly not fully investing into it. And it nets them the opportunity to do a buy like this, where they actually won the round, but they're kind of saving. Still, it's a save that packs a punch. 2 Guardians, Frenzy, Sheriff, Stinger for Zelsis.
There's one of the Guardians finding a kill, and there's the other.
This aggro in mid. Leviatán tried to disrespect it because they left a spot open in shop, and it gets absolutely punished for that, for taking that space against them. Sean broke down literally at halftime around that Leviatán was doing similar things.
I've got your
Slightly missed flash there from Zeppa, a little too deep.
Well handled by Taco too to play around it and peek on the other side. It's a really good angle here. Oof, I thought he was gonna get another. There's the deep flash. That one connecting.
Last player
A
standing.
1v2 for Noswer. Remember, we saw him in a position like this a few moments ago. It's against Big Bean. This time Zelsis and Leaf on the other side.
Might be able to dive this cove.
He's gotten ahead of it. He's gotten ahead of it, but the timing from Zelsis is beautiful.
Not only the timing there, but as well this cove to be literally right on the edge of where the spike defuse is happening. So he positions himself between the edge of that cove and the spike, so he's able to instantly pop out of it after he gets half. It's a perfect trade. Taco's taking those shots off of the timing of the flash popping. He's not really even thinking about what's on his screen. He's just shooting as the 200 milliseconds goes off after to allow for the peak to come in, and that's how he's getting kills like that. It's crazy.
What do you think Zelsis was saying there? That felt like none of that. Calm down. Don't do any of that. As we see a timeout called from the Leviatán side.
Yeah, I'm curious what Leaf was communicating in that instance, you know? This is saying, peek, 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 trade, come on, man. And Zels is like, nah, dude, I got you. Don't worry about it. I think it's really important to monitor the body language of the Cloud9 guys, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
And here in the lead, it's not the biggest scare or anything like that. If there was a situation where I'm like, what's going on over there? But that's the sort of thing you saw in that crew game, right? Demotivated players questioning what's going on. Zelsis not being that emotional leader that he's really turned into being.
He is, I mean, really, from the beginning of Valorant up until now, has just matured so much. Has become the emotional leader for his squad. You're absolutely right. And it's interesting to see both sides of it, too, right? He can be very much like the full charge forward. He can be the stabilizing, calm presence. He's so pivotal to the emotional makeup of this squad.
If Cloud9 want to break through the struggles they've been having, when it comes down to playoff stages, granted, we've only seen one from them, but we've already seen them struggle again here in LCQ. It needs to be because of players like that consistently keeping a level head and getting everybody super involved. Again, the same pistol where they're able to insert players deep into sewers has been netting LEV some success. But it's also something that Cloud9 is going to start responding to a little bit here. But I do like it as a way to really trap any player down and B-Link. The passiveness, though, of the Cloud9 players. And Spawn, Rooney almost gets punished.
Yeah, but, I mean, he dealt a considerable punch back. Taco has to get healed up.
There's big response tools here from the Cloud9 side. As Elsis pops that high tide, we look to his reckoning as well. And wonder, Rooney, whether it'd be optimal to be falling off of site here to play a full retake instead. These Cloud9 players playing in positions where he's going to get this ult off with that reckoning as well at 30 seconds right now. That puts a scramble on the left side to run down towards this B side.
And with that, Zelsis is running his way to join them. He's going to get ahead of the utility too. Oh, I thought for a moment he was going to find a window. Mazzino's been cut off.
Look at Rooney's position. He's full flash though. Taco.
They've got to execute on this. That's a big kill out from Taco, and he's not able to find much more. Zelsis got the trap. With 5 seconds left, yeah, there's no way through.
Shy's on the complete opposite side of the map. Leviatán out of the timeout. They go right back to the grass.
Everyone note down
exactly what they were doing at the beginning.
Let's run it again.
Straight up through B-Link, getting somebody inserted in sewers, and they wait out the time. These are sort of things that I was actually noticing that they're not doing as much, right? Falling back onto the same ideas. I think there in that timeout, you might be getting a little bit of that old Leviatán creeping up, where it's like, this should work. We have plenty of opportunities to make it happen.
Yeah, ram your head against wall type beat. He's been a spark this series for Leviatán. He's gonna have to do it again. Taco with blades, the first to go. Tries to go fast after clearing the alarm breath. There's no challenge. And they're gonna scale up around it. So this insertion of players mid.
Just from the other side.
Yeah. I mean, they're meticulous.
And they do get in position here now on Art, where they should be able to execute really strongly on the Cloud9 side. And they don't have those tools, again, to deny this entirely like they did last time. But what they do have is a lot of space by Leaf, deep up Belong, and we've been completely ignoring this space if you're Leviatán.
Destroyed.
Seekers invested from back in spawn.
That misdirection there from Taco is neutered because of those Seekers. And it's following up from the backside. Somebody's got to break that for him, otherwise he's getting nearsighted as this goes through.
Meanwhile, King dies. Oh! Finding 2! And he's got more to go. Still 3 blades left in his back pocket. Zeppa decapitated, courtesy of Noswer. Taco's still alive and healthy. Leaf is going to be making a cautious approach towards A main. Somehow you clean up Taco, you still have Shy waiting around.
Double peek coming in.
That tandem is pretty, and it cleans him up. The job is done. Rooney's left alone in this 1v3. He's got a turret and he's healthy. Time is not on his side yet again. Decides to go for Shy first. Not even able to clean him up.
We talked about Taco being a spark. There it is. With the knives just floating through on that A side. That flick is this first shot. I'm like, oh, it's whiffing a little bit. And then the flick on the Jake is just crazy.
And, you know, I'll be the first to admit, seeing him in his last series, I thought, okay, he's warming up. Maybe this is more the Taco that we were used to, or the Taco that we were expecting. But I didn't fully believe that he was back. But the performance that he's put up this series, I mean, it's eliminating all doubt.
For somebody who was slumping in the regular season,
Toxins going up.
you start to remember old Taco and how dominant he could be. And I think, there we go. I was just mentioning how they were ignoring this space, and I'm not even sure how they recognized that Leaf had taken that last round, but King gets right back into a regular 1-3-1 default here and destroys him.
Cheeky little high-low.
This is great. I mean, Cloud9 is a team that once they lose the advantage, they immediately try to strike back. I mean, you could see it right now happening. The three players grouping up inside of B-Link right now to maybe go for a push.
Noswor's gonna be the first. Where's the turn? They've got a high-low on the other side too. Look at how well considered this is from Leviatán. And they just put a high tide up towards B.
It doesn't net them a kill though, and this clock is ticking. Down to 40 seconds. Not the same tools. They're gonna invest the reckoning as the alarm bot breaks.
Jake's in trouble here. He's gonna get pushed into A main, and Shy's on the other side of that. When does he go?
I mean, if he wins this fight though.
Yeah, he's got so much control and so much pressure, but he turned at the wrong time! Just a millisecond away!
That's such great timing from Shy there. Waiting for that spike tap to go in. And then as well, the Noswar flash. He doesn't use either of those though. And he peeks off of that spike tap right as Jake's attention gets drawn elsewhere. As the calls are being made from Cloud9. Spike's being planted on A.
Target out.
That one hurts for him. But again, such a good timing from Shy.
It seems like Leviatán are keen to go hunting too. They have two members trampling down long, two members going down through spawn too. Or Link, excuse me. They want to get the guns out of the hands of the members of Cloud9, and for good reason. There's an op, and you see it on the HUD. The other two don't have much money.
Solstice does keep the op. But the rest of Cloud9 is down to scraps. 2.1K.
Yeah, dude.
Second round in a row lost.
You called that engagement in the previous round, and that was Leaf with an op.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice that they're able to recover that.
Really the only silver lining.
Yeah. Timeout from Cloud9, and that's only their first.
Yeah, I was gonna say first of the series.
Yeah.
If my memory serves me right. MCE didn't call a single one in the first map. Mind you, they did win it, but he never felt like there was a need for him to interject on his own timing of his own volition.
Right, and that's a fantastic sign if you're a Cloud9 fan, because he was incredibly upset. In the pre-show, they brought up some quotes from him from some of the interviews that he gave after their match against Crew. I've never heard him more angry. I've never heard a coach in Valorant be more angry about a situation. Every single time the interviewer, Brandon, tried to steer it in a positive direction.
Nope.
He literally was like, no, these guys, I mean, didn't do a single thing we talked about. They're choking, they're choking. What's going on? I've never heard that out of a coach in Valorant. So the fact that he's only getting involved one time is a fantastic sign. Not because, you know, I'm not saying he shouldn't do that at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying there's no call for him to find his way to insert himself there. It seems like a lot more stable, calm. But they are in a position right now. They have the lead. It's only down to 2 though here. Leviatán struggled to open this half, but they're definitely bringing it back now.
Blades for Leaf, and that orb control should net King his ult if they want to go that way. No, they're just going to bypass it entirely. They're going to continue to take A.
And this is the fastest round we've seen so far. Oh, God!
What is the approach here? I thought Leaf was going to get a second. King does have his pit online now after the kill.
Ducking back, 20 HP.
44 now. Dancing around, the spike is out of reach, just not in anyone's hand. Noswar, what a play! Boldly swinging out and establishing control for Leviatán.
Spike planted.
What the heck does Rooney do here? The op in hand as he creeps forward. Does he dare try to make a play here?
It is planted for them, right? They're lined up right now. Yeah, that's tough. He's trying to clear default at the same time as He's walking into the angle, which they've set themselves up for perfectly there.
Yeah.
That's now 3 in a row. Leviatán there, that was a scary situation. Once Leaf got going with those knives, I thought, oh no. They're gonna get eco'd. And it's down to 1 here. Both teams with 1 remaining timeout as we get closer and closer. Leaf is still able to buy an op. That's why Rooney was definitely going for a couple kills there. And he does get his lockdown there too, so he needed to die. Leaf with an possibility of an early pick.
And it's just no one to help clear the trailblazer for him. So he tries to play around the timing and he's dashed right back onto.
It came back up to try to help Zeppa, but that almost got him killed. And so much space taken right now. They've got this combination here. Lockdown with the pit. Could be beautiful, but look at the position of Zelsis right now inside of A main. He's definitely somebody who you're looking at to pinch on the pit when it comes into it. Oh, that's on scope. He doesn't have dash here. And he gets detained for it.
But there's help coming. You see the flash is already out from Zeppa, and they've swarming around him. Zelsis gets the first, and they want to take the fight in, but Cloud9 are glad to take it. In the face of the Seekers, more space is found. Another round for Cloud9.
And the funny part there is that detainment that happened inside of Secret over here actually gets completely helped by the rest of the Cloud9 players. They flood in to help him because that lockdown is not taking that much space. And on top of that, Leviatán overcommit to trying to kill the 1 player. Yes, it's Leaf. But you think if that detainment is not there, they're just putting a regular plant out, they're getting the pit down. And despite Shy losing his fight, they still got to find ways back into it. Leviatán forced that situation way too hard. And it is going to be cause for concern for Owner.
And you imagine that's what he's saying right now. There's no need to go for that. Not the way that you guys did.
Even still, I mean, with the remaining rounds left, you can't dwell on these situations. It's with only 3 rounds of regulation still, with 2 rounds for Cloud9 to make it a second map win immediately here in this best of 5. You've got to think about the last 3 rounds now.
And for MC, another opportunity to talk to his team. And much like the conversation we were having earlier, there's a lot to be happy about. But the job is far from done. 2 rounds away from taking a commanding lead in the lower final. Op in the hands of the Star yet again. Zelsis has, probably his 20th reckoning at this point in the map. Just seems like every time we look, he's got one.
Yeah, it's slowed down a lot on this defense half, but it's also a lot harder to get orbs on this half.
Yeah.
Turret out.
And there's not the same incentive. There's not the same focus for Leviatán actually on the same orb collection from Azino because they've been focused so much on mid. And that does give opportunities away. Back towards mid. The same reverse pinch down onto Art. Like the little detail there from Taco, jiggling with his jump and then floating back into the angle so he doesn't get completely spammed. And I also noticed Rooney there as well, just holding the lockdown out. Up in B heaven.
So off of that Trailblazer getting cleared out, Cloud9 understand that there is some presence, there is a player inserted.
It's very interesting that he actually uses a Trailblazer there, not to set up Leaf, who is going walkabout in A main here, but instead for Sewers, where he basically just gets confirmation that they've taken that space. And Leaf does it anyways, though.
You see the pivot around it. Jake is taking the space. Zeppa had to rotate over towards A to help.
40 seconds. We've seen this before. The lockdown from Rooney, he's set up inside of B heaven to put it down instantly as information comes down, but there's a fake going on. Does Rooney hold strong? Reckoning comes through. They hear him falling back. This round might just end because of Rooney's lockdown. Here he goes. Yeah, alarm bot broken. Instant lockdown. They've got to plant and then get out, but there's really not that much space. They have to do it down B long.
They can't really push them. They can't do anything to clear it out, so they commit to the plan.
They might all get detained. 2, maybe. 3 players!
That's got to be the round.
But there's 2 flankers still. One of those detainments is Taco and B-Link.
Rooney's got to at least get it to half here. He can commit to it the whole way. There's no challenge. I mean, Rooney just made a round-saving play by himself, all off of the timing of the ult.
But the crazy thing there, Doug, is he was literally holding on that ult from 1 minute 20 seconds of the round.
Yeah.
He just sat there like he was in his Cypher camp, just waiting for contact.
And then also the discipline to not rotate off when the hit was happening towards A. There was a dash out from the Jet. There was a reckoning too.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully Cloud9 had the tools to actually respond to that hit, that fake pressure, so that Rooney could stay still, but Leviatán kind of walked into the worst case scenario for that situation.
Speaking of Rooney, he's got a Bucky in this round. Cloud9 on map point, Leaf on the swing, the Spike sitting there on the other side of the cascade. Well out of the reach of the remaining members of Leviatán. He's got to swing out. Taco does. He gets one, but that's all it is.
Push back to, this is the first time, look at this flank from Jake.
Yeah, they're getting pinched. Jake's gonna see everything, and he's gonna hit nothing. Belief responds. The Spike is still nowhere in the control of Leviatán.
Oh, but the alarm bot's not covering the space right now, and neither is the turret. He might get a backstab.
I mean, this would still be so far for Leviatán to have to go. But they're leaving.
What's he gonna do? Pit the turret? That wall doesn't give him any space either.
No, it's still gonna see you.
In fact, it does give actually Shy a room to peek right there inside of shops. That's why he actually cycles that.
Meanwhile, through all of that, Cloud9 have taken a main. They're going to wrap all the way around, make sure there's no presence that way. They still know where the spike is. They still knew where the spike was. Shy had no idea. King's going to have to 1v3 to keep it alive, and he cannot. A commanding 2-0 lead for Cloud9 as they take Pearl.
The crazy situation in the final round, too. Kind of underwhelming in my mind to see Leviatán go right back to the same idea multiple times there on that attack side. And it's actually, it was given to them. So many opportunities there for Cloud9 to try to do something against it. But it only comes in that final round. It only comes when they need a round to close out the map.
No better time than that, I suppose.
You lull them into a false sense of security all that time. It's reverse conditioning in a sense. Where Leviatán's like, yeah, we can do all this for free. They're never challenging us, blah, 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 blah. And then a single flash from Zeppa and a single peek from Leaf ends the game.
Oh, it was another chaotic one at that. So many tense moments. And much like we talked about in the first map, and the problem is, before I say this, the problem is this isn't enough. But Leviatán kept it competitive. Sure. Right? They kept it close. They showed grit. They showed tenacity. Taco continued to play well. But that's just not going to be enough against this Cloud9 squad.
But despite that, and I think you're right, this is a map that Leviatán should win.
Yep.
Given their record, 8-0 on this map, 6-0 in Americas. It's not one that should be falling like this in a best of 5. And now, they forced themselves into a position where they have to reverse sweep to even have a chance for that VLATAM final.
The benefit is that they're going to be heading towards Split, which is map 3. We've seen how good Leviatán can be on it. King had himself a field day last time we saw him on that map. And Taco, that's where he really showed signs of, whoa, he's back. So maybe that's enough to extend this series. But for now, it seems like it's all Cloud9 all the way. Split, potentially the decider. We'll see if that's the case on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, friends. We'll be right back. He's already netted himself a second one with the third.
This guy's just farming.
And Leaf delivers.
Genera un fake defuse. Las dos eliminaciones. El clutch para Shy.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
I am joined by MCE. Fantastic momentum right now in the series with the second game win, taking down Leviatán on an undefeated map they had in the series. Now that you've seen 2 games from the team, what's the focus to close this out in 3?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is we need to continue to play well and just communicate with each other, and the rest will take care of itself.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, MCE. Back to you.
A man of very few words.
We need to continue to play well. Very wise.
Yeah. One day we'll get like at least 6 words out of MCE. In any case, so guys, welcome back here as C9 managed to take down Leviatán on their pick of Pearl, which, as Riv had noted earlier, a map that they were immaculate on this season. But Mimi, it has to be soul crushing for Leviatán to lose that one, especially in the fashion they did, because it felt like Cloud9 just had their number.
Yeah, honestly, in that second half, it felt like Leviatán was starting to fall apart, and it started with this pistol round, where I think Leviatán had a lot of opportunities here against Cloud9, but the coordination really started falling apart, and I think a lot of individuals were starting to make mistakes. Mazino in particular, who has really been improving throughout this LCQ run. In this round in particular, got a little greedy, going for an extra kill. It seems like Leviatán is receding to some of the issues that we were seeing from them earlier in this run and earlier in their season as well.
Yeah, I thought Leviatán gave themselves pretty good opportunities, like that pistol showed throughout the half, right? Good approaches, good opening duels, but they were really sloppy in the mid-round. I think that was a terrible half by Mazino, if I'm being honest, based on the pistol, the bonus overcommitting in a 3-on-3 fight, and then another round, I believe, where he gets flanked by LEV inside the center of the map. And when your Harbor is just falling that way in this comp, it's very difficult to make pivots and kind of deny the spike plants.
It is. It definitely is. Well, first, so let's go ahead and hear from Coach Owner real fast. We'll come back and talk a little bit more about that matchup. Let's hear what he had to say as we get ready for map 3.
Thanks, GB. I am joined by Owner and Dryad. Owner, it's been over a year since we've seen Leviatán come into a VCT best of 5. Now down 0-2, your back's against the wall. What was the preparation coming into this, and what's the focus going forward to bring it to 5?
Bueno, la verdad que estamos cómodos en todos los mapas de la serie. Bañaron Fracture, que iba a ser nuestro first pick, pero de todas formas estamos fuertes en todos los mapas. Creemos que le podemos ganar Split. Esto todavía no termina, así que esperemos que haya mucha serie por delante.
The truth is, we are actually comfortable in every single map. We were going to pick Fracture, but that was the Fracture that was taken from them. And the series is not over yet, so we can take it and we can take Split.
All right, let's see it. Back to you, GB.
Yeah, and there you heard from Coach Owner. Comfortability across the board there, but obviously, Valen, it's going to be, an uphill battle for this team because they're going to need to reverse sweep if they want to go to the finals against Crew tomorrow.
No, definitely. I think C9 kind of has the pressure relieved off their shoulders while Leviatán is starting to feel the pressure even more. You're down 2-0 in a best of 5, 1 map away, and you're done for the season. You lose champs. I think that's also a big reason of why we saw towards the ends of rounds they're having big blunders and messing up the 3-on-3s or messing up the 4v3s is because they're not closing out rounds right now. They feel the pressure of the other team. C9's being very oppressing. They're taking map control away. They're hitting the site hard. So I think Leviatán just needs to reset their mental and kind of go into the next match feeling kind of okay. You know, in a way, you're down 2-0. It's like, what do you have to lose at this point? Just play your game and see what happens, and that's how you get the miracle runs.
And on the other side, I've been impressed actually with the mental and the recovery for Cloud9, because we need to remember how poorly this map started for them. They lost the bonus. It was echoes of the last pro game, but they really came back in that second half, had really good flood retakes, had a good read on Leviatán, and also the young players who have struggled in these big games before were stepping up. Jake in particular had 2 massively pivotal clutches throughout this match and has been keeping in the form that we were seeing from this guy in the regular season, which is such a big asset for Cloud9 late in this tournament.
Yeah, the clutches that went Cloud9's way, even going back to last map, the players from Cloud9 are all hitting right now. And that's what I think MC was talking about in his 5 words. You know, they're playing well, and they need to continue playing well and playing off of each other. And you can clearly see, like you mentioned, the game plan is very team-oriented, right? Like, they're sticking in little packs. So that way, if someone's having like an off moment, it's kind of shadowed by the fact that they're around 2 other people.
And it's been good, too, because normally during the big run for Cloud9, when everyone was getting so hyped around them, it was Leaf going insane, being this crazy individual. This game, I don't feel like he's had an insane individual impact. He's had his rounds. He's good as he always is, but it really has been this team consistently stepping up, which is what has been missing in the past in these big games for Cloud9.
Right, and that's what's been missing, but because it's showing now we're seeing the Cloud9 that deserves to go to Champions, the Cloud9 that we saw earlier this year when they were dominating in the group stage. I think because they're playing, like you said, very packed, it doesn't matter if someone's performing super well or not performing, that insane. They're just playing great together. And that's what we love to see out of this team. And I think that's kind of the philosophy of how Matt or MCE likes to coach is it's a very consistent approach because you're not relying on one person or that many people to kind of win you the game. You're just playing it together, and they're looking great.
Yeah, and I think that so long, obviously not even a thought, it's just very clearly that if they keep doing this, it will lead to success for them, right? And this is the path to victory that Cloud9's taking. But Sean, now Leviatán, to kind of what Valen's point is, I kind of want to get your perspective also as a coach, having done this before. You're kind of in this position where, screw it, might as well just send it and see what the hell happens. Is that the mentality that Leviatán should be running with right now? Because back's against the wall, what other options do you have?
I would disagree with that if it wasn't going into like a double duelist map like Split, right? I think the duelists do need to have a lot of confidence, and they just need to play with a fearlessness to them, right? If they lose, it's over. So it's like, whatever. Put it all on the line. Yeah. Take those opening engagements. Make sure you're staying in like little packs of 2 or 3 to get the trades if they're needed. And honestly, just play your game. We saw Leviatán play well on Split multiple times now in a row. And I know they can play well on Split. It's just whether their mental will allow them to now.
And in positions like this, I think this is actually where Leviatán has thrived mentally in their game versus Sentinels after looking, honestly, really, really poor in their first series here at LCQ. They came back, and from what some of the players were saying in interviews, it was like, okay, we're in a tough position. We might just lose here. We're just going to put it all out there, have some fun, let loose a little bit. And adding that flexibility, that looseness, that ability for players to just go off and have their round, giving people that freedom, I think is what helped them beat Sentinels in that way. Here it seems like Leviatán is stiffening up again and falling into the same mistakes that we saw from them in the regular season.
Right, but the good news about that is you're going into Split with a double duelist like we've been talking about. That opens up the freedom of the team to be very proactive in the mid-round. Take those extra engagements, take the extra space because your agent composition allows for that, right? And I think this is the perfect map for Leviatán. They're actually not in an entirely bad situation because if they can take Split and get the confidence building, especially in the players like Taco Lila and Shy, I think they're going to be able to mount this comeback. But it starts with Split here. We'll see if they stay with the double duelist comp, I'm sure. And it just activates Taco to have that op on Split. We don't see it commonly because people don't play the Jet that much, or if they do, it's within the double duelist, so you're kind of just like playing back or actually entering more rather than staying back with the op.
On the other side, we do see our kind of first switch between the 2 type of comps that Cloud9 plays. This is a race map where Zepp is actually taking that role. On Pro, we saw it was the other way around. So this is one of his chances to be fantastic on that role, where Leaf has to take the backseat in the initiator, but he's still so proactive in that duo, despite that role change.
He is. He's very proactive off of the Cypher, actually. If Zelsis goes into the Cypher again, and there it is, Cloud9 does a really, really good job of setting up some trap plays using the Cypher cam, the breach fault line, and then the paint shells that you're mentioning. And that's what I'm looking for right now. Even on attack, Playing aggressive around A main with that trio is so dangerous, how Cloud9 approaches it.
I'm looking at this series early. Leviatán have really struggled in the pistol rounds thus far, only picking up 1 across the first 2 maps. If you can't set the pace, get that confidence in early, I start to get worried because it looks like Cloud9 is on a roll right now.
That's right. Leviatán need to make a statement, and it starts at the pistol, but C9 can obviously quell the threat of Leviatán. Let's go ahead, though, and send it over to your casters and see if this can happen, if this reverse sweep is possible. Doug, Balla, over to you.
Thank you so much, GB. It is what's going to be required, but it feels so far away, and I forget, one of the people on the desk said it has to start here. It has to start with the pistol, and I think given some of the struggles that they've had, it's a very astute point.
Yeah, and it's tough. I think I agree with Mimi's point about Split being a tough spot because Split is undefeated for Cloud9 here, right? 1-0 in LCQ. I think they were 3-0 in the regular season. People don't really want to challenge them. Why? Because they play kind of an offbeat comp, not one that most of the Americas teams are playing. They run this breach. They run the Cypher on this situation. And we saw how strong that was earlier on when they played their first series up against Sentinels. Now Leviatán need to consider that. With this double duelist, it's definitely some place where it could get slowed down.
Oh gosh, Leviatán have so many people here already ready to go. Oh, look at the gravity ball and then the flash. Leap on the swing, but Shy gets the kill.
And Zeppa, if he had a nade there, I mean, that would have been brutal, but he was looking to actually punish him. Oh, Jake walked by. He just spotted him, though. What's going on?
They tucked into each other's smoke again. King finally cleans him up, and look where Zelsis is.
Pure chaos in this round, and Zelsis might have crept his way through. I don't think that you're going to be expecting this if you're Mazzino. He's checking, though.
No way, bro. What is this round?
Multiple people sneaking in the back lines right now. Rooney's actually rotating towards A to clear spawn.
Right, and that's going to leave Nasr on the site by himself. Zelsis is going to have to play control across spawn while Nasr is fallen. Zelsis has done a good job to stay alive, delay for a little bit, but the spike's not out. The gravity wall kept him back. Mazzino almost makes a huge play there. But Rooney cleans him up, and now King is left alone in this 1v3.
Spike planted.
Rooney weak, the drop from the controller. You see the challenge. All 3 of them are there. None of them are found. Rooney with 3 in the pistol for Cloud9. What a setup. And it was such a chaotic round, too. You think about how Jake and King were passing around each other through the Viper smoke. You had Zelsis, who tucked into spawn, was never detected, managed to work his way through. It was just so chaotic from beginning to end.
Just ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, and then we started with this?
Yeah.
I've forgotten about this.
Oh, I'm actually listening to, I think the nade went off and actually missed. But either way, that's a fault line grab vault combination that Cloud9 opens with a lot, so it's surprising to see Leviatán walk right into that. Maybe showing off some of the
there it goes.
deference away from anti-stratting in this case that Leviatán has honestly become synonymous with.
Whew. He's the one who walks away. Worse for wear after that battle. And this time, you know, we've been talking about Leviatán and their purchases after losing the pistol, and we've seen a couple of times it's either 5 sheriffs or 4 sheriffs and a marshal. Not the case this time around.
Yeah. It's more so on the attack sides where they go for some of that stuff, where they can have that spike as an opportunity as well. And then on Pearl, they won that first defensive round as well. But at this point, they've only won 1 pistol out of the 5. It's starting to become a problem. And if it snowballs like it did on Lotus for Cloud9, it's going to be a very dangerous situation for Leviatán to play in.
Satchel out from heaven from Zeppa. He couldn't see a thing, man. He was fully flashed up.
30 seconds left.
They're going to rotate off of this given the space that LEV has towards B.
I mean, there's just a constant lurk every single time, but Taco's in position to actually punish. LEV has to get a backstab on him, and he's not going to find it. Now he does. Now he's dropped in.
Taco had no shot. No shot at all. It seems like another round that will go in favor of Cloud9.
10 seconds left.
That should, for all intents and purposes, secure it.
And Shy's making noise too, so Rooney does know. With a lot. I'm surprised that he's walking into that, given he has 2 HP, but okay. We'll take it. I think it is important for him to try to challenge there, given after the Sensei Eco, he's 2 off of his ult.
I mean, he's starting off hot, 4-0 already, and you're right, 2 points away from having the Rolling Thunder online.
Wouldn't be surprised to see them do exactly that same fault line grab well combo in B main to just instantly put themselves in a spot to get that orb up.
It's just such a crazy story when you think about Cloud9 and the regular season that they had, how dominant they looked, for them to stumble in the playoffs, just what, 2 rounds away from making Tokyo and find themselves here. Now just 1 map away from making it to the grand finals.
But even that won't be enough. Even that won't be that final stumbling block.
Yeah. But it almost seems like, given the regular season they had, it's almost like they're destined for this. They're destined to make it that far. And they've pushed Leviatán, a formidable foe too. This is a Leviatán squad that looks so much stronger than they have in the past. And Cloud9 have weathered it well.
Poison's off.
King was a menace from this position, and this time he's cleared. Mazzino, very nice tracking, not able to find the other.
Still 50 seconds. Nosra's in a position where he can get punished here. Losing that fight makes Taco's job almost impossible at this point.
I mean, it opens up the site, really. You see him turn the flash, proc the dash, try to get a kill, and he dealt some damage onto Jake. Now feeling overwhelmed, the pressure surrounding him. Rooney with the spike, he drops it down, 28 HP and only 8 seconds left.
Shy's coming from heaven right now. He's actually isolated the spike.
It's got to be faster than this. Taco's been able to stay alive this entire time.
No!
Jake, what a play, the Red Bull clutch for Cloud9. And it really felt like a blunder there for Leviatán.
Absolutely. Where's the communication? Where's the awareness from Shy in that situation? I'm wondering if Taco's calling. They're both wrapping me on pillar there
maybe.
because, I mean, to me, that's a clear situation where they're going to try to pinch you down at new box.
And it felt like for Cloud9 it was slow. It was almost too slow. But Jake with massive awareness.
But even still, Shy there has eyes on the spike. Why does he need to be dropping down in that case?
And you're spitting. Owner's gonna be spitting here in a second too.
Yeah, that's an angry timeout. That's a situation where you guys are full control after Taco does fantastic. I mean, again, they weren't in that round until Taco started entering the situation.
Remember, he was on site by himself.
Yep.
Feeling pressure as he was getting swarmed in from garage, from heaven. It seemed like he was done. Here you see Owner on your screen. Historically known for being an outrageously animated coach, and this time almost seeming a little tempered, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. I think there, when there's very obvious things to talk about, it's clear what the mistakes are there, and it's crucial there to me that it's coming from Shy, because this guy he was the rock on this map. He was the guy who was consistently clutching up. He was the guy who's just such a strong anchor. We've already seen it in this map where he shut down that bonus push onto the A site. Force up here though, Leviatán. Couple stingers bought up.
I mean, they're just gonna have to start respecting this fault line.
Yeah, and they are. And you saw right there the recalled star instead of actually a grab well, because you're never going to put yourself in a position to get stunned grab well. The important thing about that combination is with just a grab well, you're able to jump out of it. With a stun too, if you jump, you're actually stuck inside the middle.
Yeah, you're done. Just Taco here. 4-man push from Leviatán towards garage, a Trailblazer to clear the way, and they're gonna get some map control, they're gonna get some awareness of where the play is, but they've left Taco on an island.
Just now getting that breach ult that we spoke about a couple rounds on up. And it's funny that Cloud9 is actually finding the same site where Taco is alone. This time on the A side though. And breach ult coming in, dodges it.
But the cam should know where he is. He repositions, dies anyway. I mean, he had so many things he had to navigate. The Rolling Thunder, the concuss from Astra, everything thrown his way.
That's one of those situations where it's like, what can I do? Tried to delay as long as possible too with that cloud burst in their face. They do manage to re-clear ramp. Cloud9 is kind of all funneled in this A site. This is a terrible post-plant positioning for them.
Yeah, they're hunkered down.
But with the weapons that they have, is it going to get punished? There's no serious carpeting of util following up with that snake bite coming in.
Yeah, and if they don't frag out, they're at risk of losing these weapons to the spike, but those are 2 huge kills from Cloud9.
Oh, great stun. That's both stunned right now. Oh! Excuse me?
This is way closer than it should be.
There's no time right now, but still, you're right. They're losing all these weapons.
I don't know that they're going to be able to find their way out of this.
Not with that flash, no. Jake gets out, maybe, yes.
So 1 preserved, another round for Cloud9, and only 1 rifle preserved.
Look down on them, my friends.
Op in the hands of Taco right now. Comes at the perfect time as they get all that damage done. Again, I do like the choice of site for them. They find Taco again on the site where he's alone, kind of, for some reason, anchoring his jet here. In most instances, he was there on B, and that's where they forced those first couple of rounds.
Right.
Now with this op, it's not going to be the same story, though. He's going to get aggressive through the orb.
That's what fans of Leviatán want to see.
He has to stay here for so long, though, because of all this B control that Cloud9 constantly goes for. You just got to kill through the smoke, and Lev, they've opened this up.
Zeppa having to push his way forward, manages to get past the stun, but now you've got the molly and the op trained on the exit out of garage. Taco's positioning has been so good in this.
And no smoke as well to get him off of it, because of the kill he got in mid on Jake.
Down B.
Celsius was in position to try to punish off that first kill, and he just doesn't go for it.
I think the other key thing to consider here is Leviatán are just a few moments away from getting their first round of the map, is you look at their ult economy too. So they should, barring an outrageous play from Celsius, who's able to take a weapon or 2 out of their hands, they should be able to carry full weapons into the next round. They have decent armor set up, and they have 4 ults to work with. Those Nas were not far away from having his own.
But you also think, based off of the last round that we just saw, only carrying one rifle
30
in
seconds left.
to this one, forces Cloud9 to make an interesting decision here. Zalsis not even going to go for anything. Gets his gun up, but what type of buy are we going to see in that next one? Leaf with 700, Rooney 450. Given it's going to be their first round loss, some of those players are just not going to be able to buy.
Yeah.
Jake as well probably won't even be able to, maybe light armor bulldog, something like that. After winning 4 rounds in a row, not quite the buy that you were hoping for, actually.
No, you wouldn't think they'd be in this position, yeah. So we'll see what they choose to do. We expected Zeppa to be able to buy. He does. Elsis carries the Phantom over from the previous round. And yeah, what's next? A smattering of what? Specters and pistols?
My ult's ready.
Seems like that will be the case. As we take a look at this one more time. Once again, the opener from Taco really just kind of set up Leviatán to be able to...
Well, it was also Mazzino, too, getting spam as well.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Stun here. Possibly they double satchel up Heaven.
Off of the flash, yeah, the fault line, the flash. Zeppa gets up and gets through.
And just noting the economy, it is basically a full force here from the Cloud9 side. With all these ults up for Lev, it's a very risky proposition, but if it works out, it works out. You get a bunch of ults and still win the round. Here they go.
And for Leviatán, ideally, you get through this without having to invest very much or any. Shy's already got 1. How does he get 2?
That's what I'm talking about. That anchoring for Shy as the sky.
He's been so good.
It's just beautiful.
I know exactly. Planted. Caution here.
Yeah, and it looks like... I mean, Celsius investing the Neural Theft. There are the blades online. The first one and probably the easiest to be okay to part with.
Oh, he's so high.
Got some high ground. Jake getting tattered and battered, and that's another round for Leviatán. And again, this is kind of the conversation we were having. Yeah, they invested the Blade Storm from Taco. Every other ult was kept.
Yeah.
Shame. I love explosions.
And Cloud9 are going to be back down to maybe Stingers here as well. Yeah. So they've kind of allowed Leviatán, like you said, with the ults getting kept, they've kind of allowed them to be back in this game.
Yeah, this is a crazy pad. Also, dude, Shy from this spot in LCQ, you were mentioning it during the round. He's just been outrageous.
It's been one of those spots where, especially in this double duelist composition in meta, the skies shine so often. And Not quite sure why. I think it's because there's so much open space where you're also trying to clear so many different things at the same time, where that flash can actually become a real flash rather than being turned super easy. The hard thing about that is being able to select your targets, right? You can't tunnel vision on the guy that you know you flashed. You have to be very careful behind map, in elbow, all these different positions.
Yeah, the open space that proves to be beneficial for the flash can also be the detriment when there's so many people that can be facing you down.
Exactly. I think he's going to have a difficult task, though, if Cloud9 starts to really pounce on those executes rather than, I mean, it's every map, and I mean, it's working for Cloud9. Don't get me wrong. Every map, though, it's let's throw out the execute, let's see what comes back, and then let's push, all right? Which is a nice considered approach when it's mixed into the toolkit. But that's why you allow Shy to have space to have moments like that. And like you were talking about, these ults still online, basically. It was only Nazwar, or excuse me, Takalia, who popped his in the last round. And we are going back to that classic Cloud9 eco. 2 shares, 3 stingers. Well, they have the money for it. This is a break point that favors LEV here. But Cloud9 are so dangerous on this.
You know, the conversation we've had too about their willingness to invest ultimates in rounds that you wouldn't necessarily expect. They do have the secrets from LEV to work with.
Scout destroyed.
And with how decisive they've been in the past.
So that Trailblazer actually gets normally Taco on the angle. This time it's Nazwar, which could be very dangerous in terms of nade potential here. They're gonna walk across with the cage, maybe walk out. Oh, Nazwar, this nade could be huge for Shy. Oh my God!
Goodness! 3 from Nazwar. What a round. What a setup. You thought he may have botched it when he missed the opening shots with the Phantom, but they had nowhere else to go but back into his lap.
The follow-up nade. They're trying to run away from it. They go into a flash. They have to run back into him. Like, devastating situation. And that's what I was talking about trying to expect where Taco's op is going to be. When you have that Trailblazer go up in A main, usually it's the setup Taco. He was doing that over and over in the game against Sentinels. And he's getting massive value out of it, so great from Leviatán again to swap Nazwar on that angle. Insta stars here from Cloud9.
Fault line.
Try to punish up heaven.
Yeah, fault line, gravity well, and the double satchel up from Zeppa.
Once again, designed to punish Taco. And they do know he has that op online. He got to kill him the last round.
Interesting to see how Cloud9 are so insistent on not really playing through mid. They haven't really done it much this entire half.
Scout destroyed. I've got your trail.
Trailblazer
pop from heaven.
Yeah, they're the Seekers, the Flash.
No stopper here.
Where is? I mean, in the face of the Trailblazer, not able to get anything. A shot gets 2.
Spike down A.
There it is, the flash out, but this time the Nebula not
Spikes down.
connecting. Taco not landing a shot with the op. Zelsus with a bold swing. An audacious one, but it secures the kill.
Oh, he picked up the spike. They actually gave up eyes on it. 40 seconds now. I thought this round was unwinnable, but no. He's got it. And they're actually going to be able to walk through spawn potentially here.
30 seconds
Yeah, but I think
left.
Leviatán are aware of where their weaknesses are. You see the pings on the minimap towards screen. They understand that they've likely lost spawn control here.
Well, it's all dependent on what King is going to do right now. He's actually expecting them to come through ropes, but that's going to potentially even make it hard for him to hear the spike plant if it goes down onto B. But with this flash, that's the cue. And he thinks still over towards
10
ropes.
seconds left.
Second follow-up flash. It's going to be a late rotate from the rest. King needs to stay alive.
Spike planted.
And he doesn't even threaten this B main push, which might allow Leaf to get in position. It's not a good plant for it, though. Oh, this is so much info right now. Leaf might have a flash coming soon. Oh, that's big.
Yeah, I thought it was going to wrap and not hit him. Zelsus forced to take a different route.
Dude, this position from Leaf. If Zelsus can grab attention.
But can he? How patient will Leaf be? Yeah, there's attention. Leaf on the swing. Zelsis gets a kill.
Is he sticking?
Shy's gonna get it to half. He's managed to get it that far. But Zelsis with 3. What a round from Cloud9. You mentioned it, man. It looked unwinnable. You thought it was done.
The spike was down on a ramp. Out on the side almost. And Leviatán just lose eyes on it. Nobody jump spotting it, nothing. I'm not even sure they really knew it was down. And what a start for them. They get the first 3 kills on a fast execute attempt from Cloud9 where there were ults invested. And that happens 2 versus 5. They're losing a lot of these situations. Not as drastic as that, but every map so far, Leviatán has had the first kill advantage, and Cloud9 are still coming out pretty decently ahead.
Op in the hands of Taco, and they've managed to find the site where he is not yet again.
You are divided.
They're going to invest the Cosmic Divide, the Rolling Thunder. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this.
Great Molly nade. Grab well as well. That's a guaranteed kill there on Zeppa. Nuda's a showstopper. And it is the first kill again towards LEV, but they do get the site, which forces a post-plant situation. Key ult here, though. Mazzino with his Cosmic Divide can do the same exact thing that just happened right now where he splits up the site. And they can force a post-plant defuse.
Shy just got a flashback. You imagine they're going to want to invest that, right? There it is. There's a Cosmic Divide. Bruni just narrowly missing a window to capitalize on it. As Zelsis is forced to wait on the other side. He still has 2 teammates playing on site, understanding where the pressure's coming from. The gravity well to keep him back.
What a position for Jake.
Shy forced to wait. There's the satchel. There's Jake with the position that you just mentioned. Swinging for the second and finding it. The third just on the other side. Zelsis with the ult. A 1v1. He's not even going to be able to get it half. He's watching it. He knows it's being diffused. And Zelsis with another massive play.
Huge play from Zelsis, 100%, but he loses his gun for no reason while celebrating. That's ill-advised, given the economy situation. Not great for Cloud9. Given these rounds are coming down to 2 VXs, 1 VX in this situation from Zelsis. Well handled. I have to scratch my head, though, again. That's a 4v5 loss from Leviatán.
Yeah.
A 2v5 into a 4v5, and now they're completely forcing up. They had the opportunity to get into this game. I mean, you can tell they were rolling. Those 2 rounds, though, have shifted things back.
Rooney has kelped his fault line. He didn't use it at the beginning like they've been doing the last couple of rounds. And I wonder if it's going to be used to try to clear mail so that they can establish some mid-presence. Remember, Cloud9 have not really explored this area of the map.
You can see how cautious he's being again against the spam from Mazzino.
Taking that back.
That's hurt already so much.
I don't know that I blame him. Zappa spotting one. Sets Osborne instantly drops the Roomba. They play around it.
They know so much here.
Yeah.
And Cloud9 is regrouping towards B right now. Why? Because you actually just had this cam put out late from Zelsis that spots the op of Takolia. And so that's drawing attention. And they're happy to push into this B side, which they're having so much success with.
What a play from Noswar.
He's alone, though, now.
He was flashed. He's got to stay alive, and he can. He's overwhelmed.
One down.
Trades abound.
Shy was just a little late on it, though. That's going to give up the site.
Look at Zelsis again on the flank.
30 seconds left.
It's a 2v2. Zelsis will be late.
He's really far. Yeah, you're right.
Rooney's weak. That Molly. Ow. Whoa. 10 HP. But they think it's cleared. And Taco has an op in this position. He still lands a shot.
Oh, no.
Not expecting a second to dash back. Zelsis with the cam. He's been so good. Can Zelsis do it again? The tap. It's just a challenge. It's just a dare. And the op shot missed, but King does not.
It's completely intended to get that op shot.
Yeah. I mean, you could see it just baiting out the barrel of the gun.
I'm wondering there why there was no smoke on spawn.
Nice, but not nice.
When they hit that site, when Noswar's doing a great job.
One left.
I think he just doesn't have any more stars at this point because he's using so much for control at the beginning of the round. You did note how it was the Boombot instead going into B main instead of that Gravwell. But there's only a smoke on Heaven, and that allows all those trades to come in because individually those kills that Noswar, that King were having as they come out weren't all gonna be, you know, round-ending kills or anything like that.
Right.
Because you were getting Leaf trading them, but they were getting traded right back by Leviatán.
King again from the same spot. Saw him do it in the previous series, does it again. Taco finding another with the op. This is a light buy from Cloud9 and has the makings of a flawless round. Dude, the hardest kills are the ones where they're not facing you and not moving. LEV cleaning it up, a 1v3 with the Stinger. And a great round from Leviatán.
That pace from Cloud9 is not expected, but it comes without a timeout, without anything like that. Full faith right now from MCE on his players to try to close out this half, but in these situations now 2 in a row for Leviatán, I mean, they are staying right hip to hip with Cloud9 despite a lot of situations that would absolutely tilt a team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a 2v5 into a 4v5, these situations over and over, you think are in their control.
This is going to be the first round that I can remember where they're going to push into the op from Taco. He is here. Zeppa still taking damage. He's had such a hard time finding space and converting it into advantages. At least early on. We see some example of that. Both Seekers invested here. Last round of the half. Last ult. Rooney 1 point away from having the Rolling Thunder. So keep a close eye on that. 1 kill could be all the difference, but Leviatán are keeping it at bay. Showstopper from the duelist, finding another kill, looking for another, not able to connect. Jake with just a sliver of health, and Leviatán pounce.
While it might be tied, I'm struggling to find a way to give advantage to one side or the other. Leviatán is dominating on the first kills board. 10-2 in that situation.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
But Cloud9 is doing such a good job in these man-down situations that it's even at this point.
A 6-6 half. Cloud9 potentially 1 half away from advancing. We'll throw it down to Golden Boy at the dust to break down that first half.
Thank you so much, fellas, for that. 6-6 in the half, and this is it, Valen. It's Leviatán's life on the line here as we go in this tournament as we go into that next half. But I want to get your thoughts on how you felt they performed in that first.
I think Leviatán has played great, but I want to say that Cloud9's pistol success has been kind of the worst thing for Leviatán because they're able to get these large starts at the beginning, and then Leviatán is starting to wake up and get these rounds back and start playing their true game, and they managed to pull back a 6-6. And with the double duelist comp, 6-6 on defense actually is a win for you. But like I said, I felt like they could have got like an 8-4, maybe even something higher because they did look great on the defense, but Cloud9 just keep winning pistol rounds, and it's so hard for them to start hot early.
And they're going into their stronger side now. We've talked in the pre-show about how good their track plays are on this map with the Cypher and the Sky. They do a really good job of baiting people in and punishing. And the players who might be doing that are these two, Jake and Zelsis, who have been performing absolutely fantastically thus far. And it's been great to see both these guys, generally the more supportive players playing the Astra and the Cypher, having huge impact in this game, especially considering the relationship between the two of them. Jake, of course, to harken back, he's still a rookie. This is his first season. The expectations are high for Cloud9. But he's still new to all of this, and he's really stepped up, I think, alongside Zelsis in the development of this team, becoming much more of a leader for Cloud9. And that's all well and good for them. They just need one more half to close out. But for Leviatán, it's another situation where they're so close to getting that step towards an international event, and it might just be over 3-0.
Yeah, and something I want to talk about is the emotional aspect of Cloud9. I'm seeing a much more calm Cloud9 right now. Before, whenever I watch them play, they get super amped up and very hyped after round wins. But I see Zelsis like telling his team like, yo, calm down, like just lock in, we're gonna close this out. These guys are so focused into beating Lev here. I think if they're gonna be able to pull out their trap setups and catch Leviatán off guard, it's gonna end up coming with a victory.
Leviatán need to pull this back or their year ends here. 6 rounds away to try and pull this one to match point, to try and make it to the grand finals for Cloud9.
And let's see how this all unfolds on the other side of this one as we get ready for that second half tied 6-6. It truly is anyone's game. Let's send it back over to your casters.
Thanks so much, Golden Boy. Yeah, now we get to see Leviatán, their double duelist comp on the attacking side and what they can do with it. We find ourselves at 6 apiece. We'll see what the setup looks like. We also have to consider now the Viper utility on the attacking side. We didn't see that in the previous half. So we'll see how they choose to play this out.
And you're seeing 3 players towards this A side right now. They flashed up Heaven to insert Taco up the ramp. while the rest of the side of Leviatán is trying to do exactly what they did on Pearl. Remember, they would take mid from the backside. It's almost like they're trying to do the same thing on a different map right now.
Also,
but instead regrouping and just grabbing the orb.
Yeah, worth noting here, there was a very intentional plan of Cloud9 to get the orb in the hands of Xeppaa at the opening of the round.
And important here as well, they did break that camera, and Zelsis and Leaf end up re-clearing ramp. So all that space that Leviatán tried to take at the beginning of the round has been completely re-cleared by Cloud9. They have a full understanding, and you have 4 players on this B side. Look at the setup from Jake. He's very close. Right on the left of this execute with this stun. It could be disgusting. Nobody here to follow up.
Oh gosh, how have they managed to stabilize that?
And look at the smoke too from Jake. He actually blooms it way out so that he can tuck behind it and have room for them.
Oh, the timing not on the side of Jake that we were just highlighting him. Tricky spot. Leaves in a worse spot there as King gets another. One beneath him. I thought he was going to hit that shot. Well handled by Xeppaa though. He's got 3 on the round already. He's a little weak, but Mazino's left in this 1v2. 56 HP. The cam in the face.
10 seconds left.
Try to run away right now. 6 seconds. You just ring around the Rosie.
Yeah. Has
no time to pick up the spike.
But if he's quiet about it, he might find what he's looking for. What? Mazino just in the nick of time.
There's less than a second there as that engagement starts. And Xeppaa just swinging on him. I mean, such a crucial round. We've seen 2 pistols come to close clutch moments from Leviatán players. But this one converts from Mazino.
I think it was less than a second when he got that kill.
Just crazy.
All right, no time to dwell on that. We're back into the action. Leviatán and Taco back to their opening ways, finding 2 massive kills.
And that, I mean, the pistol might have been just, if we were considering on Pearl, on Lotus, how much difference it would have made for the outcome of the game. And Xeppaa picks up another one. This has just gotten interesting all of a sudden. Look at this A-main pressure coming in. Jake is here, but Shy's on the flank. The wall actually isolates him.
Last player standing.
Xeppaa's picked up a bulldog here, Doug.
He's fully healthy too. Checking everything around him, and I think he spotted Shy. Snaps. Not able to connect onto Taco, who gets 4 on the round and gets Leviatán a 2-round lead.
I mean, it feels like Leviatán is taking some of the stinger power from Cloud9 in this game and applying it just as well as they hold on there. But it wasn't a clean anti-eco.
No, not at all.
And it is important for Xeppaa to start getting going here in the second half. Getting a few kills here, both on the pistol and now this. A rough first half from him.
That sucks.
Where if he was slightly better, all of a sudden you're looking at an 8-4 half in Cloud9's favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get out of my way.
Not the case. Blades online for Taco.
Remember, just getting the 4K last round allows this for him.
Oh, he's going to spot him. Zealous has tried finding Solace in the cage, and he could not.
And that's the difficulty of the Cypher there. If that's an orb instead, if that is a actual Astra smoke or an Omen smoke, anything like that, all of a sudden you're not able to look over top like that.
So just anything to provide a little head cover.
That's actually the knives gone though. So everybody else, pretty weak weaponry other than Nosworth, who's playing up close on this corner. Easily a player who can be targeted.
And dropped. Not just targeted, but dismissed. Cloud9 have trampled their way through this site, through the round. Jake with 3, and a great response from Cloud9. Keeping 4 rifles. Xeppaa has his ult going into the next 2.
Yeah, the economic situation is part of the reason why this struggled for Lev. Again, getting that first kill over top with the knives, and then the retake is just so strong there. Taco peeking ahead, trying to use
Take them out.
those knives to get just one tap. But allows them right back into this. And there's no util there because of how they bonused in this instance to actually do anything on the screens player coming out. And there's no ults online right now because Taco is the one who's taking the majority of the orbs and the kills earlier on in the half. Meanwhile, Cloud9 has Showstopper and a Cosmic Divide if they want. Whoa, he's might punish.
Fast!
Over top! That is a tough ult to hit. He fires it up on the wall, high where Taco is updrafting. That reaction is difficult from Zeppa.
They've gotten out onto site though. You see Mizzino tucked behind the smoke, so he had no idea. Jake was completely unaware of his positioning. That should open up the site. The thing is, Zeppa was in a position to control things, but he gets clothesline too.
Yeah, Lev are clapping back here. There's two players coming into ropes, trying to push back against King and Mail.
Maybe Rooney can play spoiler. He's back in spawn. King with a nice flicker onto the first. Not connecting on the second. While Rooney is patiently bought time. The first flash now is position given away. Paranoid of what may be around the corner. And he swings into 3. Another round for Leviatán.
Just instantly canceling what progress Cloud9 might have made and forcing them back down to Stingers. And as Leviatán gets some momentum here in this second half, gets some momentum here in possibly the series.
Enemy spotted B.
Cloud9 are looking for an on-demand Stinger Eco.
Yeah.
To maybe put an end to this here and now.
Remaining.
Otherwise, they still got some time to play.
Timeout for Cloud9. They do not want to prolong this. They're down on split, but again, up 2-0 in the series. They can manage to close this out. Do well, so well for them, but to be able to close the door on Leviatán's attempts at a comeback, at a reverse sweep.
It's on their mind right now. And then on these maps that you're supremely comfortable on, I mean, again, undefeated for Cloud9. It's one of those that are easy to fall into a sense of, you know, we should be winning this, questioning your performance. And those types of questions are what reverse sweeps end up being made of. So you have to be trying to, if you're Zelsif, if you're MCE here, keep that team calm. It was something Valen was talking about, how he was impressed with that aspect from Cloud9, and I definitely agree. It's a team that can get emotionally caught up in the moment, which could be good and what could be absolutely devastating. I think we've seen both ends of it so often throughout the season.
I mean, they were set up for aggression A, but Leviatán just overwhelmed what Jake had B. They were expecting it on the opposite side of the map, and now Leviatán are able to prance forward.
Oh, that's done though, the flash as well.
Pretty out of the smoke, but Nazwar and Taco still get 2. Nazwar with 3. How? I mean, Nazwar wiped the floor with him.
Well, that's the thing. That stun, that flash, it considers the site, but it doesn't consider that backside. So the only player from Cloud9 who's getting value is the player from Heaven who actually put that stun down. It's Rooney. While the rest of them are just trying to get through Taco's smoke, and Nazwar is just feeding on them.
His position was beautiful.
That's what I'm talking about. That stun, that flash out of spawn to pop. It's down this lane on B, not the one where Nazwar was positioned, so he's perfectly fine to take that.
I believe Taco got ahead of that fault line. Either way, no follow-up aggression from Cloud9. And 4 ults on the side of the attack.
Yeah, this is scary. Double duelist dive with the showstopper added into the mix.
You can see they're looking for the Cypher utility, but the cam's set up at A.
And it has been set up there for the majority of these rounds. So it's good to see Leviatán making sure it's not there in this situation. They've just popped his Seekers in the mid-round. They're really worried about a pop, which we just saw in the last one, but also it's giving them some space to try to punish. Woo.
Nazwar on the counter. There it is! Only gets 1! Pushes into Zelsif, and Zelsif cleans him up. Now neural theft used. Zeppa repositioning, staying alive as the spike is hurriedly making its way towards A, but Zelsif is going to be there on the cutoff.
Oh my goodness. And the wall makes it look like he's not going to be there, but the flash confirms the stun though.
The spike made its way through.
No punish.
Zalsis gives it up, deciding to live to fight another day, to reposition and join his team.
I mean, right now there's so many ults right here that could make this tough. They're into the pit immediately here.
I mean, it was so deep.
Look how far he is.
Meanwhile, Mazzino's going to be on a crazy flank if he hits the right timing. They've got him corralled. The pit is still a problem.
Coming behind him.
1 HP on the 2 remaining members. Given the decay, Mazzino's there. The timing is great. And Rooney has nothing he can do.
Leviatán are starting to roll, taking that momentum that they should have had in that first half. With, again, in that first half, 10-2 on first kills. They really should have snowballed even on that one.
The discipline for Noswar to not fire on the first target that he sees and instead satcheling in forward to get a further showstopper into Mail is just crazy.
Almost got 3 with
Yeah.
1 rocket. It's the biggest lead Leviatán has had all series so far, and you're starting to see why they've been putting emphasis on split instead of Pearl, despite it being undefeated up till that last map. Here in the LCQ.
Once again, looking for the cam is Taco, but this time it's set up mid. Very reminiscent of the first time we saw them play this comp in LCQ and the setup that they have for mid.
If there's any round for them to walk into a trap in mid, it would be this round.
Yeah.
You do see Rooney posted up in spawn on that same type of angle that he had, that he can play off of this camera from Zalsis. He's got the stun ready here. That thing can go really far, but Leviatán's not biting. And if you don't see the camera A, if you don't see the camera B, you have to ask yourself and check off the list. It's got to be in mid.
You are divided.
So they avoid the trap play and makes it all the more difficult for Cloud9. They love to flood on these retakes, and you have players in position to do so. They're in front of the Astro Wall already.
Yeah, they've already scaled past it. You see Rooney and Zalsis playing on the other side of it.
Oh, they're making it look like it's coming through ramp instead, but instead 3 players coming through screens.
And they know exactly where King is. They have him flash too, and the nade cleans him up.
That was a stun nade combo.
And that's so pretty because you don't have to expose yourself to the fight. Zalsis flash has to spam Shy on the swing. The timing is great. Shy looking for more. Leviatán have just destroyed Cloud9.
Match point.
The first match point here for Leviatán. And their first attempt to claw back in this reverse sweep. We've seen multiple versions of Leviatán here in LCQ. And we've seen flashes of those on the first 2 maps. But not quite able to string together a map like this, and even this one. In that first half, you scratch your head at a couple of the rounds that go opposite their direction. And I mean, they're finding consistently now the right calls here.
Yeah.
Against this Cloud9 squad.
They're reading us very well.
Avoiding all the possible trap plays here, even baiting out the nade and the aftershock with barely any, actually no damage done.
Taco took nothing.
I thought for sure he got hit by 1 ping of the aftershock. Look at how well they're receiving the util here for Cloud9. I mean, almost all of what normally would net Cloud9 a kill used up in this case.
It's just an empty threat.
I'm wondering now how they're going to try to combo and use this Rolling Thunder. Right now, Rooney's in a position to maybe use Zeppa to follow up with him through Mail. With 50 seconds left, this thing could really do some damage here.
Rooney did just get his fault line back up too. So there could be some layers to this. Look at the positioning. Look at where Zeppa is, and that's where the spike is headed. Waiting for the Q. There it is, the Rolling Thunder. But look at how much space has been taken towards B. The problem is they're already set up here.
30
look at LEV, but he's between them. He's behind them. Zalsis cleans him up. LEV patient. Finally gets one. The spike hits the ground, and so does Leviatán.
It's such a good attempt from Leviatán, but they get funneled right into it. And King, with his lurk all the way out on A site there, honestly felt like
10 seconds
they
left.
knew. And they were letting him be in that space.
The discipline from LEV to stay up in heaven. make sure he's really able to capitalize.
Yeah, he's just so wide there too. Beautiful stuff from him. I mean, again, they're looking to bait out that breach ult the entire round. And it finally comes, but comes so late in the round that they only have one more choice. If that came a little earlier, they could act like they're running to A, then go back towards B, all that sort of stuff.
Right, and so with that, we enter the 21st round. Ult in the hands of Xeppaa. So only one currently online. Oh, Leviatán has a couple that are close.
Toxin screen down.
Leviatán has been running this very reactive style based off of the ults and based off of the util that is so plentiful from Cloud9.
Huh? What is he waiting for?
No, it's funny because almost always Taco's like pre-firing the camera. In this case, like it's very visible. He's in the camera. The stun comes through from Rooney, by the way. Again, cross map. Look how far Rooney is in this position.
Yeah.
Able to stun this way. But not getting the punish again. And that's what Leviatán is trying to do. Just bait out this util. It's been working so well for them on this attack side.
Yeah, I think in this case, though, not only do you not get a kill because it looked like that's what Taco was playing for, just like a little cheeky timing window, but the cam was still up too, so it continues to find value in info.
40 seconds, and they've not gotten Xeppaa's ult out.
3 here. 3 here. Oh, that's the spike too. The aftershock leaves it out of reach. There's the ult. He's got to follow around it.
He's just taking control of the spike right now, so round is over. Unless they somehow spawn an Omen ult from somewhere else. 15 seconds and you can't grab it. No chance.
You wonder here, this reactionary approach that you were just referring to from the attacking side and how it feels like there were just a couple of minor moments in that round that led to this situation. Right, again, I think about Taco playing around the cam, trying to maybe get a little bit more than he should have just taken, and just so much time was spent in playing around that too.
I mean, I criticize him for that, but also it's very difficult to spot that cam. So, I mean, one round where you're not really thinking about it, and all of a sudden, you know, it's seeing your feet before you can even realize what's going on. But I will say as well, Leviatán's approach on this reactive style is a great way to burn down Cloud9 right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at the last 2 rounds, all the ults are now gone. So if you're trying to just close out this game, the last 3 rounds here, you have the most opportunity that you've ever had because of that hard work that you've just done in these last couple. But they've got to find a win with it too.
I've got your trail.
Only one spotted. Secret's used. And Taco goes forward. Celsius is going to have to take a step back. Cloud9 have already joined with 2.
Nobody able to punish with these trips. And Leviatán's not even walking into them anyways.
Nazar with the spam to make sure nobody funnels out through the smoke. Will try to flood with it.
5v5 retake for the map here.
Look at Taco's positioning. He's in such a good spot. There's a star right beneath him. Do they check? Do they know? There's a deep flash. He's somehow still alive. A 1-for-1 as you start to see his utility go through, and Leviatán have a really good post-man position, but they're so far back.
It's planted for heaven right now. Mazzino does have a star on the spike.
There's a gravity wall. It's been drawn out. The smoke, too.
Relying on the spam.
Trying to play around it. Rooney has gotten it to half. There it is. It goes down. Rooney's gotten it 3/4 of the way, but King's making a play. Cloud9 gets to the fuse.
And there's actually a chance right now for this 5-round comeback to work out for Cloud9. It's a beautiful retake, 5v5 again. And this time Leviatán does not burn down the util. And guess what that means? So much used to try to trap out these players. So much time here with this flash to follow up for Celsius. They also had an aftershock combination with a Gravwell inside of Hell. So there was no place for the Leviatán players to hide. Instead, they even get the smoke down on to that spike where they're playing for post plant.
Op in the hands of Leaf. This round, the same mid camera setup that we talked about a couple of rounds ago.
King. He's taking this angle against King.
What is he waiting for? There's the op! And it finds a shot!
They might spring into the site right here, right into this breach fault line.
But where's the follow-up? What's the damage? You got the nade up top from Xeppaa. And there it is. You see it go off.
And Rooney doesn't even leave the back of sight right there.
No, just safe.
And sure, You do burn a lot of util there from Cloud9, but you also don't get out onto site. Leviatán definitely wanted that after that lost kill from King.
There it is. But there's no real follow-up to it now. They found the value. They found the info.
Might be value in future rounds. Oh, this smoke is bad. The awareness there from Rooney on Mazzino's lurk through that orb is just beautiful. And Leaf again, too.
Dude, they're not going to find a way into a site. This is going to be another Cloud9 win.
Falling to pieces here, too. Leviatán still, despite the fact that they've lost now 4 in a row, their eco is still phenomenal based off of this half so far. And they've got max loss bonus as well. So Taco, Nazwer, they're easily able to get guns. King can also drop one. It's not the biggest of deals, and Nazwer will have his ult next round. He was one off in this situation. And remember, all that baiting out of the ults from Zeppa, from Rooney, none of that has, all that time has not actually netted Cloud9 any extra ones that are huge, right? Leaf Seekers, okay, whatever. But you don't have those power ults.
We'll figure out what they do eventually.
And you get the timeout from Lev now. They've got plenty of time to have just discussed exactly what to throw into this final round. And Owner will now be able to add his 2 cents as well.
I mean, given how the last rounds have gone, though, it may require more than 2. The potential of really watching tragedy unfold in a lot of ways for Leviatán to be so close to extend us to a next map, to a 4th map. And this ferocious comeback from Cloud9 that has just continued to stifle the LATAM representatives.
It's so tough to put yourself in their shoes right now.
Yeah.
And think about how hard it is to reset once you've allowed this to happen. That's what you've got to put in your mind, though. You've allowed this to happen. Just deal with it. That's what Owner's going to be talking about. That's what their players are thinking. On top of that, you have to think about the strat. And while that sounds simple to do, it is impossible. Impossibly difficult. One final round here of regulation. Leviatán with a possible pocket strat. Cloud9 too, they've been working the map so well to completely neuter the advantage that Leviatán has been having. Remember, it's been first pick after first pick for Taco with so many other players. And now Cloud9 in the last 4 have done so good. Leaf, by the way, is juggling an op into position. He's got a Phantom as well.
King has 3,100 credits. Taco's playing with a judge.
That's definitely a head scratcher, which means they're going to double dive here with the showstopper as well. They're going to try to punish Leaf, who has an op. He's just playing far back enough, and
oh, that was so close, and there it is. There's the ult. He gets past it, fires, and lands on Zelsis. They take the site. They take the space.
Where are you going? Oh my goodness.
They put him away. Zeppa's only able to find one.
Might actually buy time for Rooney to push on the site right now. And it's planted for heaven. Their Gravwell there, no.
Oh my gosh.
What a way to potentially end this map.
With Mazzino with a shot like that. Jake finding one, not able to find the second. There it is. Nazwer gets 4. Disaster avoided. We're going to map 4.
I love that idea. You've seen it before. And it's a very, very normal idea to try to punish the Opera up heaven. And especially against this comp when there's only a single duelist. It's only Zeppa playing the Raze. And you just saw Leaf pick up that op. I think maybe he goes a heaven.
Yeah.
What a good read. And Leaf doesn't even die there, by the way. Leaf played great, but it's just a matter of the follow-up. You lose so much space.
You wonder there if that op shot connects. How that changes the opening moments of that round. I mean,
that op shot could have, I mean, easily just meant overtime right away. No showstopper, nothing like that. Just crazy. I mean, what an attempt from Cloud9. But Leviatán holding on.
Just barely, but they held on.
And I think through one of the most difficult situations too. Because Split, again, undefeated for Cloud9. It was one of their stronger maps. Now we've seen 2 undefeated maps flip-flopped back and forth. Pearl for Leviatán. Lost in that second one. And here Cloud9 on Split.
To go back to Leviatán being able to close that out, it was on the outside of a timeout from Owner. right? Just at the very closing moments of the half, calling it, settling his team, and making a play. And that gets Leviatán the desperately needed round. That's what has them avoid elimination. That's what gets them an extension on life. Haven on the other side of this break, and then I have a feeling this series is far from over. We'll be right back. He's already netted himself a second one with the third.
This guy's just farming.
And Leaf delivers.
Genera un fake defuse. Las dos eliminaciones. El clutch para Shai.
Stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time, having a good time. A racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. Stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do we have ourselves a series? I don't know. That's still yet to be answered, but we'll find out in just a little bit as Leviatán are getting ready. They take down C9 on split and manage to do so. I don't necessarily, I don't necessarily want to say in convincing fashion, because I won't lie, it almost looked like it was going to get a little out of control there for C9, and we were looking at a 3-0, Valen, but it does feel like Leviatán stabilized here. This win has to be a sigh of relief for this team as they get ready for Haven.
Yeah, not only a sigh of relief, but a sign of hope, because they're going into Haven and possibly Bind for map 5, and I think those are two really strong maps for LEV, and Cloud9 have been looking shaky on those two maps, especially Haven. They didn't look that well versus Crew, and going into Bind, they've been banning Bind. So,
so you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a real chance here, Sean. I'm not just coping. For all the LEV fans, you guys are looking like, I'm not gonna say it, but there's a high chance.
You don't want to knock on wood, knock on wood.
Where's all the wood? Knock on all of it. But there's a real chance that LEV can take this to map 5. I'm excited to see Haven, because I think, man, it's hard to say, but Cloud9 have been looking a little shaky on it, and LEV have always been pretty strong on Haven, so.
Yeah, and here on Split, I mean, Leviatán looked really good in that second half. It started with this pistol round where they pull out this pretty impressive late round clutch to win it, but then they convert that into a bonus round, and they built this crazy momentum into the second half, and I think play a really good attacking side. There was a couple moments where they overcooked it, but overall, I was really impressed with how they were slowing things down, playing the mid round with this double duelist comp, and really efficiently baiting out a lot of those Cloud9 trap plays that have taken so many other teams off guard, and winning their late rounds super consistently, which has now set them on this direction where, yeah, I agree with you. There's a shot at this.
I feel like you said, they're mid-rounding. That's what got them through. The Mazzino and King lurks, and then this man on the screen, Nas, were 7-0 in opening duels, 24 frags. Like, 7-0 in opening duels in a game like this is so massive and such a good momentum.
High pressure, game 3, 7-0. You couldn't ask for a better play.
And when was the last time we were big enough in Nas? I mean, this is the guy who's normally like the shadow player on the team, who's in the background supporting the squad. But here on the race, he looked exceptional. I think his util usage in particular was so good. His placement on the paint shells always seemed perfect.
It's always the support players that when they go on Raze have really good utility, because they don't just rely on their mechanics. They've played other agents, so when they go onto a agent like Raze, where there's a lot of support utility, but also entry, he's showing that he can do it all. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, no, definitely was. And that, of course, is going to put a nice bow on map 3 for Leviatán, as they have secured themselves their first win of this series, a desperate win, 13-11. It almost got away from them. But now we go to Haven. We set the stage for this one here. And, to kind of go back to what Valen was saying before, Sean, it does feel like the tides are starting to shift here for Leviatán. But we're getting a little too ahead of ourselves right now, because C9, well, they're Cloud9.
I don't know. I honestly don't think we are getting ahead of ourselves, especially when we look at how Cloud9 has performed against opponents where they have no footage in LCQ. And going into map 4 and 5, Leviatán have yet to play either of these maps in LCQ. The last time they played Haven was against Cloud9 in the playoffs.
No VODs can be really big for Cloud9, but looking at these comps, both teams have made a change. Cloud9, we were talking about how they struggled with that Viper comp, and they go back to really the default on the map, the Breach Sova, which they've played before, and that's what Leviatán is locking in as well. So just bog standard for both squads.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the smoke pick. So for Mazzino, he's going with Astra, and for Jake, he's going with Omen. The difference is that one can be a lurker. You have universal utility on Astra. Also on defense, you're going to have the support utility helping each other so fast. It's a 3-map bomb site. You're going to be spread away from each other, so oftentimes the Omen can't get the smoke in time. But with Astra, you're going to have the insta-smoke pops at A, at C. So that's one big change, but it's going to be an exciting match. They're both running the same thing. Let's see who comes out.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We'll see if that change could very well be the difference in this matchup, but it seems like our players are on stage and ready to go, and the question on everyone's mind is, will we get a map 5? Because I know everyone in the arena wants it, I want it, we all want it, so let's go ahead and find out how this all closes out and send it back over to Doug and Bala.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. This series has gifted us with another map, and with how much fun it's been, given the fact that Haven can be a bit interesting history for both of these teams, you can't help but stand to reason that it's going to be good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Cloud9 has gotten the better of them before, but both sides making changes is just crazy to me that they both converge on very similar ideas. I love that Valen talked about the difference between the Omen and the Astra on this map.
Absolutely.
Especially because we've seen him play both different controllers on this map too. So much goes into the prep as well when you're thinking about what side has played what, because Leviatán was playing that Astra Viper on this map. Cloud9 just most recently played the Viper literally last week, or actually like 3 days ago, actually.
It does feel like a week.
It feels like a week, but yeah, we were playing in a week. On Tuesday it was. So how that shifts up your prep is ridiculously crazy.
See a couple of dueling darts to open the round. Mizzino on the swing.
Nice footwork.
Finding some
Mizzino.
pressure, yeah. Leaf is just on the other side of this, and Mizzino is repositioned.
Getting back out A lobby here, Cloud9 is, after pushing all the way down short, but look at Nosworth and Mizzino right now. As that smoke clears, they're walking down, and that actually allows the breach to go back over towards B as they clear A right now.
But King's fault line just came back up too. Oh, but he used it towards mid. Or excuse me, towards A. That's gonna allow them to get into B.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh, Shy!
I've got to see that one.
What an opener! And he's gonna get a third! And at this point, give them all to him! Shy's going for the ace! Rooney sticks it in his ear and drops him. Spoils the fun. But for Cloud9, Rooney's gonna have to find a little bit more. Not able to. The pistol for Leviatán.
What a ridiculous round from Shy. I mean, just show me the replay, basically. Just disgusting. I mean, 2 kills through the smoke, 3 kills through the smoke, excuse me. And the first one felt like it was a collat. Like,
yeah, it
how
was
does that
very
happen?
close, very quick succession. And through all of that, he's got 5 pips towards his lockdown.
Oh, he pings for it.
He doesn't.
Wow.
I mean, actually, that first one doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah, no, I still don't really get it.
I'm still not understanding.
I've seen it twice, and I'm not really sure what took place.
Leaf fell in front of him, okay? So he's just shooting at Leaf. And then the second one was, I mean, just a collat. Just ridiculous.
Jake is creeping his way up. You got Shy and Mizzino both playing on the site.
Interesting smoke there. You would look at it and think, okay, maybe that's a missed smoke for the top of the box against a Marshall, something like that. But I actually think that's just to avoid Mizzino's jump spot so they can walk up against it.
It's the second round now where Cloud9 are testing some area of the map, but once they pivot away, they don't really have any info of what's happening elsewhere.
Well, they actually have a lot of info in mid right now because of this turret that just got placed out from Zeppa at the beginning of the round. So mid is kind of under their control. It does leave some room for them to pivot. Maybe they can go for a quick spike plan on B. But instead...
That dart didn't tag.
Takes advantage of it. Taco's been winning a lot of those first duels. We've been talking about it a lot. And look at this. They've actually rotated Mizzino and
30 seconds left.
Nosworth with a dart over towards A. Well, the spike was completely intending on hitting the C side the entire time. And Jake has free reign to continue this lurk because of the turret.
Shy might be the only thing that stops him.
Pushing into a Sheriff right now. Jake's been great in these moments. Not good enough.
10 seconds left.
Not here.
Planted.
Down.
Cloud9 still managed to get the spike down, though. A little bit of money, if nothing else.
They're committing to playing deep C long right now. Well, the spike is planted for them, but there is also... Are they counting Mizzino's smokes? Yeah, he doesn't have a star. So they're completely relying on being able to get back up and play complete post plant right now. This is a great setup for Cloud9.
And no, this isn't really going to be spamming of utility. There are no nanos or anything like that. It's just the guns. It's just no shock darts or anything like that. And the guns may seem to be working. They pull it off.
I am mind blown by that decision. That is incredibly difficult to do against an Astra. When you know the Astra's still alive and they make the call to just fall off, if the Astra's alive, most cases you're just saying, no, absolutely not. Don't play long. Yeah. They counted his stars. They counted what he should have.
That shot from Leaf was outrageous.
One enemy remaining.
Huge round from Cloud9. I mean, they just continue to strike on these eco rounds, which makes it so difficult. Looking potentially like a stun dash by Taco in mid.
At least clearing out the turret. And we'll see what more they can find. The alarm bot set up from Zeppa to make sure no one's pushing forward towards A as they want to turn their attention. See, Leaf's already on the opener.
That dart is crazy.
Yeah, that dart's wild.
And Taco's in the smoke, so he's not getting tagged by it, but easily could have been a kill on him.
Well, he got tagged 1 pip too, so they have a decent idea of where he is.
Well, they're backside right now. While the plant's trying to go down, they can't commit to it.
Taco's still around. Feeling some pressure. Great shutout from Shy. Taco has not been clear. 2 bullets left now.
Shocks are
surely at this point they're going to be able to clear him. I mean, the spike is just out of reach, too.
Jake did just get a smoke back up. What a great molly!
It's another round for Cloud9. And a little bit of plant money to boot.
They're really taking the fight to Mazzino right now. I mean, you remember the prior round? But this round, too, just looking to punish him. And it's so tough to actually track where Leaf is going with that dash because he throws a smoke top sight almost always. You're seeing your Jets dash into that. But instead, Leaf dashes to the left and relies on the stun to allow him to stay alive. And the information, too, that they got on Mazzino when they initially called for that hit.
That's 4 down C-Long right now. The orb in the hands of Rooney to get the Hunter's Fury online.
I mean, if they win this round, this is complete abuse. There we go, Mazzino.
Well handled.
Yeah, but he gets tagged, though.
Yeah, he's dead. Guy had no shot. No real chance to do anything with it.
Inches away from Shy, too.
How did that not hit?
And still got damage, though, with the spam anyways.
Man, look at how far up Taco has gotten. He's already taken all of A.
Bomb grenade out.
Yeah, and I think as well, you're noticing King realizing that their turret's not there. Instead, it's actually deeper because they were always going to look to commit towards the C side. That's giving Leviatán a lot of room, but it is leaving Shy alone. He's backing off to play his lockdown, though, which is very key in this situation to have this alive.
Turret out.
And Cloud9 have cut noise, and it seems like they're waiting for some of their utility to come back up. But with all of the information that Leviatán have, they're fully aware of what's ahead of them here. They know that it's not B. They know that it's not A.
It's the lockdown, but once again, remember, you could just play down long here. The smokes are not up when Mazzino's down. Taco's going to be key on the flank here.
2 shock darts for Rooney. Taco's got to find something. He does. How much more can he find? They have to deal with him. They can't leave him here. As he dashes away, we're seeing a fight on 2 fronts. They're trying to establish control down long.
They might think Cubby's clear right now. That aftershock went in.
He's so far off. Jake only able to get 1. Meanwhile, Taco continues to be the thorn in their side. Uncleared, finally falls.
It's not even halved yet.
Yeah, and he's got 5 HP. There's no way. There's no way Shy can do anything about this. The flash, you see him on the wide swing, daring Zelsis to challenge. It's all just fancy footwork. Zelsis cleans him up.
What is this game plan from Cloud9 right now? It's crazy how well this is working. They're just abusing the C-side over and over.
Both when Mazzino's dead and when he's alive. Yeah.
And there, you could tell the original plan the entire time was to try to get a smoke, or the drone to tag him. And he commits in the back of sight after placing his smoke down a little earlier. Still gets the spam, though, on Leaf, I believe, earlier in that round. Forces him down to Stingers. Similar thing.
I mean, with the early spam,
coming in, though, from Nosworth. Might find some more value.
2 tags and a kill.
Look how far he is. That's the guy in spawn. I mean, that's ridiculous reach on that ult. And Mazzino's got into a really nice spot here.
With a Stinger, he's up close.
You hear Leaf throwing off a gun in the background, by the way. Is this stun really going to go?
2. Oh, the third almost connects. Just not enough bullets left in the clip.
Oh, and an interesting thing right here happening. You just saw Zelsis fire off his fault line, off the alarm bot. But they know Zeppa has to be local to this position. But do they know he's this close?
This round has gone into disarray. You see the patience shown from Zeppa.
Surely someone goes through garage.
Nope. Not the case. That's going to allow Zeppa to really find a lot of room to work with. Zelsis is playing backside too.
He's got breach ult.
Yeah, he's breach ult. He's got an aftershock too, and the timing on that's insane.
They're stunned.
They're so
done.
done.
Oh,
they're
God.
so done.
This is brutal for Cloud9. They are absolutely destroying them.
don't think I've ever seen a double kill with an aftershock.
Both pulses too.
Yeah,
that's just gross, man. And it's funny because Nosworth doesn't have to commit to his drone there.
This felt like we're committed to the plan, regardless of what we see at the beginning. We're gonna dash out and try to make a play. They were spamming double doors, and Taco still committed to dashing out. He was so done.
You actually saw Zelsis re-peek there and get a little spam damage done so that he stays in that aftershock again. That's crazy. You're right though, Leviatán. I mean, we saw it on Pearl. Their insistence of going to the same idea over and over. That breaking of the pattern was how they ended split, so
yeah,
gotta see it soon.
Taco feeling some heat, feeling some pressure. He's got the dash proc, and he swings back in. It's been hot, but was looking to make a crazy play. Meanwhile, Leaf with Blade swings out, and it's traded 1-for-1. As Jake's trying to hold the line, Rooney is too. And they've established so much control on the site. Jake, where are you going?
Just clearing the flank as... Remember, Zeppa did go down, so those alarm bot, that turret is down. It's actually pretty heads up from Jake to do that so fast, but they are kind of grouped up right now.
Yeah.
Could be dangerous, but Zelsis holding a stun. No, actually he's not. He's looking for the dart.
Shy managing to dodge it. Now he's by himself. And boy, he is patient with this one, isn't he? He's just gonna play his life, keep the weapon, or at least attempt to.
And this is a snowball.
Yep.
It's one hell of an avalanche.
Placing alarm bot.
The money's not great for Leviatán. They're on a great, I mean, they're on max loss bonus at this point. Remember, Leviatán's only one pistol round. They got ecoed right away. That's just crazy. And they've been struggling to come up with some of these ults right now. Finally, we get a breach ult. Astra Wall wasn't useful that last round. I really like what Cloud9 did after hitting the seaside so many times. Is a very obvious thing to switch up, but they're also keeping Taco very cold on this map, right? There's very little places that he can find ways to get active if he's just locking down that A side every time. So they've swapped it now, finally.
Yeah, they're gonna try to flash and dash him or fault line dash him, if you will, with the blades.
Ooh, love that follow-up.
Yeah, he's just not gonna find anything because look at Cloud9. They've already fully taken the space that was vacant on B.
Oh, this is scary though. If they're all on the site, this breach ult could come crazy.
Oh, but I think it dodged. I don't think it hit Rooney. I don't think it hit Rooney, and I don't think it hit Jake.
Oh, that's so good from Cloud9.
Jake handled that so well. The two that managed to dodge it, clean up massive kills. And so that was 2 ults invested, right? The Bladestorm and the Rolling Thunder.
Yep.
Ults that you were just talking about, how it's been so labored to get online.
Yep. And Cloud9's reaction there is beautiful. I mean, the fact that they're able to get mollies down to protect them while they're all stunned up is crazy. In this A-Link over here, you actually had a molly put down. You actually did see, even still, the Leviatán players try to rush through that molly and get some kills while they're stunned up.
Taco with a Guardian here. And at least he was tagged by the fault line.
There's a trap play potentially here as they swing. That aftershock could force them out that corner, but they're not quite using it.
No, and meanwhile, the drone is going to push King back. The Paranoia will too. They've lost their main control.
And
they're going to re-peak this.
Valen was talking a lot about the global presence of the Astra for Leviatán, but there was no Astra util used there. And that might be because Mazino's very scared of playing off by himself and what the last couple of rounds have actually netted him. The fact that they've left Leaf here allows for him to get a pick, and that's exactly what it is.
On to Taco, no less.
You should run.
Shy's gonna find a cheeky little. Oh no! Oh! Not able to get the third.
They're coming in from the backside. Leaf has got. I mean, have they forgotten about him?
Yeah, it seems like they have.
Nice peek. Just for the info right now, and they're actually not wrapping into C because they're worried about where Mazino is. Instead, they know exactly how King can be played against. And they leave a little present for Mazino too.
Yeah, I know it's attack side Haven, but this is... You called it a snowball earlier. You went so far as to call it an avalanche, and that's exactly what it looks like. Zeno spotting one, but this feels very much out of reach.
And it's got, I mean, there hasn't been a timeout yet from Leviatán.
And you imagine it soon. Yeah, there it is.
This is, I mean, round 9 right now. When your team is down this bad.
And mind you, we got to talk a little bit about what's going on here, because remember, it was on the outside of a timeout that they were able to close split. Leviatán were. And you look at the current situation, you go, well, yeah, this looks pretty bad. 7-1 in favor of Cloud9, what have you. A 7-5 is still very competitive, but they have to equalize now.
Yeah.
Right? If they can't convert something out of this timeout, yeah, it's wraps.
I think one of the things, though, is there's so much history right here that Leviatán is trying to fight back against, right?
Yeah.
This is 2 times they've lost Haven against Cloud9 in the regular season and then in playoffs. The first regular season game, they were playing this comp, and they got battered 13-4. It's only in playoffs that they got even a few rounds more than that in 13-8, and that's because they were playing that Harbor Viper, and against the comp that Cloud9 is playing with the Breach, it's a lot harder to really make that work. And they still, Cloud9 still won it.
And to go back to the conversation we were having earlier, it doesn't feel like Leviatán are just fighting against history, their own demons that are currently peering over their shoulder, but they also have to deal with the fact that, again, Cloud9 had an outrageous run, and they found themselves just 2 rounds away from making Tokyo, in the eyes of some, maybe robbed from the opportunity to play on the biggest stage, but Cloud9 now seeming so intent on making it there.
And look, aggression again from Taco. The Fnatic strat dash down mid with the dart for him to potentially find something, but they don't find anything. And instead, it's back to C.
But it's well handled by Leviatán. They're pivoting very quickly to try to short the defense, and Belief's already ahead of it.
It's crazy that Shy's even able to find the courage to go into that when Leaf just mowed down 2 of his teammates.
With the stinger.
And it's crazy to me, too, that Jake is not even smoking that, and that's on purpose.
Yeah, let him fight.
Just happy to take the fight against the low eco here. And I was watching Owner's body language in the last couple words he had there in that timeout, and he's going to let him go here for the rest of the half. And Leviatán is at complete danger right now. Stun as well. Yeah. Talking about Taco in this performance. He's had a good series.
Yeah, he has.
He really has.
Yeah.
But when Cloud9 is just avoiding his sight almost every time, and then when they finally do, you get absolutely destroyed. When Leaf is winning those first engagements against you, when you've been having the better of him the entire series, all of a sudden, that's a quick way to revert back into your shell. For somebody who's been lashed and shackled almost all season, it feels like. That's not a great spot to be in. Mentally, in this playoffs, in LCQ, you really thought that you're back into it.
You mentioned.
We're playing for the end of the season here. This is their last chance.
Taco, tag with the drone. You're not expecting Mazzino here. He plays in the smoke. Very well done.
Oh, dodged the stun too.
Yeah, but now they know where he is. He's still gonna take the fight and find a second. First, the element of surprise, and then the element of audacity. The peek out, the opshot not landing from Taco, and a second swing is ill-advised.
Spike down.
But Shy playing hero right now for Leviatán.
Swarm grenade.
Clears the nano, swings out into Zeppa, and gets 3 to get Leviatán their second.
There's the adjustment that they talked about in the timeout. Instead of playing deep on site, allowing the execute for Cloud9 to come in, Zeno plays close. And you saw it on Split, how often he is great at playing inside of his own smokes. Gets himself 2 kills here, almost loses the second. I mean, just perfect for him to dodge all that, dodge the aftershock too. Synchronized jumping there.
It is so bold of him to swing back into that.
It's going to take boldness for Leviatán to come back to it. I think Shy's example there of that peak as well against Zeppa is prime. Into this again, Leaf. Gets stunned up. Ooh, he spotted King.
Yeah,
they're going to flash him.
They're going to paranoia. They're going to swing him. The drone is going to provide some cover for just a moment. A delay of time. It's a temporary play, though. As Leaf is very boldly swinging forward. Rooney's there to help. The hop from Taco connects. It seemed like he was done. It seemed like he was dead.
Deploying drone.
2 spotting, and they know, you know they're coming for you.
Spike down A.
Zeppa in a 1v4. Had no idea where Mazzino was as Leviatán get a third.
Taking that back. Last round.
Is 4 enough?
I think if you...
That's all. It's hard. I know I'm putting you in a spot. That's a hard question.
I think if you really ramp up the form right now,
yeah.
I think they had a slow start, right? Taco got online a couple kills there.
Yeah.
Those sorts of things indicate that, yeah, maybe it's enough. As long as they can wipe from their memory what has just happened in terms of that streak. 8-1 is crazy.
Yeah.
3 got to get 4, though.
Yeah, I don't think the 9-3 is going to cut it. Under Fury. Jake ulting to get out of it. Try to find a little bit more pressure. Meanwhile, there's a fight across mid. Mazzino trying to find a timing, and he cannot.
That's the, you know, I said it's going to take boldness, but that's the sort of thing that I would label a hero play right there. Jumping through his own smoke when he knows there's a turret on the other side. By himself, no stun, nothing like that. When it's a 5v5 situation,
yeah.
A minute 20 still on the clock.
Yeah, it's a solo play for sure. And on defense, to not have any more controller utility, not have any smokes, not have any delay, anything like that, Nas were able to equalize.
That's blind off of the fact that Rooney is droning. So he catches him inside of that, able to ping him out.
Remember here, Leviatán have no smokes, nothing like that to help push back some of this attack from Cloud9. And Leaf got played, and he gets to the flash out. That's a spike, but it's not going to matter.
And Shy was on a mission to try to catch him as they rotate out. So he's not in time to even put his lockdown down. And again, the directive out of that timeout was to try to fight as hard as possible for the site. Must win clutch in a 1v3.
For the season, essentially. Because again, a 9-3 half doesn't really feel great.
Oh, there's somebody on the site still. Oh!
Not anymore. He's gotten one, but he's got yeah, Leaf is playing in the cubby and he has no idea. Nothing he can really do to consider it either. He just has to check it. He has to swing, and it's traded, but Jake's timing it could not be any better there.
A little bit of a
switching sides.
Missed opportunity there for him to like peek down short. There was nobody who was going to be there ever when that lockdown goes down, so he could have isolated that fight against Leaf in that corner. Such a good attempt from some of the Leviatán players, but it all crumbles down when Leaf just gets active like this.
Yeah. I mean, at just the right time.
Last player standing.
A great spot from Jake there once again to trade that back to get Cloud9 to 9. And to put Leviatán in a position where they're praying for a miracle at this point. We'll see if they can pull it off. Cloud9 up big with series point on the line. Let's throw it down to Golden Boy at the desk.
Thank you so much for that, Doug. Personally blaming him, though, because he said 8-4 and it was 9-3. So this is on you, buddy. I'm kidding. In any case, though, guys, this is very much a do-or-die situation here. And VALORANT, it really feels like Cloud9, they're hitting. We're getting wombo combos. We're getting nuttiness across the board. It feels as if C9 are trying to just end this here and now.
Yeah, I think it was a big decision for them to swap back to the original comp, just Breach, Sova, Jet. And it's showing that they're the best on this comp. They scrapped the Viper idea, and Leaf has been completely dominating this half, especially early with this Marshall. Look, he's the one who set them up to have this big half. If this doesn't happen, I don't think this half unfolds the way it did, right? And man, what a half from Cloud9. What do you think, Mimi?
Yeah, I mean, for all those moments that Cloud9 were excellent, we also saw some of the similar mistakes in the first half of Split from Leviatán in this run, using all their Astro smokes really early so they didn't have that utility to retake on C. It was little mistakes like that early on that snowballed into this half for Cloud9, and now they are in a brutal position here. Their season on the line, down 9-3 at the half. You lose here, and you go home empty-handed. LCQ is brutal. You might have gotten it close, but this is their only chance to come back.
Yeah, and in this comeback, you have to look at both Taco and King, the Breach Jet combo. There's gonna have to be immaculate timings between those two to make this work. We saw it with Zelsis just now. I thought he did such a good job on that Breach in the first half.
Yeah.
Leviatán's gonna have to match that.
On the other side, I think it's about shutting down that same duo of Zelsis and Leaf. They're so good on defense at being proactive for information formation around the map and then playing these retakes together. 9-3. It's really going to require a comeback here for Leviatán that has to start with the pistol.
Time to figure out if this is a curse or a blessing. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters to guide us through this second half.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Cloud9, 3 rounds away from advancing to the grand finals, from advancing to play against Crew for the final spot at Champions up for grabs, while Leviatán sit at the bottom of this outrageous mountain that they're staring up and trying to figure out, how do we get back into this?
Yep.
How do we extend this series? It's just such a big ask.
I think Sean is absolutely right about the tools that Leviatán have. It's got to come from King. It's got to come from Taco in this comp. You saw how Leaf was able to get active on that C side on their attack side.
Yeah.
It's got to be the same thing here. Rooney's going to try to get a dart off, but he might get...
Taco's tucked.
They're so close.
Do they know? Yeah. Does he know? Oh, he does. How? Gosh, he somehow almost got the kill.
His intention was actually to fall off of sight there, but the fact that they walk out, I mean, that's become really a staple of Leviatán's attack sides right now. It's working really well in most cases.
Well done by Taco to find that timing. You see the fault line, the dash out from Leaf into the smoke. Manages to go by without taking any damage until he swings out, and he's instantly dropped. Jake having to take a step back as Zelsis is left alone. Just 44 HP to his name. No fault line, at least not for another 20 seconds, and you can't imagine he's going to be around long enough for that to be the case. Leviatán get a must-win pistol.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not even, they're not even out of the wood yet.
Yeah.
Like, Cloud9 ecoed them in the last time. Cloud9 has ecoed them like 3 to 4 times in this situation, in this series. So yeah, they get their tally up to 3 pistols total on the series, but this has been rough for them, rough going. And you talk about the tasks that they have ahead of them. It was actually Cloud9 who's really ramped up any sort of these massive streaks when down on split in the last one. Other than that, it's either been Cloud9 completely stomping or Leviatán with a slight lead. Oh no, that is not a good start.
Nope.
Rooney with just a sheriff shot. He did get tagged down, 12 HP for him, but Taco gone means that smoke dash combination that we were talking about with King flashing, not available.
All the fire, all the go is gone. They've got that alarm bot that just got recalled. I literally, as Cloud9 were starting to approach window, it gets pulled back. And now they're surrounded. You see the dart go up. Zeno trying to provide some cover with his util.
Right here.
But this looks brutal.
Planted.
They do have the gun, so Note Shy and Nasr both have rifles. They have full rifles here.
Oh, and that dart gives up a lot of information. Doesn't get any tags, but that means there's nobody on site, and they've got to be playing either down in dark or in the smokes.
Leave taking a little bit of damage there, has to take a step back. That was the easy kill. Zeppa on the second, and Leviatán seemed to have stabilized. Leaf from up in heaven with the Marshal somehow stays alive. While Zelsis gets another kill. Both rifles still in play for the attack side, though. And it seems like that will continue to be the case as Leviatán get 5.
Putting a couple rounds together is key.
It's a gutsy call to invest for 2 rifles there after winning the pistol, but that sets up a really nice bonus opportunity here.
And it's also interesting because it's not what they've been going for traditionally in this series so far. When they win the pistol, they've been going for those stingers, they've been going for Spectres.
It's a gamble for sure. It's a risk.
It's been a lot more like the Cloud9 buys. A risk indeed. But they've got to take risks.
That's what happens when you start Haven down 8-1. You've dug yourself a hole, and it's only risks that are going to get you back into it. But they've got to be able to convert on this bonus for it to be worthwhile. Cloud9 have taken so much space down A short, too.
And with that smoke, it's going to be difficult to take it back other than spending your drone from Nasr here.
And Zelsis hasn't even used his fault line yet.
Oh. They're taking the fight, and that drone gets canceled very early.
No challenge.
Ooh,
still no fault line.
Nice.
Oh, he dies!
And Nasr with another first pick as well.
We were talking about this in between maps. If Leviatán continue to pile on these first kills, that will catch up to Cloud9.
They flipped the script, though.
On this map, yeah.
On this map. That's why it hasn't been such a focus. Elsis with that fault line still held. There's the dash. Things starting to work out here for Leviatán.
They're up big on numbers. We mentioned this was opponents they desperately needed to convert to get back into this.
I think
one thing that's for save.
Yeah, they're instant saving. You already see Zeba putting down that turret. And I think Leviatán, what we've been seeing is a lot of that walk, that dry walk up, no smoke type of execute. And it's been working really well. And it's such a shift in what you've actually expected from Leviatán, because they used to be a really exec heavy team. They used to be a team that would never, ever do anything different than those sorts of execs. Protocol focused. And are they really going to take down all these guns?
Looks like it. It's just Zeppa who's left, and he has the turret to provide a little bit of cover. And I can't tell how much time is left on the spike. So, oh, there it is. It goes off. He is going to get challenged. The second there, and there it goes. All rifles fall while Leviatán keep 4.
And they've gotten it down to 3 already. What a start to this half. Trying to replicate what Cloud9 did to them, and yeah, it's gonna be time to bring in the coach. And you're calling out Celsius there, not using his stun for so long, thinking that there might be an opportunity for Leaf to get aggressive with it. But then, when Leaf gets into trouble, he still doesn't spend it. Not quick enough. In a position where, yeah, Leaf could have activated for even more kills there. Or any kill at all.
You see both coaches on your screen. It reminds me of a conversation. You actually brought this up. A map, maybe a map or two ago. Reverse sweeps don't start in the server. They don't start in the round. They start in the mind. And that's why you see MC starting to attempt to stabilize, to keep things at bay. Meanwhile, you saw at the end of the round, Taco popping off. Owner very animated, very rallying behind his approach, the way he's communicating to his team. So we see a really cool snapshot into how this series will likely not be decided by what happens in the server, but first by what's happening in the mind of these players in these teams.
Something I love to see in these situations, it's how teams compose themselves.
Yeah.
And again, we think back to Leaf's tweet after losing to Crew, how he's missed out on international tournaments by 1 series every single time. The last 3 attempts. And that sort of thing creeps back up. Be able to break through that mental block is how you actually achieve things like this. A tournament where only 1 team can make it through. It's crazy.
It's all about who's hot, and Cloud9 have been hot up until this point. They've gotten this far. A great opener for Taco, and remember, this is a light buy for Cloud9.
No charges left.
I believe Rooney just had a sheriff. Jake taking some damage. You see Leaf, whose timing could not have possibly been worse. Shy's gonna be able to clean him up for free.
He still got him.
Yeah, Leaf just turned on him. That was gross.
And so did Jake on the Taco.
Caution here.
3v3. Look at Mizuno on the flank. But Leaf is ready for it. He's got a weapon.
He's calling right there, looking at the mini-map.
Yep.
You are divided.
Cosmic Divide. He's ahead of it all. Naswar with 2. Leviatán with 7.
They demand a fight.
I think if you're MC after that timeout, you're not hurting that hard after seeing that. They get a couple kills on that eco. Now back up to the gun round. This is the big moment. This is the big round. Is Leviatán going to bring this back within 1? And are they going to make the possibilities of a reverse sweep a reality?
That might be the most animated I've ever seen Naswar. Often so chill, but a massive pop-off from him.
I mean, this is crazy, too, from Leviatán. I mean, we've been talking a lot about the mind, but now back to the strategy. They've been really focused on the safe side, and
yeah.
Cloud9 have been making minor adjustments. Here might be a big trap. Jake has his paranoia, Zelsis with his fault line.
The staying power from Leaf here is insane.
Where's the goal from Cloud9? We've seen so many times them push the pace up in the A lobby.
Yeah.
It's just not happening yet.
I mean, through that, you'd even expect Zelsus, who you just now see with the fault line up, given the position Leaf was in, opts to hold it. There's a paranoia too, and that's going to buy plenty of time. That's going to delay. But the lockdown dropped.
And a good break there. Shocks and aftershock. And they keep him off from pushing. There's the dart in. Leviatán is going to regroup behind it again. 2 players still holding on to the A lobby. If they can spring that alarm bot, that might spring for Cloud9 to go forward. They're going to do it anyways, and Mazzino's so ready to receive.
That's another opener for Leviatán. Jake, was he spotted?
Surely not.
Taco was disciplined in the previous round. Remember, he checked the right side as he walked in through A-long. Will he do it here? You talked about how this was the ever pivotal gun round, and this has gone in favor of Leviatán as well. Possibly in flawless fashion, no less.
This half has been a collapse from Cloud9. Strategically too, I mean, they're completely focused on the lockdown, that they don't spring the trap opportunity that they had. And Leaf is just consistently getting left to play for himself. And last time they lost all the guns, is Leviatán going to be able to take down Zeppa again? Almost certainly. Nobody even on the spike site. It's down to 1.
And the money is in shambles for the defensive side.
I talked up on Split about how it was really, really late coming. Actually, it was on this map for Leviatán. A lot of ults taking forever to get online. It's the same situation now for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Where's that lockdown? Where's the breach ult? These are the questions I start to ask when we reach round 7 and we don't see them.
Fight well handled by Mazzino to get the final rifle out of their hands.
Oh.
Wow.
And MC has not
Yep.
Has not got to be happy about this. Down to 1 after a timeout's already called. And this is the point where, you know, you actually have to be reserved as a coach when you're facing the final chance here at playing in this tournament in the lower bracket. When you have another chance, it's like, okay, like, guys, I want to make sure that you guys know I'm not happy with this situation.
Yeah.
Here it's, you have to play on that teeter-totter so well.
It's a delicate balance. This also puts Owner in a really interesting position because he's the only one with the timeout left. If he calls it here in a couple of rounds, given how things play out, he's going to give MC another opportunity to talk to his team. And as the waning moments of this map ensue, you know, every second that a coach can have with their team is precious.
It's interesting, too, when you think about the first half usage of that timeout from Owner as well, where he used it late in that dominated half. And just trust them to continue on that half and bring it back to 9-3. Remember, they were down 8-1 at that point in time.
Bomb grenade out.
I don't know that they've really done this as far as I can remember.
No, they've gone A every round almost.
Yeah. And they're going to waltz into C for free.
Oh, look at Shy's position. They've baited them so well. He's set up for a disgusting round right now.
But can he get the kills? And is he even going to find the timing?
Falls off right when they come through.
Patience is a virtue. How long will he stay?
They did break that turret, so he knows that they're somewhere there.
Jake has ult. You imagine the timing on it is going to be everything. Well handled by Shy.
That was the only rifle, too. The Guardian gone from Jake.
Taco playing far back. Now Leaf looking to put the round on his back by himself. He's going to upgrade a weapon.
There's Sova ult to get him out. No, I thought there was 3 players still. No way you go for it now.
No, not at this point.
Situation.
They know where Leaf is. The flash, he has to turn it. He's dropped. I can't freaking believe I'm saying this, but we're tied at 9.
What a comeback from Leviatán so far. But there it is, finally. Full house of ults for Cloud9. This is what they've been waiting for so long. Problem is, you got to start deciding, right? You can't just throw them all out at this point. And as well, for Leviatán, it is a tough situation to be in because remember on Split on that attack side, they were working so hard at baiting out many of those ults.
Yeah.
They don't have the bandwidth, the leeway to do that, and it's so difficult now to even think about where the opportunities to use these ults are when there's so many online. Insta ult from Rooney with the dart out. It doesn't tag anybody.
Yeah, his dart got cleared, and he almost finds Mizzino on the opposite side of the map.
I mean, but that's one gone immediately.
Yeah, Leaf has his ult, or excuse me, op on mine too. Let's keep a close eye on that. I believe that's the first op he's had this half.
They're gonna hit this B side. There's nobody here right now.
Celsius has his Rolling Thunder, and he is close by.
Yeah. Cloud9 are really overcompensating on both sides of the map now.
They're committing to this ult. I thought he might hold it just to tap to draw something out, but no.
What is this lockdown too? It is holding on to A-Link.
But there's no pressure being applied on the extremities.
And it does force them kind of off this. You're right, though.
Leviatán are happy to hold this.
Breach ult does get almost everybody in mid right now.
The paranoia, but look at Mizzino on the flank. Keep a close eye on him towards C as the fight ensues at double doors. 1 for 1. And there it is. Mizzino on it, but he was reloading. He had the timing. 2 for 2. The tap on it. And it's just daring the spam. There's the shock dart on the first. It's going to push it off. Leaf managed to get it halfway there. Celsius on the swing cannot connect. Leaf with 1 HP and the op in a situation like that cannot deliver. Leviatán take the lead.
Cloud9 have still not won a single round this half.
And 4 ults used.
I talked about how you can't just spring them all. Everybody there, I mean, you could see from the instant that this round started. And this is part of the reason why I'm skeptical about calling all your timeouts that quick.
Yeah.
Because it's one of these rounds where you can use that real good coordination. And everybody, Rooney went for a play. Zeppa puts down his lockdown immediately. The breach ult was the only one that I'm like, okay, this one is, you know, it's good. They're pushing down.
Yeah.
Together. Cloud9, I mean, they're gonna need one of these ecos at some point here to keep this competitive. Leviatán look like they're gonna roll straight through this defensive side from them. It's so strange to see them struggle, because like Valen was talking about on the desk, Cloud9 have looked like the best team on this comp, and we're not seeing any of that gusto, any of that aggression in a lobby that could have been so useful.
Meanwhile, Leviatán just seemed like an unstoppable force right now.
And they're twisting the knife too on some of these calls.
Yeah.
It was like 6 rounds in a row towards the A side, and now every single round towards C or B.
The calling has been phenomenal. Once again, they revisit B. Less of a focus on fighting for A and C control this time around. And Jake has taken a lot of space. But they've got them all huddled up. They're still decent. I mean, King still has some utility for post-plant spams, things like that. Mizzino's in a really good spot where you can't imagine that's expected, but Rooney still drops him.
Comes Jake.
Jake in a really good spot here.
That lost though.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much you can do there. This run from Leviatán, and it's actually insane. I think about something you were saying at the beginning of the half where you said it was Cloud9 who'd been putting on these insane streaks, and while Leviatán had just kind of like pittered and pattered their way through the series, round here, around there, but this run has been absurd.
Yep. I really thought once we went 2-0 that the dream of a LATAM v LATAM El Clasico in the final to qualify for champions was out of reach. Cloud9 looked in great form, but I just think back to what MC was saying after the loss against Curve. They were choking. This might not be it though. Jake with the first kill. It feels like in forever for Cloud9. And they've slowed this hit on the B side, finally.
Taco was going in so aggressive, trying to find a timing in the drone, but Zeppa was waiting. Now down numbers.
If he scoped here, this might be real hard for him to see Mizzino right now.
Well, he checked.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
What? Still hits it.
Talk about needing to see that again. Before we get there, though, Shai's left in a 1v2. He doesn't have the spike. The onus is on him, and there's someone close. Celsius takes care of him. Cloud9 are not done.
Holy moly.
All right, now let me see the replay. Give me the leaf shot again.
I mean, you could see the fantastic observing on swapping between Leaf's POV and Mizzino's POV. Because 100%, I think, well, he was scoped. He couldn't see the bottom of the screen there.
No.
Just crazy. And finally, you're seeing a first kill come in favor of Cloud9. That's like the first in a while. Oh my God. It's just her hair.
Meanwhile, through all this craziness, Shy has dropped 30. He's currently 2 kills away from breaking the record in the Americas for most kills in a map. That's a big one. You see the Rolling Thunder out. Taco's already behind it. Well handled. He's still so far up close, and he gets it with the judge.
Just crazy. How has Jake got this position? Doesn't matter. Mazzino cleans him up.
No. Leaf trying to keep the op. You see Taco.
He must keep the op. Look at the economy right now for Cloud9. You've got 3 players who are nowhere near being able to buy.
I feel like we've said that so many times just this half. They've got to keep weapons. They've got to keep weapons. They've got to keep weapons.
And it's interesting that LEV is not chasing right now. Obviously, it's a 1v3. Very, very doable for Leaf.
What are they waiting for? King is a fault line. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that's fantastic play, but he gets away anyways. Yeah. The bunny hop through it is really nice.
Mazzino's going to be there, though. Mazzino's going to find him. He hears that. No way. How is he still alive? How has he gotten away?
He's playing a surf map.
This feels like watching a mini game ensue. He's gonna survive.
I mean, that is just crazy.
But Houdini the op into the next round. The great escape.
Pull it out of a hat. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking this is actually doable. Yes, there's 2 players with sheriffs, but he's able to drop a Phantom, and we've got Breach ult online.
Yeah, but the problem has never been the weaponry. I think because Cloud9 have had gun rounds, they've had their chances. This has been so dominant from Leviatán, and then to go back to the conversation we were having earlier, Owner calling the last time out.
And it's interesting as well, because it's on the reset round too. One where, I mean, you've got 2 more opportunities to close out, but one where you just win this round. I'm thinking, you know, MC is probably not happy with the situation that just occurred. I was thinking how you can drive that knife in a little deeper. And it gets moments like these. And you don't give yourself an opportunity to go for one last shot type thing. You give yourself 2. And we stretch it.
Nothing quite like a timeout to build suspense. To get us on the edge of our seats. I want to get a moment to check in with Shy and see how many kills he has once again. We talked about it at the beginning of the previous round, 30 kills. The current record in LCQ is Cryo, who has 32. So Shy, I mean, he's on the precipice. Also plus 15 as a Killjoy.
Yeah, and this is also regulation, by the way.
Come on.
A lot of those kill records come from 1 OT, sometimes 7 OTs. I'm wondering how
he's gonna get challenged. He's gonna get challenged. He missed the shot.
Astral too. He gets stunned up. Leaf is just not having a good time.
Dude, you could tell he wanted to peek ahead of that wall too.
And he has no chance to do it anymore. His dash went away.
Here.
Taco jump spotting to make sure that Leaf wasn't back there.
Here.
I don't think it hit anybody.
He's gonna try to push ahead of it anyway. The frenzy from that distance deals some damage, but not the devastating death blow it needed to be. King with the second. Oh my gosh. Finally settles the op and a Phantom in the hands of Rooney. And so far, so good, but it is not enough! One map to decide it all! And Leviatán take us to map
5. We have an attempt here at a reverse sweep. I didn't think it was possible after those first 2 maps.
Me neither.
It is very, very rare that we go to the distance like this. It's only happened 1 time in the main VCT circuit. On land, in an international league.
And in front of a packed out Riot Games Arena. What a show. Turns out to be a 3-9 blessing for Leviatán.
Love that you bring it back to that. GB asked the question at halftime.
Yeah, he did. He blamed me too.
How often does this happen?
It's just insane.
In this style though, from Leviatán is crazy. We thought the Cloud9 attack side was good.
Yeah.
We thought that the way that the defense. We saw what happened, right? They just constantly hit that C side. Constantly abused Mazzino, constantly played those post plants. And then the situation gets reversed. But Leviatán, once push comes to shove, able to, I mean, beautifully work the map. Huge credit to King and his calling on that second half. It's just phenomenal stuff.
They won up the outrageous half that Cloud9 had. And as we turn our attention to Bind, I want to leave you guys with two things very quickly. Number one, I've got to go back to the Battle of the Mind. And number two, just to quickly remind everyone at home, Bind is Cloud9's perma ban. And that's where the series is decided. We will be right back. He's already netted himself a second one with the third.
This guy's just farming.
And Leaf delivers.
Genera un fake defuse. Las dos eliminaciones. El clutch para Shai.
You gotta let the Vamos consume you. That's right, folks, as we are going to map 5. Map 5 in this series. And there's Leviatán as they get ready, as they prep for this bind, which I'll be honest with you, I don't think any of us know what we're going to see from either team on that one. We'll talk about that later. But Leviatán do the unthinkable, and they're on the verge of a reverse sweep against Cloud9. But It is not out of the woods quite yet. Of course, Golden Boy here with Valen as well as Mimi and Sean Gares. And Valen, I mean, I said it was either a blessing or a curse. I was just a line I was trying to be fancy with. I didn't realize that was the actual reality of the situation. And now Leviatán, they're on the verge.
It was a true blessing for Leviatán.
It really was.
I really think in the second half, they chose the right bomb site like 3-4 rounds in a row. They kept walking into A with like one person, or they went C for free. And it just kind of set up that meta game of like, okay, they know that we've been abusing A, let's do a C pop. Or, okay, we work C, let's go back into our A. And their metagame was just so good. They were picking the right sites. I think the game plan from them was perfect. And I want to talk about the ult rounds as well, because I think Leviatán definitely maximized their ult rounds more than Cloud9. I think Cloud9 kind of wasted their ults. I saw a lot of wasteful, it's hard to say wasteful, but not optimal Sova ults.
That's fair.
Non-optimal breach ults, and it just kind of rolls the half in the favor of Leviatán.
And so many of these big rounds were picked up by Leviatán.
Yeah.
I think it really started with this bonus round where Cloud9, we kept see them set up for these plays that normally they're so good at, being proactive in the early round, setting up the punish when you know you have ultimates on your opponent's side towards short, like this round in particular. But they were never making that commitment. They always had the trap, set up, but weren't committing to taking these fights. And that just meant that all of these important rounds were falling apart. Their economy was constantly on the back foot, and Leviatán on the other side, despite the good calling, was also managing their ult economy so well. Always had something to close out these late rounds, and that leaves Cloud9 in another heartbreaking situation, which is a direct mirror of Split. It's the same thing, 2 maps in a row, where Cloud9 are up in the half, look like they're going to close it out, then Leviatán win a pistol and a bonus, and it all falls to pieces.
I can't believe it. Yeah, it's crazy because you go back and you watch that, the Leaf opening death on the bonus, and then the re-aggress towards short the following round where Mazzino punished. And the game that Shy just had was absurd.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He just absolutely carried them through, and he's done it several times throughout LCQ so far. But like you guys were saying, the ult economy between the teams is night and day. Leviatán got so much value from their ults in that second half compared to what we saw at Cloud9. Even the round on the B retake where they dropped like 3 ults.
Yeah, and also just a note here as well, with that win, it actually, or with that, I guess the kills that Shy was able to get, ties the record for most kills in a map here at the LCQ, which Valen, huge performance from him, but outside of the kills, it was just very clear the effectiveness of this team in shutting down these pushes. And as you had mentioned, right, just kind of like the flippant manner of which Cloud9 were utilizing their ultimate abilities really, really bit them in the butt in the end.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that Leviatán did perfectly, almost perfectly this game, is that they shut down all the re-aggression from Cloud9. I actually think Cloud9 played the map fine. They were double pushing short when they needed information. They would take gambles when needed. It's a 3 bomb site map, so you need to take some gambles. You need to be aggressive in certain situations, but they were always in the perfect positions to shut down those aggressive pushes and actually make that in their favor.
Yeah, well, now this sets up a really just wild situation here, and to, take off our analysis Andy hats for a minute and putting on our storyline Stanley hats instead. Our hats on. Okay, let's talk story here, because there's a lot going on right now. And Mimi, Cloud9, if you lose this here, that is devastating for this roster.
I mean, think of the heartbreak. Going back to America's playoffs, the regular season, a game away from making it. For Leaf, he's already had 3 matches where he's been 1 away from making it to an international event. He hasn't qualified to one since Champs 2021. Sure, there was lock-in, but everyone was there. Cloud9 has always been the team throughout Americas that we've expected to make it international. And despite having a 2-0 lead, despite being up in the first half of both Split
and looking dominant,
Haven, they are 1 map away from losing this one, and the momentum has slipped so far out of their hands.
So far, they're going into Bind, a map that were banned
what's gonna
in
happen?
the previous series. We've yet to see Leviatán play Bind either, but that is the problem. Cloud9 is a game plan team, and that's why they just probably got owned on Haven. And they honestly should have probably lost that Pearl game. That was very sketchy at some of the rounds that Leviatán threw. This is terrifying as a Cloud9.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Didn't MCE say in the interview that they were comfortable on all these maps? So
I'm sure
obviously,
but there's a difference between what you say and what happens in the server. And that's been
realest thing you've ever said, maybe. We'll see. I genuinely have no idea what to expect out of this. I mean, Valen, I think you can go in a variety of different directions.
Yeah, I think when both teams don't have footage on a map, especially for Bind here, it just comes down to who is more prepped. Who is the one who practiced the map more? Who went through all the nuances and the struggle in practice to get their Bind to a T? Cloud9 has been banning it. Leviatán haven't showed it. Wow, I'm excited to see it.
It's
That's all I
be
can
so
say.
exciting.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, especially since I think right now Bind has the greatest comp diversity at the tier 1 level. We have teams playing Harbor Viper. We have teams playing the old Bind comps.
Okay.
We have teams
On
playing
Raze.
Yoru comps. I mean, there's everything. And the thing is, even seeing this Raze locked in doesn't tell us what else there's because there's a chamber for Taco Leah, the agent that defined his career last year. He's back on it.
Here's the thing, guys. I really trust, when it comes down to like set plays, I trust Leviatán. You've seen it throughout LCQ. The first time they approach a map, they have all these really organized set plays. And it's on Cloud9 to defend against those set plays right now. I need to see it from Cloud9 and the Cypher. I love that pick out of, like, this is such a clash right now. And I think the Cypher is going to be such a nuisance for Leviatán to deal with.
Yeah, I want to add, for the Cypher, what that provides for Cloud9 is a lot of passive information on defense. It's very common for people to have Viper in their comp, or even if they don't have Viper, any sort of short presence. So when there's a lurk up short, your trip and your cam kind of protects you from that, so you can focus more on showers. It just allows you to play more packed as a team because you have the passive information. You know what's happening.
Okay, a little bit of Paper Rex-esque comp. So what this allows you is to have really cool pathing on your executes with the Brim and the Harbor. You can smoke off one side, throw some crazy walls to path backside with your Raze satcheling in. So many options with that Harbor and a big ultimate to funnel orbs into. On top of that, you have this chamber who can replace that Viper's role, apply a lot of pressure on this short lurk, or be pressuring those extremities. Cloud9, they're a prep-heavy team, and I doubt they saw this one coming. It could be the reverse sweep for Leviatán.
This is it. Riot Games Arena, I'm gonna need you to make some noise as we get ready for map 5. One final map determines which team moves on to tomorrow's grand final for a revenge match against Crew. Here's Doug and Bala with the final map.
Leviatán find themselves flirting with history, something that many have aspired to do, but only one team has attained, and that's pulling off a reverse sweep in a best of 5. Bala, I mean, we're talking about unprecedented territory.
And I love that actually Mimi points out the fact that Leviatán is going with this Paper-esque play with the Harbor Brim, because that's the only team that's done it in the main VCT circuit, the reverse sweep. It's really on the cards. There even hasn't been many of these attempts. I mean, we've got like 5 attempts getting all the way down to 2 maps, which is just crazy. The fact that we're here at LCQ in a matchup that we've been waiting for, in a matchup that a lot of people might have put as the grand finals here, is crazy.
I think also when you think about the seasons that both of these teams have had, yeah, it may be a grand final, but also a stomp in favor of Cloud9. But holy smokes, are Leviatán an awakened beast? At least they've been in this tournament. Now we find freaking Taco on the chamber. There's so much history to that. Mimi alluded to it on the desk. An agent that defined his career, that made Taco what he is now.
Oh, look at this. Leviatán relying on some very standard stuff. Just replacing the Harbor, or the Viper with the Harbor here. Throwing up a lurk wall, and it lasts a lot longer than that Viper wall lurks.
It's interesting, too, the way they chose to do that, because they cascaded in front of it, leaving a pocket where somebody could have been, but they walked their way through it. Taco tried finding space, but Leaf's patience pays off.
Oh, what the heck is that?
That was bold. That was aggressive. It looked like he tried hitting him in the face with the paint shells. Shy on the swing gets cleaned up, a 1v1, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Rooney's going to be rotating from B, and he's going to be late to the party.
Oh, and he has no util with him, doesn't even have the cam, which could be a blessing and a curse.
Ooh.
So he won't have to give up his position.
Bold from Azino to try to fill in U-Haul there.
Yeah, but he has to worry about short too, because remember, Taco died very early. That trip is completely inactive.
9 bullets on the Classic.
All this time gave Rooney to get backside.
He's got a cascade and a high tide. A little bit of indecision as Rooney also has to meticulously check every single corner that's around. Rooney's gotten it to half. Is he going to pull off? Oh, he's going to keep it all the way, and the first right click missed, but the second did not.
Oh my goodness. And I'm not even sure if Rooney tucked a little bit farther deep.
Yeah, he may have had more time.
He might have had space to stick there. Eventually, Mazzino would have realized and gone deep for that. Either way, Leviatán with the pistol again. It was crucial for them to get that one in the second half of Haven. They got both on Haven as well.
Dude, Mazzino took a ton of damage there on that. He got down to 13 HP.
I didn't even realize Rooney got a shot up.
Yeah.
And we're going for 2 Bulldogs here. I mean, they've shifted up the buys so significantly.
Oh, look at this Viper wall out from Cloud9 here. Oftentimes you'll see it a little bit further south in order to block the exit out of Hookah and to block Octagon, but it's much deeper towards site here.
Right there.
We'll keep a close eye on how they choose to continue to play those walls. Meanwhile, for Leviatán, you see the same harbor wall that we saw in the previous round.
The fact that you can't really cycle that high tide and cascade combination that acts the same way as that Viper wall orb combination makes their options limited. But you can tell they're really set up for anti-eco right now, sitting outside a bathroom, waiting for a pick, waiting for a peek, trying to get information whether Cloud9's going to do anything. They stayed on the other side of the map for quite a while. Now they move forward.
Remember, they tried contacting up Showers in the previous round, and Taco got dropped. This time they're finding so much more space. The high flash, and that nade is going to dissuade just for a little bit. Leaf on the angle once more with the Marshall not connecting either. Shot, and Jake is much worse for wear. Just takes so much damage. Seems like this should be another clean Leviatán round unless Cloud9 can win one of those vintage thrifty rounds. It's eluded them so much on Haven. And it does not look like it's going to be the case here. Zel's is left to try to make a play, and he cannot. A flawless round from Leviatán.
I think Cloud9's got to be really, really unhappy about what side they're starting on here, because this is where it all fell apart on Haven as well. And I think they lost a lot of their firepower on that defense in terms of these eco rounds. You're asking them right now to be put in the position to play a full best of 5, and they made a massive gamble at the beginning of the day by banning Fracture instead of Bind.
Yep.
You mentioned how Cloud9 has been really avoiding this since that EG series in playoffs. Leviatán's not been forced to this map, but they've not been avoiding it either. They've been floating it the entire time.
Oh, they got to be careful here. They tried setting up a trap, a crunch on back Showers, but they're going to be overwhelmed by what Leviatán are throwing up long. Look at how far back Cloud9 have to go.
Got pushed behind. Well, Trip catches him, but the spam forced him off before he could do anything with it.
There is another. That's
what
cleared.
Is that Trip?
Look at how far up Nazar is, too. Does he dare go? The flash is actually towards elbow. So there's nothing for him to entry in. He's just going to wait. Playing ahead of the cage. Very well done to pop in, but Leaf just plays it better. So nicely considered. King's transfer's clean. Now Mazzino with the orb to buy some cover and buy some space. Well handled by Zeppa. Just 2 remaining for Leviatán. Make that one. Mazzino cannot hold it. Cloud9 are on the board.
And that orb, the Cove, actually made it really difficult for him to play around. It gives so much room for Cloud9 to duck in and out. If he was inside of it, it would have been a different story, but that's a good anti-bonus from Cloud9. Not something they were able to succeed on at Haven. And Leaf, twice now he wins the fight against Taco, who's going to consistently be looking to take battles and side of Showers there. And you have to be winning those early before Taco starts to consider opping on that attack side, before he gets his tour de force online. Because then he'll start getting the advantage in that situation. You're going to have to start considering just walling him off entirely. Or smoking him off.
King and Shy both 1 point away from having very important ults online on the attack side.
And look, they're posted to try to get another one. That's why they're using an entire ult to get bathroom control right now, so that they can get an orb over towards Shy like you called up.
There's the Seekers funneling out, and with that, Leviatán follow. Taco's getting the opener already. They've fully taken control of site. Zelsis, or excuse me, Rooney's still playing towards B, just now starting to rotate over.
Spike planted.
Oh, he's forward in front of it.
Oh, of course he is. But Mazzino's there to greet.
Jesus. You're thinking that he gets ahead of that cascade, and all of a sudden he's in a good position. Mazzino doesn't care at all.
Oh, they found the judge.
And now all they need to do is look from a distance at this Vandal.
And you hear Nazar satcheling up towards heaven. Rooney understanding there's pressure from all sides.
Oh, and he just triggered the trap as well inside of Hookah. You're right, Nazar satchel up there. So easy to pinch in. And King did not need to spend his orbital strike because the kills came in so fast.
Yeah.
Taco getting the opener, and then another kill backside. That's before you even have Mazzino getting those 2 in the middle of all that. You use that Sky ult, though.
Yeah. we talked a lot about Taco, and for good reason in this series. We talked a ton about King in the previous series, and for good reason as well. But Zeno has quietly put together a very impressive 2 series back-to-back here.
And when you talk about, you know, the difficulty and the mental struggles that require, or that are almost given in a best-of-5 series like this.
Yeah.
He was a guy who was getting punished so many times on Split and on Haven. So yeah, that's huge. This feels early from MCE, but they also haven't really been getting off to slow starts that often. It was only, what, Pearl?
Yeah,
it was like so long ago, but
I mean, I think it was long ago. CMC calm, communicating. Down 2 rounds early on Bind, but 1 map to decide it all. And as I was saying earlier, I mean, everyone in the crowd, everyone watching at home has been gifted with an amazing series here in the Lower Final.
it's rare. I'll say it again, it's super rare you get an opportunity to watch an attempt at a reverse sweep. It's even rarer that it happens.
Yeah.
We have a lot of best of 5s in the circuit. And the attempts have only come 6 times.
Deep flash, getting some info for Zeppa. You see the buy for Cloud9 isn't great.
I'm looking for the adjustment here from Cloud9. They've swapped the Viper wall over towards the bathroom side. But Rooney was always playing on this B side. He just usually had a strange wall to help him out, kind of behind his trips, so that maybe he can get some kills off of the trips, but it's just not happened yet for them.
Pretty sure he was still walking backwards when he hit that shot.
And Taco's doing that without his TP. It was on cooldown because he pulled it back as he watched for other pushes. Now he's posted up into a great post-plant position.
Yep. With that TP that you're just mentioning. Came up online. You see Leaf close by with the shorty.
If I see them invested here,
I don't think
they're not going to, but it's not, you know, it's...
Yeah, it's not out of the realms of possible with Cloud9. You're right.
Cloud9 just go for it so often.
The second flawless round for Leviatán in, what, 5 rounds that we've played?
Try to stay serious here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, again, to bring it back to the veto discussion, they took a big risk by banning out Fracture early to try to get the map pool lopsided in their favor in the beginning of this. And I think that was a great strategy. But when it falls apart in the last moments, I mean, the conversation after map 4 must have been like, oh, this... I'm sorry for this veto. Like, this has gone... This is possibly the worst situation you could end up in, because Cloud9, you look at it on paper, you think maybe they needed to go in and win it in 4.
That was the same tether setup that Taco had from the previous round, and the kills are so carefully considered across short.
This is a gun round, and they're going for a push through their own orb there.
Nasr investing the ult, and I don't think he's going to find anything here. You hear it shot off towards Lamps, the nade there too to make sure no one's ahead of it.
It's just a guarantee that nobody else is pushing up against it.
And Zeus has tried finding time on the other side of the nade, but Nasr considered it too. Still a 3v2 in favor of Leviatán. This has gotten close. This is a 2v2 now. Cloud9 snatch it back.
I think Leviatán thought they won the round already when they got those first 2 kills.
Yeah, I agree completely.
But it's still the same situation that is unfolding throughout the entire series, where Leviatán getting those first kills and then losing 5v3s, 5v4s, 5v2s in some cases.
Taco well ahead of it. It was traded too after another kill went down short, and then Nasr with another, but Rooney and Zeppa with a massive close to the round.
Yeah, the fact that Rooney gets all the way out there in front of Truck catches King completely by surprise.
And so we see the first ult from Taco. We'll see if it gets challenged at all.
He's dueling down short again. I mean, he's been having such success with the Vandal.
Oh, Mazzino.
It's interesting that Mazzino's taking that position instead of Taco when he has his ult up. Instead, he walks all the way up with the Harbor Wall.
Oh, that's going to give everything away.
Yeah. And tough to work from here. They still got a minute left, so they can definitely continue to work the map, but this is the opportunity right now for Cloud9 to go for some extra space.
And they've taken some. They have full showers control.
Caution here.
Jake is posted up there.
At least got satchels. You can get away from this.
That's still not going to feel good. Yep. Oh, almost gets a second, but Zepp is there to help.
And that's a situation where your Viper's on the other side of the map, not really knowing exactly what's going on. If he was closer, he might have been able to put that wall up in time for Leaf to get out. Instead, he's left alone again. Left. We saw it so many times on Haven. 25 seconds, though.
It's interesting. King has had this orbital strike for a little while.
Taco's actually potentially going to get a lurk through. If they can get this plant stay alive.
They're going to flip the map, but it's too late. And they don't have showers control.
Yeah, Jake's still here. They're going to go knife out in this.
They never considered this. No way. And we talked about it at what, halfway through the round? Jake had taken showers control and just never gave it up. Another huge play from the youngster.
At the beginning of this series, he was incredibly good.
Yeah.
We were singing his praises for his lurks, singing his praises for his patience, able to contain lurks in most cases. And here he is again, maybe injecting some life by just holding firm.
One enemy remaining.
You mentioned King and his ult, how long he's had it. I mean, we're talking round 4 when they went for that Seeker execute. Now, is he really trying to feint that he's going through this when there's a pit up? That's a pretty crazy proposition. And question asked of Cloud9, are you going to actually respect this? And they will. Look at this. They're spending a dog to get through it. Losing Zelsis would be terrible. So they take the precautions.
I wonder if they use the orbital strike to challenge the pit.
Yeah, with somebody walking in the front of it, something like that could definitely do it, but without confirmation exactly where, it's so tough to make a call like that.
It's very difficult.
I like that Taco's been really playing by himself, but I love this wall against the chamber. It's doing such a good job at just denying the opportunity for picks like this.
Ooh. Getting away, but having to do so via the teleport.
Oh, they split the side on the other side. A very unconventional high side. A lot of space given to the backside. They could easily swing through this, though.
Oh, that Cosmic Divide. They're already ahead of it all. And you still have Mazzino, who's waiting in short. They can take a step back, but they can't step back too far! Jake with another massive round for Cloud9!
Last player standing.
Cloud9 looking to tie this up unless Mazzino can pull off a 1v, what, 4? The spam through as Zeppa's gotten it to half. He has to take a step back, and Zeppa's going to take it the entire way. We're tied up.
What a round from Jake.
I'm getting tired of saying that. He's had so many.
Thinking back to so many of the early maps. It's that injection that you really need. I love this. It's a very strange Astral Wall, by the way. You called out how they're already ahead of it. It's kind of threatening that there's going to be people playing in cubbies.
Yeah.
Or actually completely isolating the players who are on bench, forcing them to swing through against you. But Leviatán just doesn't even care about it. They don't even consider playing back there the entire time. And still, now we've got the Harbor Ult, we've got the Brim Ult still. This is a combination could definitely do work.
Yeah, I really want to see it pop, and there it is. The orbital strike, but the problem is it delays the push. It delays the push, and Leaf is able to hold his ground. It gets traded, yes, but how much more can they find? Zeppa swinging ahead of it. He's found a ratty little corner and destroys Taco for it. Zeppa's still looking to deal damage and cannot, but Cloud9 with the numbers. And Leviatán left with questions.
Well, Leviatán started strong on this map. To me, in these last couple of rounds, it feels like they've reverted to Scrim Leviatán, where they're just constantly going for same idea, not really trying to counter out, for example, this Viper Wall that's being placed down. It's so unique. Just going across the middle of the site. Normally you're blocking hookah window, you're blocking the long walkout. It's so unique. And it's forcing Leviatán in situations that they're really uncomfortable with. You can tell.
30 seconds left.
It's caused fits. They hear the cam. The deep flash. Do they even manage to get the spike down? There's no one really covering. Oh, but there's no challenge from Cloud9. Wow. There was a threat. The cage. Maybe Rooney pushes into it, but never comes.
Ooh, King gets into the middle of it. If that pops,
yeah,
you're not going to hear the cue that he gets in. They were waiting for Zellsis, now regrouping back towards it. King, meanwhile, has completely cleared that elbow push.
They have to play ahead of the wall, too, because of where Zellsis is. He's still alive. He's got him, too. But Zellsis is there to save it. King looked cold for a second there, man. I thought he was going to do it.
I've seen clutches from that same position so many times. It's really tough to actually swing through that choke synchronized, so it's 1 by 1 so often. You don't have enough room to really layer yourselves on that triple swing. And here it is, first time out for Leviatán. Time to address some of the possible adjustments here.
After 4 rounds in a row from Cloud9.
Because while I feel like King's eye gelling on Haven was fantastic. I mean, like Valen said on the desk, was constantly finding the right site. I do feel like right now I'm seeing them revert to the same sort of tendencies where you get comfortable calling the same ideas, same strats. For example, this high tide that's emulating the Viper lurk down short.
Yeah.
It's every round here from Leviatán. And that might be part of the game plan. That might be why they picked this comp. But at the same time, you watch other teams, and maybe it's just impossible of a task to, emulate Paper X, but you want to see some of this explosiveness with this comp as well.
Yeah, and that really just hasn't been the case. The one time we saw a quick, fast pop, it felt like they shot themselves in the foot with the positioning of the orbital strike. The fact that the spike was lagging behind in hookah, it didn't have the same go. So they were only really able to push out of Octagon in that round. We'll see what the adjustments are. And really, through the whole conversation we had, we didn't even address the fact that this Viper wall is still pesky towards B, and they haven't really found out how to navigate through it. And Rooney, done that twice now. Rooney continues to set up his utility ahead of it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You have to clear the Cypher util. You can't get caught by it, but at the same time, you want to be walking behind that wall. The problem is, they could drop it at any time. So once you walk behind it, you find yourself in a position where you're on a timer and you have no clue when it's going to happen. I want to see them take elbow control from that, though. I mean, they have the tools.
Yeah.
Out of the timeout's the same call. High tide down short, try to threaten the lurk.
See if we can get, if Nazar can get that orb, that will have a showstopper on mine. He's got the nade and 2 satchels to work with. There's the orb. Thing is, they can't easily flip here. They don't have showers control.
Some of the time when you watch players be completely on this lurk roll, on this bathroom control solo, you see them start to gain confidence. Taco's not really fighting as aggressively as some of the other players that we've seen completely take over games like that.
Right there.
I think of, Alpha Year at Tokyo, just dominating down that lane. Here's the ult that you were talking about. Way high! And he catches him while trying to escape.
I thought Leaf was going to get away. Jake repositioning. He's feeling the pressure in from showers. Taco has to make a play, and he cannot.
Is it another vintage Jake round right now?
No, Mazzino stopping it dead in its tracks. Number still for the attacking side, though. A position to tie things up here, but Zellsis has gone unchecked. He's gone unconsidered. And the Cove is protecting him for now. Does he dare push ahead of the smoke?
Is there a flash yet from Zeppa? Looks like that's what they're waiting for a cooldown to come back. It's way away.
Yeah, how patient are they going to be?
They can't wait for it.
They have to go ahead of it. Rooney's dropped from up in heaven. Mazzino gets a second, and now Zellsis has to make the play happen on his own. He's taking care of one, but he has so many more to consider. And he's calling the round. Leviatán have tied us at 5.
Right out of the timeout. The good call, though, to go for the orb play first.
And then the mechanics from Nazar to land the shot on to leave.
Yeah, I mean, the patience.
Yeah, he was satcheling out of there. That's a difficult shot to hit on the fly.
And the height that he got in the first place. I love the wide shot Look at this. Flash over, showstopper out, leave. Here's his time. And when you get so high, it's like impossible to miss. That lands on top of the truck, by the way. What a shot.
And also, you got to commend LEV for having the quick reaction to even get that far away.
Yeah.
Remember, he had nade out when that ult started.
Well, also, I would like to continue to point out the fact that he's, again, left in these situations where he has to react so hard.
Yeah. A little Roomba on Roomba action. Destroying one another.
Don't show that to the AIs.
Showers has just been such tough treading for Leviatán. And look, it's got the potential to be that again. Nas were trying to swing ahead of it, the nade, but you haven't considered the other side. Oh, they know. LEV is so dead.
It's again.
Yeah.
Same exact situation.
Meanwhile, Leviatán have taken a lot of control down B.
And Zeppa's trying to play ahead of this right now. They might have information. That's King and Taco playing super passive. Oh, look at this. Instantly as they walk away, it looks like Cloud9 got information as they walk down short behind them. There's going to be a huge pinch if they're fast enough.
And there's nothing to consider. Taco doesn't have a trip down.
If Zeppa gets one, that flank is going to come super fast. He doesn't get it, though.
They go off of this. They're stimmied. They're healed. They're flashing out. The site is theirs. But they have no idea where the flank is.
Look at the trip.
And King has the chicken.
Good awareness, man.
Confirming his suspicions and staying alive with it. They have the Reckoning in the Orbital Strike, too.
Only one spotted. And this trip doesn't really gain even more information.
Yeah.
Now they do know it's both on the flank.
That's why you saw Mazzino put that wall up and the smoke back towards spawn. But now understanding that everything is ahead of them, everything is before them. King still playing up in hookah. Jake trying to funnel out. They invest the Orbital Strike, yeah, in an interesting moment, but it secures the round. It gets Leviatán the lead.
Yeah, it secures the round. It also gets them without losing more.
Yeah.
King can play very selfish there, and he can secure the round in any case. 100%, not 100%, but like very guaranteed in that in any situation that comes through, just because he has that Orbital Strike. But the choice he makes here, it's a risk because it's used before anything happens.
Yeah.
It's a risk because you don't guarantee that there's value there.
Yep. Late in round in a 3v2.
You make it so that it's easy for you to play with your team there.
Sure. And they still keep Mazzino's Reckoning online. Different Viper wall.
Oh, the flash down long, time to swing.
Oh, huge out from LEV. They were expecting that deep flash from long, and that's where you see the setup. Mazzino trying to get past it, though. He's ahead of it. He's got that Reckoning. They're going to exact onto this. There are 3 members of Cloud9 here, and they're all going to hold the line unless Mazzino can do something about it, and he does.
Still, the Cloud9 players, despite getting stunned up there by that Reckoning, able to make this a 2v2 somehow. So 2 players coming from spawn, still doable.
The pesky Cam lighting up Shy, and in the face of that, he gets a kill on his Elsis anyway, but Rooney with the Sheriff.
As his ult, he could pop it for info on where Mazzino is.
But he's patient. Mazzino wraps around and gets Leviatán to 7.
That's the half. So quick it feels like.
Switching sides.
We've been here for almost 5 hours, and this one goes by in a flash. And Leviatán's in the lead, but narrowly.
Unreal. Just 2 rounds. We're going to take a look at that one more time because that's a round that is so fitting of the entire series. For it to go down to a 1v1, for it to go to a situation where Rooney had his ult, where he could have guessed right and it was a 50-50. Which way could he be? The setup from Cloud9 at the beginning, the opening from LEV, and the counterpunch from Leviatán. Unreal. But again, so fitting.
Yeah.
Just so poetic for it to be Mazzino one more time. Let's hear from Leviatán's Nazwar and why he thinks Cloud9 is such a difficult opponent to take down.
Yo siento que Cloud9 es un equipo que se adapta muy bien a las situaciones que tiene enfrente, que son un equipo que decide muy rápido lo que quiere hacer, se encuentra en una situación y suelen tomar decisiones rápido como para resolverlas, entonces a eso me refiero, que el estilo de juego de ellos se resuelve mucho en eso, en poder adaptarse a situaciones que se presentan en el momento muy rápido y en sincronización con el equipo.
For as much as Nazwar understands the difficulty and what they're trying to achieve, the truth is they find themselves closer than Cloud9 do. Up 2 rounds going into the second half of map 5.
Just crazy. And I think what he was talking about there too, really important for Leviatán to learn as an overall lesson, not just against Cloud9, although Nazwar gave so much props to Cloud9.
Rightfully so.
Being able to adapt is something that has completely missed for Leviatán over the entire season. I think it's grown in them in this LCQ after that first loss. Once they started playing like it was last chance, as Taco said. And because of that, I think you saw it a lot on Haven, you saw it a lot on Split as that reverse sweep started to get going.
And as we close out this halftime, I want to draw you all again back to how these two teams have gotten here. Remember, for Cloud9, expectations were in the bin at the beginning of the season. Who's Rooney? Who's Jake? Who are these youngsters and how are they going to pull this off? And they take Americas by storm. Second only to Loud. They stumble in the playoffs and they found themselves 2 rounds away from going to Tokyo. And they fall short. They have to sit back and watch as EG puts on an insane miracle run. And now they find themselves in LCQ in a position that everyone thought, oh, this is theirs for the taking. I mean, surely with how strong they were, and yeah, they fumbled in playoffs, but you know how good they are. And they find themselves with backs against the ropes against a team that struggled, I mean, for the majority of the split, if we're being honest. Unfortunately, a whimper from the Cloud9 faithful in the crowd, and that feels like that's, that's not quite right, is it? I don't know where that orb was intended to go, but it wasn't intended to go there.
Little trap play here set up. Taco's going to take first contact. If they do end up going down long, a flash will come through with a nade from Noswar, and they'll swing together, Noswar and Shy, while Taco gets out to safe harbor. And Trick covers Hookah as well. How does Cloud9 read this situation? Leaf has been so good at that exact task. Oh, missed flash there.
Yeah, that Leaf, that didn't make it up in Hookah.
Either way, the information wouldn't have been there. They ducked away from it. And they're actually returning back towards A with that recalled smoke from Jake. That might be a cue. Flash through bathroom, gets no info though.
And it's a false sense of info too, because you see Jake is starting to fill behind that space. Also, the cam from Rooney confirms that there's nothing that's been pushed up through shower, so they know they have that space they can play through.
Love this from Mazino. Had an opportunity to use the high tide. He waits until his team starts rotating. The nade onto Jake is perfect.
He's not able to clean anything up behind it either.
And they're gonna flip. Shy is here.
And he's playing this safe. He knows. He knows that Cloud9 are coming for him. Oh, and his position's given away. That flash is great, but he's got a flash of his own off the swing. He's not able to find anything. Well handled by Zeppa.
12 seconds though. They're swinging. They're flooding.
Can they do it? Mazino keeping him back. Mazino with 3 and another round for Leviatán.
Both pistols in the book. Here for Leviatán, and my oh my, have everything switched. As we started the series, it was like, no pistols going Leviatán's way. The eco's not really working. All of a sudden, here they are, up big. As we start this second half and the final half.
Yeah, Jake had no shot in that position.
Was there a final flash there to confirm his position?
I believe so, yeah.
It must have. It must have come through. That's why that nade is so perfect. Insta-wall, Mazino did that on the pistol as well.
That's so difficult to get through with unless there's a lot of go behind it, and that's just not the case. Well handled by King, the nade to provide some cover. That's really pretty out of Leviatán. Cloud9 will likely find themselves down 4 rounds on the other side of this. Although it is a Sheriff in the hands of Rooney and in the hands of Zeppa. So it's certainly not all done. But Leviatán in a position to have a huge lead here if they can close this out.
Are we watching a replay right now? What's going on?
It's like we've seen this before for sure. And if nothing else, they get some plant money.
Yes. And that's crucial. A lot of people did buy up Sheriffs. I mean, Leviatán strat maybe. Smoke's coming out, Zeppa. He's stuck in a real tough position.
I mean, the round is a real tough position for the ones that remain on Cloud9 to begin with.
I think a really good indicator of Cloud9's success is obviously winning ecos, right? I'm not saying that they should win every single one, but their performance on the ecos that they don't win as well. I think
I agree.
If somebody looked into that, you might end up finding An on-form Cloud9 is one that's really making these situations super close, and it's just not even that. It's a very
Enemy remaining.
That's 3.
passive attempt to go through that smoke. No flash, nothing like that. King is just standing on the angle. Nalsra ready to nade too.
And that huge round from King, it started off with what, 3 kills he got and an orb, gave him his orbital strike in the 3rd round of the half. We talked about how he was a bit perhaps skittish on wanting to use it in the first half, but this early on defense is a different story. Leaf still getting the best of Taco though.
Yeah, it's been back and forth between the two in the first half.
Well, now we're having Telly to get out.
Yeah, and that leaves Shy alone.
Side, yeah.
Whoa!
Leaf managing to clean it up, not without taking a considerable amount of damage though, but you see the difference in the rifles in the hands of Cloud9.
Look at this pace. I mean, they just completely ripped apart that setup.
Yeah.
That Leviatán had on the pistol as well. Remember, it was the same thing. I mentioned how Taco's going to play his TP. He gets ripped before even getting into position. That pace is something Cloud9 can rely on to maybe get them some momentum back here. King and Nalsra need to try to do some damage here.
There's just really no way for them to get in.
Yeah, it's interesting. Looks like there's...
The die to the spike?
Die to the spike, yeah. I mean, there are a couple people close. Zeppa, for example. Leaf with 2 kills could... Yeah, you don't want to give him any ults, but at the same time, this is their first big buy here from Cloud9, right? So... And hear Sliggy talk about this all the time with Leviatán. It's like they never go for just a few kills, and they end up doing things like this. Obviously, they don't fully save, but it allows Cloud9 to start snowballing that bank just a little bit.
Exactly. Just a crack in the window. It's a small one, but we've seen how momentum-driven this series has been. I mean, you think through even individual maps, and how streaks have really just kind of gotten us to this point. They've dictated the series. Also, what a massive round from Leaf.
Yes.
The face of the flash, diffing Taco, and then getting a second on site.
Yes. Given the struggles he has, and look at this. Double satchel coming in.
Wait, there's going to be presence on the other side.
A flash through as well. Leaf is way deep.
The nade to... well handled. Very well handled, and they're going to swing for a second.
There's a smoke there. The ults.
They're going to get out. Just barely. Jake with 45 HP manages to stay alive. And you can't imagine he's going to re-hit through here. But maybe that shot from Jake confirms it.
They just walked dry up short, by the way. No Viper wall at all.
They know. That's a spike, by the way. He's there by himself. But if there's enough pressure, if there's enough kills in space and Cloud9 can find on A through sight, there's room for Jake to work, but they both fall.
I mean, look how methodically they just took him down there. That's crazy. I mean, he's been stuck inside the portal by himself almost the entire round, and now it's like he comes back out.
He tucked in there when the Trailblazer came through to try to spot him,
Comes back out after the bombs have dropped and his entire team is gone. And we're talking a lot about Leaf. This is a guy who's been so close to these international tournaments. I mean, a big portion of the Cloud9 squad.
Wow.
Since Champions 2021 has been missing by 1 best of 3 to these global tournaments over and over. And his form on the defense, you remember how often he was just getting pushed and put in these impossible situations. Now he has the opportunity to have that go button himself.
Really core harbor wall set up here.
Oh, the
tab cascade short and then the long wall through B, and that allowed Taco to tuck in and get a kill.
I mean, it's a good idea with the orb. It's kind of nice. You can lurk through it, do exactly that, but Leaf by himself goes in the back of that. Why is there not 2 people walking there? So that's at least tradable.
That cascade is going to be a little late though, but the Reckoning will not. But there's so much disarray on the site. They still have Octagon control, and they've got to deal with Jake. Meanwhile, Zeppa's finding a massive opener. Taco cleaning him up. So many more in front of him, and he finds none. Drop the Seekers too, along with the Neural Theft, and the Seekers trying to find King.
Yeah.
They're gonna flip it, they're out.
And the Cypher's still up, so these trips are here. Nalsra does have a satchel, but he does trip the...
Yeah, he's tagged by one of them. King's gonna be rotating through defender spawn. Nalsra ahead of it, looking to push the pace on his Elsis. The cam and the bullets from Zelsis were just too much. And now King Stairs down in a position to try to do something in a 1v3 where Zepp is weak. But, I mean, the finances are okay. This, again, it reminds me of the conversation we were having earlier, an opportunity, a position for Leviatán to try to deal some financial damage. But not keen on, maybe the fear is giving Celsius the ult again.
Yeah. And I mean, in moments like this, when you're 3 rounds away from going to the grand finals, any ult cycles from Cloud9 is something you want to avoid.
I do want to be careful though for Leviatán here, because I think there are 2 approaches that you can have on this. You can play not to lose, or you can play to win, right? And for Leviatán, given that their DNA, their genetic makeup for the majority of the split has been one of hesitation, of rigidity, of perhaps, you know, more structure, it's easy to revert to, we've gotten this far, let's play to not lose. And that can be all the difference here.
Brings back that conversation you're having about the coaches and their conversation, how owners trying to bring that rallying cry.
Wait,
they're pushing this time.
Stimmy, the ult! And it's a misfire, but Shy with the trade!
And no punish either. Secret's gonna allow him some space to breathe.
There's another.
A crazy play off of the barrier dropping.
Such a quick exchange of blows between the two. It seemed like Cloud9 had firm control, but that counterpunch from Shy was filthy.
Think back to his performance on Haven, that 32 bomb. Just crazy. And Mazzino's joined him. They're walking.
Another contact play.
Both sides.
But Mazzino's gonna drop! And he gets away? I thought for sure he was gonna be punished.
No speed there from Celsius Aruni.
Meanwhile, Taco's gonna be rotating through spawn. He has an op.
He's given himself actually so much room to drop out right as Shy comes through. There's a Molly at his feet, but the cascade.
Oh, Rooney taking a little bit of damage. Mazzino's gonna push it. Mazzino's gonna push it! 3 for the controller and 10 for Leviatán. And now 11 off of the side of this defuse.
And you think back to that decision too. For King not to push the kill in that last round. Zelsis would have had his ult before. Maybe that situation went down. Instead, he gets it off of the spike tap, or the spike plant. And we're now 2 rounds away from Leviatán. Looking at the eco right now for Cloud9, it is not looking great.
And you're expecting a timeout here, surely, right? On the side of Cloud9, you call something. Do you just let it go?
Looks like it.
I guess he does.
Let's make some chaos.
This is crazy. Here's, again, the double satchel for Leaf. He has ult as well he can punish. But remember how hard this got absolutely slapped last time.
Yeah.
Left Jake alone in bathroom by the TP. And Taco's got his op online now. They spot it with the camp. A lot of util used right here for Leviatán. Cloud9's gotten in position to actually execute onto this A side.
What's the hit, though? Is it Leaf? Is it the showstopper? Anyway, you take a look at King. He's just gone exploring.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a 4-person stack here because of that. He can't get through those trips. He's got to wait for the Cypher to go down or just break him. Can't wait the entire round. But he's getting so much information.
That information's gonna help too. That nade is deep. Here's the ult. No satchels, no fire. Leviatán have held them back completely. I mean, they're on the precipice of doing the unthinkable. 1 round away. And Fade is a cruel, cruel mistress for Cloud9 to once again find themselves so close, yet so far. And you hear it from the crowd, uno más. That's all it takes for Leviatán. The reckoning for Mazzino, who's 24 and 10, by the way.
The last couple of rounds from him have been fantastic. Leviatán are trying right now to make this LCQ a LATAM affair. When at Tokyo, it was the first time we didn't see a LATAM team. There's another one for Taco.
An eruption of cheers from the crowd as they're 1 step closer. Second shot rattling off, not connecting, but LEV feeling pressure. They know where he is. He's spammed, he's done. Only 3 now. 2 Stingers and a Guardian. Not we're having to give the space back. That's another one. Rooney and Zelsis, all that are left. The spike in hand, they're all on site. There's Reckoning invested. Rooney falls. Zelsis does too. They've done it. They've freaking done it. It's a miracle in Santa Monica. And Leviatán take down Cloud9.
In a reverse sweep. Only the second time in the main VCT circuit. Final, the rivalry that we wanted to watch for so long in this Americas League. That's just unbelievable what they just pulled off.
Take a look at these plays one more time. Relive the magic. After the opening to this series, down 2-0. Leviatán claw their way back in. And it was not without heroics. I mean, you see Jake's 3K right there off of that interesting cosmic divide, the space he was able to take, but Leviatán, it just felt like they met every single punch with a counter of their own.
Yeah.
And once they had the lead, they were off to the races.
Bind was absolutely their playground. And this is what I was talking about the veto. It's interesting too, because we thought for sure there was moments in this series where there was must-win maps for Leviatán.
Yeah.
Pearl, for example, they're 8-0 on that map. They lose it and still come back in this one. On Split, on Haven, and then Bind to complete the second reverse sweep ever in the main VCT circuit. The third, including Game Changers.
From the Leviatán faithful here in the Riot Games Arena. All smiles.
This is just the most wild LCQ to have imagined. I don't think anybody could have imagined this situation.
No shot.
For LEV to be the LATAM team going through the lower bracket, for Crew to be in the grand finals, and I did feel like something was missing watching Crew go on into that grand finals without coach on the screen right now, but it's on to different things here. Leviatán versus Crew for that final spot at Champions.
And again, to remember how rough of a year it was for Leviatán up until this point. So many questions about the coaching philosophy and how their star was struggling and it didn't feel like he was finding his footing, and then King is good, Mazzino's good, but what about the rest? For it to come together in the last possible moment.
I mean, all that hate on the grind set and how they're not taking a break and stuff like that. It's great to see the team just fully embrace that, and it gives them the ability to do that, right? Other teams, you know, you don't get that stamina from what you get it from doing what Leviatán does.
Right, you don't survive
spending those days in, days out.
You don't survive a marathon best of 5 without grinding through positions just like that, without working through it in the month break that they took. And that month break paid off. Once again, Leviatán pull off the unthinkable. They make history happen against Cloud9, against the hometown heroes here on their own turf. The good news is you don't have to go anywhere. We have the Rising post-match interview, the Death Breakdown, a break for us, because desperately needed, and so much more right after this break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and the Verizon post-match interview. We are keeping the hype in the arena as Leviatán get the reverse sweep over Cloud9. An all LATAM Grand Finals on the cards now coming up tomorrow. Let's just start with being 2 maps down, Naswer.
Yeah.
This is crazy. What was the focus like? What was the mental like for Leviatán to make the reverse comeback?
Creo que finalmente pudimos aprender lo que justamente era Last Chance, luego de perder contra Crew y justamente el último mapa, por ejemplo, como fue ese Hidden que digamos, nos estaban ganando por 9-3. Terminamos dando cuenta que esa actitud que tenemos que ir manteniendo, independientemente del partido que tenemos enfrente, independientemente de los resultados que estamos teniendo individualmente, independientemente de lo que haya pasado, nos dio mucha fuerza saber que nada, era justamente la última chance y hay que dejarlo todo, que no podemos irnos así, que no nos podíamos dejar a la TAN sin simplemente tener un representante y la verdad me pone muy contento que haya sido así.
It feels like finally we were able to learn throughout this last chance after the loss against Crew and on that Haven map, being able to push forward and to show what we're able and capable of doing even after losing a couple of maps or a couple of those rounds is pushing forward and being really happy that we have those LATAM finals.
Before the match, Naswer, you said Cloud9 is so quick at decision-making and being able to adapt. What did you then take into the series so you could combat that, so you could be better than their quick decisions?
Yo creo que arrancaron muy bien contra nosotros dos en los partidos que jugamos y es verdad que toman decisiones muy rápido, leen muy rápido el juego del rival, pero yo creo que al menos nosotros nos pusimos un pie adelante después de que exactamente estábamos con nosotros ya sintiendo el partido, nosotros ya estábamos adentro y una vez que ya pudimos como resolver las situaciones que nos presentaban, pudimos sacar la serie adelante.
It feels like we started really well, and it's true that on the other side, they make fast plays, they make fast reads as well. But as long as we got ourselves into the game, we were able to just prove a little bit more and to also have that read ourselves.
And looking at you as a player now, your initiators, but also your duelists.
Yeah.
How, does it feel good to be able to unlock a little bit of raise on these maps? It looks like a different Naswer.
Sí, es algo diferente. Yo creo que lo que sinceramente hago es hacer lo que necesite el equipo, lo que necesite en cuestión de comfort pick, si necesite que entre, si necesite que entre y me mate, lo voy a hacer independientemente de lo que sea para ganar. Entonces, más que nada eso, sea duelista, iniciador, también controlador o cualquier rol que sea. Sé que tengo al menos yo la experiencia y he practicado muchas veces en varios agentes y eso.
Yeah, it's a little bit different every time, but I'm happy to bring whatever the team needs, whether it's going to be me going in, me with the initiator, me going in and getting killed, whatever it is that the team needs, and he's being playing with different agents, playing and showing whatever is that initiator, that duelist, that controller, everything.
A few more questions for you. Just to, looking back at your history, you're no stranger to the LCQ, bringing Furia to wins all the time, the 2 past. What is it going to take to make it a 3rd time here with Leviatán? What is different about the LCQ?
Yo creo que sería un sueño si lo consiguiese una vez más, pero independientemente de eso, quiero irme con la mejor cara con mi equipo, con lo mejor que pueda entregar para mí, lo mejor que pueda entregar la cara del equipo, y si mañana se da una victoria, genial. Y lamentablemente si no se da, por ejemplo, sé que Crew clasificará y somos 2 equipos de Latinoamérica que va a asegurar al menos un spot para el Mundial.
It's a dream, and if we get it, it's going to be great. If we don't get it, we want to leave with the best face possible, showing the best face of this team, and it's going to be a win for LATAM regardless.
Well, I'm actually going to leave you with that. Thank you so much for taking the time, Naswer. Let's get another round of applause for Leviatán, giving us that LATAM Grand Finals. They take on Crew tomorrow. Vamos indeed. Let's vamos over to Golden Boy.
And I shall accept your vamos, my friend, as we have an awesome guest here joining us today, turning the competition upside over its head, just like Tactibear. It's Taco Leah here. Taco, congratulations, man. And that was absurd. you guys managed to do. How does it feel to just go up on that stage, know that you're in a really difficult situation, you're down 2-0, knowing the only way that you had to win this was reverse sweeping, and you managed to accomplish that one goal that you needed to do. How does that feel?
That's
a good answer.
Yeah, there's no words that I can say like how it feels. It's so good, so inspiring.
I feel it.
You feel powerful, you know.
Yeah, feel like you could take on the world.
Yeah, it's a crazy feeling because it's like you're so close to lose everything. Like everything in the year. The year is gonna be over, and 2 maps down, 9-3. You know, the only thing we start thinking is just round by round, forget the top of the screen, and let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. We can do this. We can do this. We have to trust in us. This maybe is the last game as a team. So if we lose, let's lose with happy,
Pride,
you know,
yeah.
pride, and this is how it works. And there's a lot of time in this work, you know, as a team.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
And
who stepped up in the comms for you guys in that moment? Was it just the whole team?
Yeah, the whole team, because it's a problem that we detect on our team. Something happens, and yeah, we say like, come on, bro. We have to do it now. There's no other chance, you know. It's now. If you want to see something, no, it's now. So change your mind, change everything. We have to win, and that's how we start, like round by round, getting confidence, and here we are.
Dude, it's just so incredible because you guys were down like 6-3 on split, and then you come back in that game. They win the first 4 rounds on split. And your resilience throughout this series in so many key moments, like this Haven game that you mentioned, that you were down 9-3 at half. And then they started to rally a comeback. And we were surprised back here because Onar took that timeout at 12-10.
Yeah.
What was he telling you guys in that timeout?
On split?
No, on
No,
Haven.
Haven, the 12-10 timeout, because we thought that it would have made more sense to call the timeout after round 11 if something had happened. But he called it after round 10.
Yeah.
But is it all just a blur at this point?
It has to all
To
just
be honest, I really don't remember.
Hey, man.
Too many
That's
games.
what happens when you're so focused. You don't even remember the 10 minutes
Last
ago.
round, I remember last round. King say, I need a pause. I got an idea. And he said idea, and we say like, bro, what we will do on a screen. Not that. Okay, let's do what we do on a screen.
That's hilarious.
What were we doing?
Okay, that was the pause. Let's go.
Oh man, that is actually hilarious. But you know, with you though in particular, the season has been up and down for you a lot.
Yeah.
So personally speaking, how do you feel like, or rather not even feel, what did you do to get yourself back to the form that we have seen you at before? Because we know that you're a fragger. We know your talent is there. So what did you do to get yourself back to that point?
Maybe I can share this.
Sure.
I talked to my psychologist.
Yeah.
And I said like, I don't know why my body, or like my mind wins me, you know? Sometimes I cannot like take full control of my mind, and if I try, like my body just show it, like, you know, like start getting nervous, or maybe I can't focus, like really
You let your
focus.
head kind of get the better of you, and then you get in your own head.
Yeah,
right?
and I don't know, I get like a snowball of bad matches and bad performance, and then the people talking, and I get like a mental breakdown there. But it's like something that I've been working on. I know I'm a good player, and my teammates know it too, and they trust me. That's why we are here now, and we win. And like nothing, just get on a game, and they give me the confidence to play like I play on scrims, you know.
Yeah.
They support me like a lot. The whole staff of Leviatán do it too. So I was like, it's all mental, you know. And I like a player, I earned a lot of experience this year because I was thinking like, what's gonna be my limit? I have a limit. I still growing up, you know. I still learning this, and yeah, I keep like going up and never lose my confidence, you know.
Yeah,
so,
no, dude,
that's the realest answer, man. I just want to like congratulate you on like all of the effort you put in and where you're at now, because your step up in the Sentinels game in this series was so pivotal. Like you have done so much in these like key high pressure moments now. I mean, your whole team has, and it's like a crazy story. Like honestly, that you're now meeting up Crew in the grand finals.
Yeah, and I want to talk about your mental going into tomorrow's game, because you have another best of 5 ahead against Crew to make it into champions. But you guys are probably feeling good, right? And especially you as a player, like confidence has to be
hungry.
Yeah, of course. Hungry, confident because you won, feeling good. And I think honestly, the lower bracket team going into the grand finals, you have that momentum, you have that wave going in. And I want to ask you, do you guys feel like, you know, really strong and confident against Crew going into tomorrow?
Yeah, like today, we feel it, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
We are hungry. We want that rematch. We want to win, like, doing everything it costs, you know. And we want to get on stage and play and scream and get hyped and give everything. It's do or die, you know, everything or nothing. So.
Love that.
Yeah.
That's the mentality to have, man. And you know what? Look, this is, I don't want to go too far into like advice and stuff like that. I've lived quite a bit, but I will just say you accomplished something incredible today, and you have a lot to be proud of. Yeah. So I think if you ever get into your mind that I'm doubting myself, I don't know what I could do, think back to this moment and this feeling, and you'll be perfectly fine. I'm very excited for you guys tomorrow, man. Much appreciated, dude. It's gonna be awesome. But let's go ahead though and talk about where we are going to go tomorrow because excuse me, it's El Clásico. That's right. It is Leviatán facing off against Crew. No one, and I say no one, thought that this would be the grand final of the Americas LCQ. But oh boy, I am so thrilled, so happy to see this happen, Sean, because I couldn't think of two more deserving teams to be in this position, especially after the seasons these boys have.
Absolutely, the step-ups too, and we have the best teams in LCQ. You know, Crew was the only team to beat you guys, and then Crew has made an undefeated run now to get here. I mean, this is literally the two best teams. There wasn't like some kind of fluke weird upset in the lower bracket. You guys have proved your worth here, taking out Cloud9, a team that lost only 4 maps in the regular season. You just handed them 3 in one day. Like, that is unreal.
Yeah.
And, I mean, what is the perception in the team of what happened the first time you guys played Crew? Do you guys feel like they got lucky? Do you feel like they're a whole new team? Or do they have a good
Crew?
Yeah. How do you guys feel about Crew?
You feel like they're like a finger, like a hand. They all stick together, you know.
Yeah.
They play so nice around the teammates. So much firepower too, and good trades. They take risks. They go through the smokes. I think what we think is, wow, these guys are so confident, and they're playing so confident around as a team, you know, and that's why they play so good, so well, and they win all these teams.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Hey, man, Taco, I just want to thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And you know what? Listen, they're playing with confidence. You play with confidence.
Yeah,
okay? Because that's what I want to see on that stage tomorrow. That's what we all want to see on that stage tomorrow, man. So best of luck to you, brother. Love that, love it. Yeah. And that is basically going to wrap it for us here today. What a day this has been, but you honestly couldn't have asked for a better day of Valorant. Of course, Leviatán move on to the grand finals where they will take on Crew in El Clásico of Latin America. The best match you could possibly ask for. Thank you so much for watching. That's it for us. Here's your Prime Gaming post-day highlights. We'll see you soon.
Those
see you
socks
tomorrow.
Are fire.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are.
I'm using the same clothes tomorrow. So.
Don't change. This was a matchup that we all thought we were going to see in the grand finals of the LCQ, Cloud9 versus Leviatán, but instead they find themselves in the lower bracket final and fighting for that last spot in the grand finals, that last spot in Champions Los Angeles.
Shy is just so weak, but he doesn't have time to really think this one through. He's got to swing out and challenge, take the fight, but Zeno did not help him. Zeppa gets them both.
There's only one player right now. The flash coming in from Zelsis.
Oh, so good! The timing of that flash was gorgeous! Zeppa from downtown secures the round and secures the map for Cloud9. I mean, just really over 20 seconds left before they even get to the point where they tap the spike and threaten it. Zeppa trying to cause problems from backside, but that's another round for Leviatán. In the wall, but they know they're aware. Shy tried cleaning him up. Jake's got 3.
One enemy remains.
He's got the pitch. Whoa. Can he play around it? He's going in aggressive with the Seekers, and Jake gets 4. A commanding 2-0 lead for Cloud9 as they take Pearl. How patient will Leaf be? Yeah, there's attention. Leaf on the swing. Zelsis gets a kill.
He's sticking.
Shy's gonna get it to half. He's managed to get it that far, but Zelsis with 3. What a round from Cloud9. But Leviatán just overwhelmed what Jake had B. Pretty out of the smoke, but Nazwar and Taco still get 2. Nazwar with 3. How? Shy looking for more. Leviatán have just destroyed Cloud9. Disaster avoided. We're going to map 4. That's going to allow them to get into B. Oh my gosh, Shy.
I've got to see that one.
What an opener. And He's gonna get a third. And at this point, give them all to him. No shot darts or anything like that, and the guns may seem to be working. They pull it off. There's a shot dart on the first. He's going to push it off. Leaf managed to get it halfway there. Zelsis on the swing, cannot connect. Leaf with 1 HP, and the op in a situation like that cannot deliver. One map to decide it all. And Leviatán take us to map 5. They can take a step back, but they can't step back too far. Jake with another massive round for Cloud9. They're going to exact onto this. There are 3 members of Cloud9 here. What? And they're all going to hold the line unless Mazzino can do something about it, and he does. Mazzino wraps around and gets Leviatán to 7. Really taking a little bit of damage. Mazzino's going to push it. Mazzino's going to push it! They've done it! They've freaking done it! It's a miracle in Santa Monica as Leviatán take down Cloud9!
In a reverse sweep. Only the second time in the main VCT circuit